The Taixuan Holy Land had been closed for 10,000 years, and even to Fu Quanliang, who was usually well informed, the name was extremely unfamiliar. Otherwise, he would have realized the problem the moment he saw the Taixuan divine fire scripture. Taixuan. Fu Quanliang chewed on these somewhat familiar characters, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he looked at Chu Zheng, as if seeking confirmation, and asked, "The Taixuan divine fire scripture?" Chu Zheng nodded, his expression filled with some helplessness. The experiences of these past days had been too intense, and he didn't know where to start. Facing Fu Quanliang, Gung Yang did not have the patience that Chu Zheng had, as he rather brusquely captured his mind and directly asked, "The Taixuan divine fire scripture, have you spread it outside?" Fu Quanliang shook his head blankly, "No." Hearing this, Gung Yang withdrew his hand and no longer spoke, taking Chu Zheng and leaving the phantom spirit sect directly. The Taixuan divine fire scripture had not been leaked, the rest was just minor details, not worth his concern. At this moment, he was in a hurry to chase leads on Yu Ziyan's corpse bone and didn't have the mind to waste time on something so useless. Fu Quanliang regained his wits, his brows throbbing uncontrollably, his head throbbing with pain. Taixuan Holy Land. His memory still lingered on that moment, and after clarifying his situation, he looked at Chu Zheng beside him, his expression momentarily dazed. Had he ascended to the heavens in one step and directly entered the Holy Land? Even if its fame was not prominent, a Holy Land was still a Holy Land, at the very least having a pseudo-immortal of the Tongxian secret realm at its helm. This old man moved in and out of the phantom spirit sect as if it were no man's land. Not even a cultivator with 9 transformations of divine infant could achieve this. He had to be a pseudo-immortal without a doubt. The Holy Land, which many with middle-quality immortal bones could not enter, how had he, with his lowest of the low-quality immortal bones, entered so inexplicably? Soon, he realized something, and turned his head to look at Chu Zheng, his gaze gradually becoming complex. In the normal sects, a leak of cultivation technique would generally result in death, and the rules of the Holy Land were naturally even stricter. He was still alive, likely, he thought, thanks to Chu Zheng. For a moment, he was torn, not knowing whether he should be happy. Every encounter with Chu Zheng refreshed his understanding. A mere cultivator from the Spirit Spring realm had already made contact with a pseudo-immortal standing at the peak of this world and had even gained his favor. What kind of legend was this? Seeing Fu Quanliang's changing expression, Chu Zheng glanced at Gung Yang and tentatively transmitted a message privately through the lifelink seal, cursing softly a few times. Gung Yang did not react at all, and Chu Zheng let out a slight sigh of relief. In the Taixuan Holy Land, cultivate peacefully and don't think too much. When the time is right, I will come to find you. Help me take care, never mind, just take good care of yourself. Chu Zheng had originally wanted Fu Quanliang to keep an eye on Song Lingxue and Li Mingzhou along with other great grandmasters, but considering Fu Quanliang's capabilities, he decided it was better not to mention it. I understand. Fu Quanliang's throat was a bit dry, and he responded slowly, thank you. Chu Zheng had given him a lot of help, but what he had received in return was minuscule. What he could do for Chu Zheng now was very limited. Some debts of gratitude would have to be repaid later when the opportunity arose. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. While rushing on his way, a whisper came from the void, and a figure emerged with slow steps. Dressed in a white robe, he was no older than 30, with a handsome appearance and a slightly pale complexion. He stood upon auspicious clouds, casting a 7-colored auspicious light above. In the sky. Fellow Taoist looks unfamiliar. May I ask which Holy Land you come from? The man gently spoke, giving his greetings. Taixuan Holy Land, Gung Yang. It turns out to be true Lord Yang in person. Please forgive the junior for any disrespect. The man in white looked slightly startled and bowed halfway, introducing himself. Taisu Holy Land, Zhou Zili, has seen true Lord Yang. When he had entered Tongxian, the Taixuan Holy Land had already faded into obscurity long ago, but the title of true Lord Yang was known among the major Holy Lands thousands of years ago. A figure who, through the method of extending life, had lived to this era from ancient times. In today's southern region, the oldest pseudo-immortal, apart from Gung Yang, no other exists. Gung Yang's expression was utterly untroubled as he said indifferently, "Why do you block my way?" Zhou Zili glanced at Chu Jing and another person behind Gung Yang, recalling the deductions made within his own holy land previously. His expression suddenly changed, and he asked with some suspicion, "May I ask true Lord Yang? Few days ago my Taixuan Holy Land's envoy Ling Qi suddenly perished in this vicinity. Our elders deduced from the heavens that they saw a divine fire. Do you know anything about this matter? This man was killed by me." Gung Yang's expression was indifferent. "He killed Feng Jiong, the vice-head of the punishment hall of my Taixuan Holy Land. I therefore left seclusion and acted to end his life, repaying the blood debt." Before his words fell, Chu Jing looked at Gung Yang in slight surprise. How had this old man known his thoughts beforehand? Although there were some discrepancies, what Gung Yang had just said was not too far from what he had initially thought. The only difference was that he had previously thought Feng Jiong had killed Ling Qi and then, suffering from severe injuries, had died from them. Chu Jing had not expected that Gung Yang would openly acknowledge this matter. Was this act intended to shield him from disaster? The bluntness of Gung Yang caught Zhou Zili unprepared, and his expression visibly darkened. "True Lord Yang. How can I believe merely on your word alone?" No longer referring to himself as the junior, his eyes flickered with disfavor. Gung Yang stood tall, his expression cold, his tone indifferent. "Whether you believe it or not, what does it have to do with me? Today, I uncovered some old affairs. Should I find out that this matter is related to your Taisu, I will boil the Taisu River and summon divine fire to burn down the foundation of your holy land." Before his words fell, he whispered again, "I have pressing matters. If you block my path again today, I will slay you along with the others." The regard Gung Yang held for Chu Jing was not without reason. From the Lihua spear, he had learned that Chu Jing had attained the Taixuan divine fire scripture mere months ago. This meant Chu Jing had stepped onto the path of immortality less than a year ago. Such talent, even superior immortal bone cannot compare. Less than a year, and already in the late spirit spring realm. In 10 years, at least above entry Dao realm, eligible to contest the top 10 positions in the great tournament of 10,000 sects. Gung Yang cared little for the quality of immortal bones. He himself had only a middle-quality immortal bone, and with a constitution inclined to fire, inherited the previous generation's fire seed, and was still at the Tongxian peak today. The Taixuan divine fire scripture does not place high importance on one's natural quality. Having a middle-quality immortal bone is sufficient. High quality is better, but it's also fine without it. Chu Jing's talent justified his current actions. Moreover, the sword marks on Yu Ziyun's corpse bone were of the water element, while Taisu Holy Land is particularly proficient in the way of water, which had already been within his suspicions. Gung Yangayuro calling you true monarch gives you a touch of courtesy, do you then regard yourself as unbeatable in this world? Zhou Zili's expression regained composure, his tone slightly cold. "Do you think this is 1,000 millennia ago? I indeed wish to see how a piece of nearly expired dead wood can slay me." Zhou Zili's expression was ice-cold, and he felt not the slightest awe toward the holy master who had made a name for himself 10,000 years ago. In his eyes, Gung Yang was nearing the end of his lifespan, and even though he had reached the peak of the Tongxian stage, it was already a challenge for him to exhibit even most of his combat strength. Although one level weaker, having recently advanced to the late Tongxian stage, he was in the prime of his life. Despite having recently burned his blood to offer to the heavens, depleting some of his essence yuan, he was still capable of unleashing his full combat power. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. Gung Yang quietly let go of Chu Jing and Fu Quanliang behind him and transmitted his voice, "Go hide in the small world for now." In a Taixuan-level confrontation, an area tens of thousands of miles in radius would be affected. Having to spare efforts to protect Chu Jing and the other would distract him. Given that this region was too close to the Taisu Holy Land, he needed to kill Zhou Zili in the shortest time possible, otherwise, once reinforcements arrived, he would be at a disadvantage. "How long will it take?" Chu Jing asked subconsciously. Being inside the small world, he was unable to observe the external situation and did not know the specific outcome. If the battle had not ended by the time they emerged, it would be extremely dangerous. Half a stick of incense. Hearing this, Zheng did not hesitate. He opened a passage behind him, grabbed Fu Quanliang, and retreated into it. Although he was very interested in witnessing beings of this level in action, now was clearly not the time for curiosity. Small world. Seeing the figures of the two merge into the void, Zhou Zili felt slightly astonished. Such small worlds that could contain living beings were incredibly precious. Only existences above the immortal tribulation secret realm could condense an internal heaven in their bodies. When the powerful beings of the immortal tribulation secret realm died, their internal heavens mostly got lost in the spatial turmoil, unless they intentionally stripped the heaven from their bodies before death to preserve it. For a moment, Zhou Zili's expression grew somewhat complex. Taixuan Holy Land, despite its decline, still possessed such a wondrous treasure after all. The action of Zheng and the other retreating into the small world undoubtedly indicated that Gung Yang was ready to engage in battle. Seeing this, Zhou Zili spoke in a deep voice, "Gung Yang, you are already near death, why not leave yourself a final shred of dignity?" It has not been easy for Taixuan to survive until today. Even as he spoke, mist began to rise beside him, refracting the shimmering spiritual light under the brilliance of the great sun. A crisp sword chant rang through the void, and the sword light flickered in and out of visibility. Gung Yang remained silent, taking a deep breath. His gaunt chest slowly expanded, and a fiery red stream of light emerged from the void, pouring into his body. In an instant, the spiritual energy within tens of thousands of miles was drained in a flash, swallowed into his stomach. A fierce flame appeared out of nowhere, engulfing him, resembling a great sun hanging in the sky. Within the blaze, Gung Yang's withered skin slowly stretched, his flesh plumped, and blood color surged, transforming his gaunt body gradually upright as his intense yang energy burst forth from within him, his hair growing past his waist and turning a deep red in an instant. Fire God transformation. Zhou Zili's eyes reflected caution. This was the most terrifying technique from the Taixuan divine fire scripture that hadn't been seen in the human world for 10,000 years. Boom! A chilling sword light suddenly shone, its killing intent ripping the skies apart and igniting a shower of light rain. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zili had already taken the initiative to attack, not intending to give Gung Yang any chance to prepare. This ancient creature, who had lived for untold years, had countless hidden methods. The best strategy was to cut through the chaos with a swift strike and directly slay him. Within the flames, a dragon-shaped phantom thousands of feet long emerged, swallowing the sword light in one gulp. Boom! The dragon phantom exploded on the spot, scattering thousands of divine rays like a meteor shower raining down from the sky, igniting wildfires spanning thousands of miles. In a single encounter, the lives affected numbered more than 10 million. His strike having failed to take effect, Zhou Zili's brow slightly furrowed, and a layer of clear light enveloped his body, solidifying into a colossal figure tens of thousands of feet tall that propped up the heavens. Sheets of light rain and spirit mist permeated the air, obscuring the celestial signs, as a deep sword chant slowly sounded, similar to a true dragon's soft moan. A flash of spiritual light, and a 4-foot-long sword appeared in Zhou Zili's hand, with sword flowers cascading down, slender as snakes, resembling a sky full of dancing spirits, casting a glow of thousands of rays. As he moved, his Dharma form raised the sword, tearing through the sword wind, and directly slashing at the hanging sun. An overwhelming blaze exploded, the fierce sun shattered, and a crimson spear shadow pierced through the air, shattering the soaring sword light, and in an instant, it punctured through Zhou Zili's Dharma form. Buzz! Zhou Zili's figure shook violently, uncontrollably retreating 1,000 yards, his face drastically changing. During the clash, he hadn't noticed even the slightest sign of weakness in Gung Yang. On the contrary, there was an almost suffocatingly robust vitality. This condition surely did not belong to an old man on the verge of death. The splendor bursting forth at the end of his life was the burning of his lifespan. The firelight in the sky grew more and more intense, the heavens and earth turned blood red. Gung Yang walked out from within the fire, revealing his figure, dressed in golden battle armor, holding a long spear, with crimson hair draped over his shoulders, flowing like blazing flames, appearing not older than 40, his skin shimmering with translucent treasure-like radiance, his cheeks covered with fine scales. What were once turbid eyes were now brimming with divine light, intense as divine fire. Within just a few breaths, he seemed to have reversed his aging, returning to his peak years. I originally had less than 50 years of life left, and now even less, only about 20 years remaining. Gung Yang spoke calmly, seemingly leisurely explaining. Zhou Zili's expression grew uglier, Gung Yang's demeanor indicating he hadn't taken him seriously at all. Boom, in the void above, lightning flashed and thunder boomed, quickly turning into dark clouds overhead. Being at the peak of the Taixuan stage, Gung Yang naturally triggered the sensing of the heavenly Tao when he gave his all, which was about to bring down an immortal tribulation. Whenever he wished, he could take this step, but whether the outcome would be life or death, no one knew. Gung Yang's gaze hardened, clutching the Lihua spear in his hand, the scales on his cheeks imbued with traces of divine runes. He looked up at the emerging thunderclouds in the sky, sighing softly. If Zhao Tingxian were in my Taixuan holy land, he would have become a divine infant in 100 years. Being in your Taisu, he is truly a pearl covered in dust. Before his words fell, he swung his long spear again, slashing across the sky. Let me see once more how far your Taiyuan dragon sword dance has progressed. Zhou Zili's face was as dark as water, retreat already on his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and left. He had somewhat underestimated a holy master. Risking his life to fight with a dying man was indeed too risky. In the void, the radiance of the divine fire grew more intense, gradually consuming all the light rain in the sky. In an instant, above the vault of heaven, there was only firelight left. To be on the safe side, Zheng waited for the time of a cup of tea in the small world before he finally opened the passage and returned to the outside world. After all, Gung Yang's condition seemed truly daunting, and Zhou Zili appeared to be in much better shape than him. Upon stepping into the passage, he used the invisibility technique, taking extra caution. The instant he stepped out of the passage, he felt a warmth all around him, the ground full of magma, and everywhere he looked, a sea of fire, leaving him stunned. In the void stood a figure in grey robes, back stooped, appearing as if on the verge of decay. Zheng looked around, not seeing Zhou Zili's figure, and puzzled, he asked, did he flee? He died. A breeze fluttered by, and Zheng's expression betrayed a hint of surprise as the panel transmitted some information. Zhou Zili, 6th Order of Venerable of Taisu Holy Land, in the late Taixuan stage, was murdered by Gung Yang using the fire god transformation, his soul completely scattered, beyond repair. A part of Zhou Zili's body had merged into the breeze and made contact with Zheng. A venerable of a holy land, died without a complete corpse. Gung Yang's expression was flat, showing no joy after the victory. Instead, it appeared even more haggard and gloomy. He clearly had no intention of speaking more and immediately prepared to leave. Coming back to his senses, Zheng's breathing tightened slightly as he looked at the sea of fire around him, somewhat in disbelief. In just the time it took for a short tea break, a pseudo-immortal in the late Taixuan stage had perished here. And according to the panel, Gung Yang's current strength was still less than 70% of his peak, yet he still possessed the power to slay Taixuan. The Taixuan secret realm was powerful enough to uphold a holy land and stand at the pinnacle among thousands of sects, which spoke volumes of its strength. Moreover, Zhou Zili was in the late Taixuan stage, not far from the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, yet now, he had died here. Zheng silently observed Gung Yang, unable to imagine that such terrifying power was hidden within this frail body. Indeed, the old who do not die are crafty. This old man must definitely have some unknown tricks up his sleeve. You need not worry about me. Seeing Zheng's look, Gung Yang assumed he was concerned, scoffed coldly, you might even die before me. This statement jolted Zheng back to his senses. He no longer spoke, his expression returned to its previous cold detachment, and he followed behind Gung Yang without further words. Gung Yang raised his hand to pick up Zheng, tore through the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Soon, the familiar terrain of Giant Marsh appeared before Zheng, with its streams crisscrossing, and he had returned to Giant Marsh. Today I am merely a ferryman. Naturally, I will send you to your desired destination. Your wife and those martial path grandmasters, I am taking them away. Deng Yang signaled for Zheng to open the small world and soon walked out with Song Lingxue, Fu Quanliang, and several martial path grandmasters including Li Mingzhou. He left behind a few people for Zheng, including Song Tonghai and Bai Nian along with several aging grandmasters. He did not take them. According to him, these people had poor talent and had essentially reached their limits. They would never see the day of condensing qi to aura. Taking another person back would mean having to support them, which was simply troublesome. As for the people like Li Mingzhou, their talent was decent, and perhaps could be exchanged for some resources from the martial hall. While entering and exiting the small world, Deng Yang kept holding Zheng's hand, always maintaining a high level of vigilance towards him. Zheng was not someone to be judged by common sense. How much these people weighed in his heart was hard to say. If there was a slight oversight, he seriously suspected that this youngster would seize the opportunity to escape and trap him in this small world until he died of old age. After all, he was definitely not going to outlive Zheng, and he did not want to follow in Yi Yulo's footsteps. Song Lingshua's eyes were filled with worry, concerned about Zheng's current situation, eager to advise but unable to speak. Deng Yang did not intend to give them time for farewells, instantly sealing the mouths of the group for some peace. The matter of Ling Qi, I've taken care of it for you. Don't come seeking me in Taixuan in the future, I won't help you again. Deng Yang said casually, tossing a jade scroll, then with a flick of his sleeve sent forth a swath of crimson divine light, sweeping up Song Lingxue and the group, and vanishing in a blink. Zheng opened his mouth intending to ask, but before he could speak, Deng Yang had disappeared without a trace. He had wanted to inquire about the great tournament of 10,000 sects, exactly where it was being held. Without the sun and moon above, he couldn't even distinguish north from south. Before he could think further, the sky suddenly darkened. Zheng instinctively looked up, his breath involuntarily caught. Sword blossoms spanned the sky, forming a river of sword qi that tore through the heavens, heading straight towards the Great Zhou. This is. Zheng retracted his aura, waiting for the river of sword qi to pass before he glanced at the jade scroll that Deng Yang had tossed to him before leaving, his expression startled. Hidden Dragon List. He unfurled it to take a brief look, noting the densely packed names and information that kept changing. The information was overwhelmingly complex, and he did not have time to sort through it at the moment, so he decided to set it aside for now. With a light sigh, he gathered his thoughts and according to his original plan, began to inquire about the Song family. The great tournament of 10,000 sects was no ordinary event, and surely all Immortal Path sects would have information about it. There was no need to rush at this moment. The urgent matter at hand was to first enhance his own cultivation, which took precedence. Wasting time traveling was not a wise decision. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As the sun set in the west, twilight approached, and the horizon blazed like fire. The river surface shimmered brilliantly, reflecting the golden light, as a fleet of boats slowly sailed through the myriad of golden scales scattered across the water. Inside a sequestered cabin on the main boat, Zheng sat cross-legged on a bed, with surges of spiritual energy swirling around him, constrained to a small area by his side. At his dantian, a hazy golden light filtered through his lower abdomen, as if it were breathing. The moment the 5 elements shaping pill was repaired, Zheng swallowed it. Its effects were immediate, and he soon experienced the wonder of a 4th-order elixir. This 4th-order elixir was equivalent to that of a cultivator in the divine infant realm, significantly benefiting even those with divine infant grade ability. Coupled with the complete power of the 5 elements in this elixir, Zheng's qi refining's cultivation advanced exponentially. Within less than 10 days, he had made another breakthrough, reaching the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The soundproofing of the cabin was poor, and with Zheng's keen hearing, he often caught snippets of private conversations from the outside world. The discussions were about the great wildfire that had impacted dozens of countries, a disaster rarely seen in 10,000 years. Countless mortals and even impacted cultivators and sects had perished due to it. After a while, Zheng slowly opened his eyes and pulled up his panel. Name, Zheng, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Peak of Spirit Transformation Realm, Immortal Path, Late Spirit Spring Realm, Cultivation Techniques, Taixuan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 6th Order/Incomplete, Heavenly Star Body Refining Technique, 5th Order, Divine Skills, Xian Tian Seal 3rd Form, 5th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Object Control, 1st Order, Transmute Stone to Gold, 1st Order, Invisibility Technique, 1st Order, Repair Master, 2nd Order, 890/1000, remaining repair attempts for the day, 0, currently able to repair, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline Upper Volume, 65/1000, Phantom Spirit Technique, 0/10,000, advancement to 3rd Order Repair Master was within Zheng's grasp, and a repair of the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline Upper Volume had been prioritized in his next step. Only 200 days were needed to complete the repair. The upper volume encompassed the cultivation of the Tao embryo and the methods of condensing one's life-bound golden core. Once he attained the golden core, Zheng would be able to begin the practice of powerful divine skills. With the branding of divine skill imprints upon the golden core, he would wield the might to stabilize the seas with a mere gesture. At that stage, save for the grand sects of Immortal Path, there would be very few things in this realm that could pose a threat to him. Zheng's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, just one step away from the Jade Bone realm. The efficacy of the 5 elements shaping Yuan pill was extremely mysterious, continuously nourishing his body, and even without actively cultivating, the Yuan Qi within his body slowly increased. This kind of growth would be negligible for cultivators in the divine infant realm, but for Zheng in his current state, the effect was nothing short of astounding. At this rate, it would take him no more than 2 more months to step into the Jade Bone realm. A Jade Bone in 1 year, among Qi cultivators, he was a peerless genius, rarely seen throughout the ages. Only those freaks of nature, favored by heaven and earth, could have such speed in their progression. Once he stepped into the Jade Bone realm, Zheng's physical strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Throughout the Jade Bone realm, the muscles and bones would continuously mutate, reversing any negative changes caused by postnatal environment, acquired throughout the growth process. The shape of his body, his muscles, root bones, and even the way Qi circulated, would all regress towards their condition at the time of birth. Upon achieving perfection in the Jade Bone realm, with his physical body adjusted to an almost perfect state, one could then begin constructing the Tao embryo. And all of this was in preparation for the Golden Core realm. Calming his inner breath, Zheng took out a jade scroll from his sleeve. Hidden Dragon List, 3rd Order handed down by the Immortal Alliance, connected to the Heavenly Tao, created especially for the Great Tournament of 10,000 sects, only a few holy lands are qualified to possess it. The Hidden Dragon List that Gung Yang left behind, in recent days, Zheng, by combining the information provided by the panel, had largely figured out its use. Those who participate in the Great Tournament of 10,000 sects, when they leave their sects, will have a farewell ceremony, where sacrifices are made and blood is offered in a ritual to the heavens. During this process, the aura of the cultivating geniuses naturally gets recorded by the Heavenly Tao. This privilege is prepared for the true disciples of the major holy lands, allowing them to gain an early understanding of their opponents. As for Zheng, his name was already on the list. Hidden Dragon List number 7469, from Taixuan Holy Land, Zheng, Bone Age 18, Cultivation at the late stage of the Spirit Spring Realm. Gung Yang had already helped Zheng enter his information into the Hidden Dragon List in advance. Zheng unfolded the Hidden Dragon List, his gaze moving toward the top of the list. Hidden Dragon List number 1, from Primordial Spirit Holy Land, Concealing, Bone Age 84, Cultivation at the early stage of the Divine Infant Realm. At the age of 84, stepping into the realm of Divine Infant great ability, on par with the Supreme Elders of many great sections. This speed of progression was truly astonishing. Apart from Concealing, the one ranked 10th also possessed the cultivation of soul condensing realm perfection. This year's great tournament of 10,000 sects, compared to previous ones, was more formidable by not just a small margin. In the past, the emergence of a cultivator with soul-condensing realm perfection could likely top the list, but now they might not even make it into the top 10. And then there was a monstrous talent who had stepped into the divine infant realm, leaving all others far behind. Zheng looked over the list for a moment, then put away the hidden dragon list, got up from his bed, and moved towards the corner to push open the cabin window. The river breeze brushed across his face, bringing along a slightly fishy and moist scent. As they moved deeper into Giant Marsh, the proportion of water chi in the air became noticeably higher. The territory of Giant Marsh country was extremely vast, almost more than twice the size of Great Zhou. Though due to abundant waterways and numerous islands, its actual population was comparable to that of Great Zhou. With water demons rampant, numerous small sects were scattered throughout the region, and it was common to see cultivators passing by. Regarding the Song family, the findings from Zheng's recent exploration in Giant Marsh had been surprisingly fruitful. He had thought it would not be easy to find them, but it turned out he rapidly received news. The ship he was on now was headed for the island where the Song family resided. The Song family had a very prominent reputation within Giant Marsh. The patriarch of the Song family, Song Tongxian, had one son and one daughter, both of whom possessed an immortal bone and had been accepted as disciples by Qianglu. The eldest son, Song Lingfeng, had a middle-quality immortal bone and upon entry, was immediately accepted into the ranks of true disciples. The second daughter, Song Lingping, possessed a talent not inferior to others. Although she had a lower-quality immortal bone, her constitution was different from ordinary people, with broader meridians, nearly twice as superior to those of regular cultivators, and was exceptionally promoted to the inner sect. With two immortal seedlings in one family, it naturally caused quite a stir in Giant Marsh. It took several days traveling by water before finally reaching shore. Once on land, Zheng found a corner and released Song Tonghai from his small world. Given his identity, contacting the Song family was naturally more appropriate. The island wasn't large, and the Song family head's mansion was easy to find. In less than half an hour, the two men were standing in front of the grand entrance of the Song residence. After handing over their visiting cards, it took only a moment before a figure quickly approached, striding with the wind, crossing the threshold in an instant, and stood before them. The newcomer looked to be about the same age as Song Tonghai, or even younger, dressed in a dark red robe with hidden patterns, full of vigorous blood chi, with a heroic and flourishing appearance. In the prime of his life, his martial path cultivation profound, already reaching the realm of a martial path grandmaster. Compared to Song Lingqing's situation then, Qianglu apparently had far fewer restrictive rules. Song Lingfeng as well as Song Lingping would often return home, bringing back spirit pills from their sect for Song Tongxian to consume. Together with the constant practice of inner strength, it was natural that he looked significantly healthier. Little Hai? Seeing the two people in front of him, Song Tongxian tentatively called out, somewhat unsure. He left home when Song Tonghai was only 2 years old. Decades have passed since then, and the younger brother who had just started to toddle was now a middle-aged man. The two brothers had not seen each other since that separation decades ago, with only letters exchanged. But blood is thicker than water, and from the similar features alone, the familiarity in their eyes and brows already brought a sense of closeness. Big brother. Song Tonghai called out, his eyes slightly red. During the tumultuous times of the Song family, he had almost no one to rely on and struggled to support the family on his own. His emotions were naturally somewhat uncontrollable at this moment. Let's talk inside the house. Song Tongxian didn't say much. Slightly excited, he turned around to lead the way, calling out loudly, "Serve the tea." Soon, Song Tongxian welcomed the two men into the mansion. Today was different from other days. Zheng was now openly recognized as a late-stage spirit spring realm cultivator, and his actions no longer needed to be secretive. This time he visited the Song residence in the capacity of an immortal master, and naturally, he received a great deal of courtesy. After entering the Song residence, Zheng's purpose was very clear. After greeting Song Tongxian, he immediately headed to the mansion's treasury and dove right in. The frequent birth of immortal seedlings with immortal bones suggested that there must be some mystery within the bloodlines of the Song family. When Song Tongxian left home years ago, he took many of the Song family's hereditary foundations with him, which might contain some clues. Zheng quickly found some hints among a pile of miscellaneous items. Family Heritage Blood Jade, 4th Order / Incomplete, a medium to open a secret realm, divided into 6 fragments. Once all are collected and complemented with the essence blood of the Song family's direct lineage, it can open a secret realm and can be repaired. 0 out of 500, Zheng caressed the blood jade at his fingertips, falling into deep thought. Great Zhou truly was a land of wonders, with both martial path legacies and grand family inheritances like the Song family, which hid many secrets. Perhaps he should take the time to return to Great Zhou and browse through the Great Zhou Imperial Family Scripture Pavilion. Maybe he would find some gains. The quality of 4th Order, if it were a magic treasure, would already be considered superior divine weapons, able to exchange for a whole country's territory. Looking at the quality of this blood jade from the Song family, the secret realm within it is likely no ordinary place. The ancestors of the Song family must have had a formidable figure among them, but now, it doesn't hold much significance. So many years have passed, and the Song family has spread unknown generations across the world. The fragments of this blood jade have also drifted to who knows where in this realm. Moreover, the so-called gathering of the blood jade has no necessity for Zheng. Once the repair is complete, just with this fragment and the Song family bloodline, Zheng will be able to directly open up this secret realm. However, this is an object of the Song family ancestors, and Zheng is hardly at the point of scheming for another's ancestral property, and right now, he doesn't have spare repair counts to share. If there's a chance in the future, after he advances to a 5th Order repair master, he would be very willing to help if the people of the Song family want to retrieve their ancestors' inheritance. After all, he is somewhat interested in everything from the past. Besides this blood jade, Zheng also discovered many interesting items, quite ancient in years, containing many ancient objects from 1,000 years ago, faintly revealing the Song family's history. But among them, what shocked Zheng the most was an incomplete anthology of miscellaneous writings. Only about 20 pages, the paper slightly yellowed, exuding an ancient aura of the ages. Judging by the paper alone, it also had a history of at least 1,000 years. Nameless notebook, 0th Order / Incomplete passages excerpted from various scriptures. Most of the original sources are now untraceable. Reparable. After repairing the notebook, Zheng began to read it carefully. Initially, he did not pay much attention, but after reading a few pages, he was shocked by a prompt that came to his mind. 7 Precepts of Life Nourishment, 1st Order / Incomplete Taoist Life Nourishing Techniques, perfecting it grants an additional 120 years to one's lifespan, reparable. 12 Minor Circulation Scripture, 4th Order / Incomplete Taoist all-encompassing Qi gathering techniques, includes methods to condense a golden core, encompassing 3 great divine skills, initial repair, 0/300. Cold Sky Poetry Collection, 2nd Order / Incomplete Introductory Scroll for the Confucian Path, read through 100 times, those with exceptional talent may nurture vast righteous Qi, repelling all evil, reparable, 0/80. Heavenly Wondrous Bodhi Scripture, 5th Order / Incomplete Profound Buddhist Scripture, upon perfecting, one may achieve nirvana and comprehend a trace of life and death's mystery, initial repair, 0/500. These scriptures, with evident traces of transcription, were copied from various other scrolls, scraps of text, but in the interface, they were finely distinguished. This was a manuscript filled with jumbled information, but within it, Zheng saw scriptures of the Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist schools he had never encountered before in this world. Though there were only fragments, their meanings were entirely different, indicating that this world was not originally as it appears now. This world must have once harbored these beliefs. After arriving in this realm, Zheng has been to many places and had never seen Taoist temples or Buddhist monasteries. He hadn't noticed anything amiss until this moment. Throughout his journey, it seems that none of the kingdoms maintain a tradition of worshipping gods. Belief in this world seems non-existent. After pondering for a moment, several conjectures gradually formed in Zheng's mind. The first possibility is that just as the martial path has been severed, these Taoist orthodoxies also had been passed down in the past, but were mysteriously interfered with and completely disappeared from the annals of history, perhaps by the doing of the Immortal Alliance. Besides that, there's another possibility. This anthology of miscellaneous texts may have originated from the hands of someone who had made contact with other Taoist orthodoxies. This person had come into contact with the cultivation methods from other worlds, which is why this notebook came into existence. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng put away the notebook, no longer dwelling on it. For the time being, he could not make heads or tails of the situation, and blind guessing was nothing but a waste of time. The harvest this time was significant enough. The divine skills recorded within the 12 minor circulation scripture greatly interested him and would be of much use to him in the future. Suddenly, Zheng's ears twitched, and he left the mansion's treasury, heading swiftly towards the front hall. He held some caution towards Qianglu and was a bit worried that Song Tonghai might be too relaxed, exposing too much information. Therefore, while searching for items in the mansion's treasury, he kept an ear out for any commotion in the nearby front hall, catching every conversation. Regarding his younger brother, Song Tonghai, Song Tongxian clearly felt some guilt. Only because he was the eldest son, and also tasked with re-establishing the family. When he started compiling the family genealogy and left home, he took with him most of the Song family's trusted elites. Otherwise, a martial arts family with a history of 300 years would not have fallen to the point where only Song Tonghai was left to uphold the family reputation. Inside the front hall, Song Tonghai and Song Tonghai sat opposite each other, the atmosphere slightly awkward. After being apart for so long, even blood brothers felt somewhat constrained in conversation. I received the letter you sent the day before yesterday. I have already arranged for people to respond, you can rest assured, said Song Tongxian after sipping his tea and placing the cup down gently. If you encounter any difficulties, just discuss them with me. Times have changed. Qianglu holds the Song family in high regard, and there are over a dozen outer sect disciples stationed in various industries belonging to our family. Having forged relations with Immortal sect, the Song family's status naturally differed from ordinary secular families. In recent years, within the entirety of Giant Marsh, the name of the Song family was even more effective than the bloodline of the royal family. I heard some news from Qianglu that my niece, Ling Qing, seems to have encountered some trouble. How is the situation now? Song Tongxian proactively inquired about Song Lingqing's well-being. The main sect of Qianglu was extremely distant from Giant Marsh, and this branch located within Giant Marsh did not pay much attention to the affairs of Phantom Spirit sect. The information they had was quite limited, and he had only overheard the matter by chance. I'm not too clear on the specifics, but it should be fine, hesitated Song Tonghai for a moment before shaking his head. He did not delve too deeply into the conversation with Song Tongxian, nor did he mention anything about Song Lingqing. Even though the man before him was his elder brother, human hearts are unpredictable, and over the decades, people invariably change. The letter Song Tonghai received was one that had been sent nearly a year ago, and the situation had already changed drastically since then. The tens of thousands of miles of distance, for ordinary people, was simply too far. Now with Ling Qing's circumstances unclear, rashly using Qianglu to search for her might instead cause her trouble, not worth the risk. These days, the only person Song Tonghai trusted was Zheng. At least Zheng was now his son-in-law and surely would not harm him. Blood is thicker than water, and he, having weathered the world's trials and tribulations, naturally understood these priorities. His sole hope now was that if Song Lingqing made it to Giant Marsh, she would come to the Song family first, allowing for a father-daughter reunion. The Song family had previously transported most of their assets to the Giant Marsh in several batches, yet not a single carriage was to be seen now. Seeing some worry on Song Tonghai's face, Song Tongxian thought he was anxious about the family estate and immediately soothed him, "You can settle down here in peace. I'll have someone inquire about the items you've arranged to be sent. There's no need to worry." "Thank you, big brother." Song Tonghai didn't offer any explanation as he stood up to express his thanks, his expression somewhat ashamed. Keeping secrets from his blood brother indeed made him feel a bit guilty in his conscience. Squeak, Zheng pushed open the hall door, stepped slowly over the threshold, and entered the room. Chu the superior immortal. Song Tongxian was the first to stand up and greeted him with a smile on his face. How is it? Did you find anything to your liking in the mansion's treasury? Since learning that Zheng was a lone loose cultivator, he had been extremely warm and cordial with an obvious intention to invite him to join. Thank you, Patriarch Song. Zheng expressed his gratitude. The Song family treasury is quite rich in collection, truly an eye-opener for me. This wasn't just courtesy. Within the Song family treasury, there were many spirit stones, which indeed surprised Zheng. Though lower-quality spirit stones don't hold much value in the world of cultivation, they are beyond the measure of gold and silver in the mortal world. This reflects the barrier between celestials and mortals. This is likely an unspoken consensus amongst the great immortal sects, to prevent cultivators from interfering too much with mortal dynasties, amassing wealth, and using mortal gold and silver for personal gain, which could influence the selection of immortal seedlings and shake the foundations of the sects. After all, controlling mortals is truly effortless for cultivators. Chu the superior immortal is being too generous with his praise. These are just some common items. If you see anything you like, feel free to take it. We are all family here, no need to stand on ceremony. Song Tongxian waved his hand, appearing very generous. A late spirit spring realm loose cultivator, and such a young one at that. If he could be persuaded to stay at the mansion, even smaller sects would have to think twice before speaking to the Song family. Once Zheng stepped onto the path of cultivation, the Song family could even directly intervene in the affairs of immortal sects, making a leap like a fish turning into a dragon. This would provide strong support for the two immortal seedlings cultivating in Qianglu. Just as Zheng was about to speak, a servant came from outside the hall to report, Patriarch, the young master and young miss have returned. Oh? That was quick. Song Tongshuan's eyes lit up, and he gestured, bring them here directly. As his words fell, he turned to Song Tonghai, after you came, I sent a message to call them back immediately. I didn't expect such a swift return. Shortly, a young man and woman stepped into the hall. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in a blue vestment robe, tall with a stature over 8 feet, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, with a countenance as handsome as jade. The woman looked slightly younger, around 17 or 18, dressed in a yellow skirt with only a jade hairpin inserted among her soft, lustrous hair that fell down her back, covering her waist, her eyes sparkling and lively, showing a very spirited demeanor. The Song family's lineage was indeed extraordinary. Based on appearance alone, each one was outstanding and presentable. Zheng had already inquired about the Song family information beforehand and recognized the identities of the two immediately. Song Lingfeng, middle-quality immortal bone, has been cultivating for more than 10 years. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the spirit spring realm, on the verge of entering the next level. Song Lingping, lower-quality immortal bone, entered Qianglu the same year as Song Lingfeng, but her cultivation was far behind, having just stepped into the spirit spring realm. This is the uncle I mentioned to you before, call him over. Song Tongxian raised his hand to signal. Uncle, both bowed respectfully and expressed their reverence, not showing any disdain due to Song Tonghai's mortal status, an evident sign of strict familial teachings. In that moment, Song Tonghai was at a loss, as it was customary for an elder to present a meeting gift at their first encounter. Being without anything of value on hand at the moment, he found himself somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Zheng quietly stepped back, took out 2 palm-sized brocade boxes by conjuring a blinding method, and discreetly slipped them into Song Tonghai's sleeve without a sound. We are all family here, no need for such formalities. Song Tonghai felt reassured, a smile appearing on his face as he took out the brocade boxes from his sleeve and handed them to the two. Thank you, uncle. Neither of them declined. Instead, they accepted the boxes with both hands and put them away without opening them. The items Zheng placed within the 2 brocade boxes were the same, a first-order spirit pill, just right for their cultivation levels, neither too precious nor insufficient. And this fellow Taoist is? Song Lingfeng turned to look at the somewhat youthful-looking Zheng, his expression uncertain, for someone of late spirit spring realm had significant strength within the giant marsh region. Zheng, merely a loose cultivator. Zheng nodded and greeted him. After some pleasantries, Song Lingfeng's eyes flickered with an eagerness he could hardly contain as he asked, observing that fellow Taoist is still young, I'm curious if you plan to attend the upcoming great tournament of 10,000 sects. I intend to gain some exposure at this grand event. The Great Tournament of 10,000 sects, a competition held once every century, is an event that many fiery youths aspire to attend. Upon hearing this, Zheng subconsciously made a quick estimate and soon came to a conclusion. Song Lingfeng's ranking should be around 8 or 9,000 on the Hidden Dragon list. The main reason for his own rank around 7,000 was largely due to the words Taixuan. Beyond him and a few hundred others, the ranks were dominated by those at the peak of the spirit spring realm. With such cultivation levels, participating in the competition could be overly perilous. In the time following Zhou Zili's demise, the entire Taixuan Holy Land was shaken as never before. The fall of a pseudo-immortal was a heavy blow to any holy land. Moreover, the murderer did not bother to conceal their tracks, with the aura of divine fire lingering for half a month and yet to dissipate. There was no need for investigation to know who was responsible. Within the Taixuan Holy Land, only Gung Yang could dispatch Zhou Zili with such nonchalance. When the Taixuan Holy Land sought an explanation, they were met with a surging sea of fire. In response to this matter, the Taixuan Holy Land didn't even bother to offer an explanation. Instead, they boldly announced to the world their plans to reopen their sect gate. Such an unbridled attitude completely enraged the Taixuan Saint Lord, who summoned the immortal treasure of the Taixuan Holy Land, the Taixuan Sword, and directed it towards the contiguous fire domain of the Taixuan Holy Land. He proclaimed his intention to level Taixuan to the ground, demanding blood for blood. The other 3 holy lands, which had previously planned to watch from the sidelines, also grew restless upon learning of Taixuan's intentions to re-enter the world and send envoys, issuing joint condemnations. This matter swiftly caught the attention of the Immortal Alliance. The collective movement of the 5 great holy lands was by no means a small matter in the context of the entire Zhongyun realm. The Immortal Alliance responded swiftly, dispatching an immortal envoy from the interrealm transport formation to the Zhongyun realm within just a few days. The arrival of the envoy led to an immediate assembly of the holy masters from all 5 great holy lands within the fire domain of the Taixuan Holy Land, where a council was held. Clearly taking the matter very seriously, the Immortal Alliance sent an envoy who was a demi-immortal that had stepped into the Immortal Tribulation secret realm. Without rules, there is no square or circle. Once cultivation has reached the step of the Taixuan secret realm, one can no longer act on their own volition. Especially within the human race, even if there are private grievances, one ought to restrain and endure, report to the Immortal Alliance, and request the Immortal Alliance's judgment. Every encounter in the Taixuan secret realm is a catastrophe for the common people and even the cultivation sects. Let alone Taixuan, the mere act of a divine infant cultivator is enough to shatter mountains and fracture ridges, with consequences too vast. Divine infant cultivators are bound by the various sacred lands, while only the Immortal Alliance has the surplus power to govern Taixuan. This time, the envoy from the Immortal Alliance hails from a star domain far removed, with no ties to the Zhongyun realm, ensuring there are no entangled interests. Once affairs involve the Holy Lands, the Immortal Alliance's way of handling must be impartial, without a trace of personal emotion, or else endless troubles will follow, wasting much unnecessary effort. In the southern region, the far south. Above a range of continuous volcanoes, an azure giant sword that covered the sky and sun loomed overhead, with mysterious immortal patterns flowing upon it, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty. Taixuan Sword, a hereditary immortal treasure of the Taixuan Holy Land that suppresses the destiny. Immortal treasures are the foundational heritage of the great sacred lands. In the present age of the Zhongyun realm, no true immortals remain, and the environment has greatly deteriorated, no longer can anyone wield such treasures. Each activation consumes a massive amount of resources and comes with great limitations, only allowing 1 or 2 strikes. However, no matter how many restrictions there are, it is still an immortal treasure. Even if it is just 1 strike, it still possesses the might of a true immortal, the power almost akin to world-ending. Claiming it could sink half of the southern region in 1 hit is no exaggeration at all. Divine brilliance cascades from the edge of the Taixuan sword, like an endless waterfall hanging from the 9 heavens. This divine brilliance, piercing through the dense clouds, turns into a hazy misty rain, gently descending into the sea of magma, sending up billowing smoke. This region hasn't known rain for many years, yet now, this rain is filled with a killing intent. As the rain falls, searing mists and thick, toxic smoke follow in its wake. The few mundane realms that exist are affected, with countless deaths, and the air is filled with a pungent smell. Not far from the Taixuan sword, in the void, a white jade great hall hangs in midair, supported by an invisible force. Inside the hall, nearly 100 figures stand distinctly divided into 5 groups. At the center, a jade table is placed, and the holy masters of the major sacred lands are all present, 5 of them sitting around, leaving the main seat empty. Zheng Yang sits comfortably, sipping tea with his eyes downcast, toying with a piece of red amber in his hand, seemingly unfazed, despite the proximity of the Taixuan sword. The expressions of the holy masters from the other 4 sacred lands are somewhat stiff, their gazes subtly inspecting the red amber in Zheng Yang's hand. The amber is clear, with azure flame within it moving about as Zheng Yang turns his wrist. The holy masters present all sense a lethal threat emanating from this piece of red amber. Legend has it that deep within the Taixuan Holy Land, an ancient immortal flame has been handed down from ancient times, transformed by an immortal after mastering the fire god transformation within the Taixuan divine fire scripture to its pinnacle, possessing the power to burn the heavens, and even the ability to smelt immortal treasures. Now, it seems the legends held no falsehood. Fluctuations ripple through the void, causing the expressions of the holy masters to shift as they stand, even Zheng Yang, who set aside his teacup to rise and greet. The Immortal Alliance envoy has arrived. They had all received information about the individual the Immortal Alliance had dispatched. Ji Yuyan, patriarch of a major doctrine, commanding multiple star domains, in the late stages of the immortal tribulation realm, having overcome 2 heavenly tribulations, was just a step away from the true immortal realm. Moments later, a figure stepped into the hall, around 30 years of age, tall and well-built, with flawless facial features and gentle eyes, wearing a wooden crown on his hair, dressed in a plain robe embroidered with gilt cloud patterns. Every move he made oozed with immortal light. Immortal Ji, the 5 holy masters bowed in unison. "No need for undue ceremony," he replied. Immortal Ji Yuyan's gaze immediately swept towards the amber in Zheng Yang's hand, without revealing any surprise, smiled, and spoke slowly, "Please, take a seat and we shall talk." After everyone had taken their seats, the Taixuan holy master, clad in a black robe, promptly spoke in a deep voice, "Immortal Ji, Zheng Yang has acted recklessly, relying on his profound cultivation to slay Zhou Zili of the Taixuan Holy Land. His actions affected 100 nations, causing over 100 million souls to perish. His sins are truly immeasurable. We hope the Immortal Alliance will severely punish Taixuan to demonstrate justice. Does the Taixuan Holy Master have any explanation?" Immortal Ji Yuyan's face lost its smile as he asked dispassionately. "He sought his own death, I am not in the wrong, why should I explain?" Zheng Yang's attitude was extremely assertive, his tone ice cold. The beings involved in this battle should be the responsibility of the Taixuan Holy Land, as they were the instigators. Immortal Ji Yuyan fell into contemplation, and after a long pause, he looked up to the sky and called out softly, "Court Immortal, what is your view?" In an instant, dark clouds swirled outside the hall and thunder rolled over the edges of the clouds, sending down a muffled heavenly chant. Upon hearing the words, "Court Immortal," everyone from the Taixuan Holy Land present, including the Taixuan Holy Master, visibly relaxed. After all, Zhao Tingxian had emerged from the Taixuan Holy Land and, no matter what, was expected to show some bias. "I see." After listening attentively for a moment, Immortal Ji Yuyan's expression turned to one of realization as he nodded, glanced at the several holy masters, and declared the heavenly Tao judgment in a grave voice. Zhou Zili blocked the way and struck first. His reasoning was flawed. Gung Yang killed him in self-defense, and is not at fault. All losses from the battle shall be borne by the Taixuan Holy Land. Within 10 years, they must offer reparations and soothe the spirits. Should there be any deception, other punishments will ensue. Hearing Immortal Ji Yuyan's words, the various elder-level divine transformation realm cultivators of the Taixuan Holy Land were incredulous. This included Wen Lijun and another from Fengzhou who had followed Zhou Zili to Great Zhou to gather intelligence. Back in Great Zhou, Zhou Zili had performed a blood sacrifice to the heavens and received a response from the heavenly Tao, something they had all witnessed. Logically, Zhao Tingxian should have been on their side, but the current outcome was completely unexpected. The Taixuan Holy Master lowered his head, showing no sign of objection. Neither the heavenly Tao nor the Immortal Alliance were entities that could be questioned, for the heart of heaven is utterly impartial. After a moment of silence, the Taixuan Holy Master asked in a solemn voice, regarding the individual who caused the fluctuations of the heavenly Tao laws. The several great holy lands had already received the news that Gung Yang had brought back a few individuals from the martial path to the Taixuan Holy Land. It was no longer a secret. Since Taixuan has found them, let them stay with Taixuan for now, Immortal Ji Yuyan said without much consideration. The deviation of the heavenly Tao in the Zhongyun realm has come to a halt. Once this individual is taken away by the martial hall, it will naturally begin to recover gradually, without significant impact. As he said this, Immortal Ji Yuyan's expression suddenly became a lot more solemn. He glanced at the Holy Masters and said in a serious tone, "Recently, an immortal king of the Immortal Alliance received a premonition that the Immortal Alliance is about to face a great battle. The adversary is unknown. During this critical time, I hope all of you will act cautiously and avoid bringing disaster upon yourselves." A war. Upon hearing Ji Yuyan's words, the initial reaction of several holy masters was one of disbelief. The Immortal Alliance, as a behemoth spanning eons, had existed even longer than the entire ancient history of the Zhongyun realm. If there was an enemy within the universe that could make the Immortal Alliance take them seriously, it would only be the Martial Hall. But between the Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance, a starry sky barrier had been established for tens of millions of years. Although there had been frictions, there had not been a large-scale conflict for a long time. Moreover, it was not difficult to discern from Ji Yuyan's words that the Immortal Alliance did not even know who their opponent was, which was somewhat ludicrous. The prophecy given by the Immortal King indicates that this is a dispute over Taoist Orthodoxy, concerning the survival of the Immortal Path. It could be from all heavens, or the Taoist Orthodoxy that was expelled to the myriad realms, not excluding the Martial Hall. Ji Yuyan's expression became solemn, and he spoke gravely. This war involves a wide array, and once it begins, all cultivators above the divine infant realm within the Zhongyun realm will be conscripted. Everyone should be prepared. The dispute over Taoist Orthodoxy. Upon hearing these 4 words, the hall fell into silence. The Zhongyun realm had also experienced such a dispute over Taoist Orthodoxy in the past. After the Great War, the martial path declined, various Taoist orthodoxy withdrew from Zhongyun, and all collected scriptures and scrolls accumulated over countless ages were burned to ashes. Today, not even a trace can be seen, and the cruelty of it is beyond words. This time, indeed, the casualties were heavy. The court immortal is very upset, but he is in seclusion, preparing for his final heavenly tribulation. He couldn't spare any effort, otherwise, he would have handled this matter personally. The Immortal Alliance does not wish to see any more needless internal consumption and hopes that everyone can ease their relations somewhat. As the words fell, a smile appeared on Ji Yuyan's face, his tone softened. What I am conveying here represents the intent of the Immortal Alliance, not my personal demand from everyone. I hope you will bear with us. This attitude made the several holy masters feel somewhat flattered, and they stood up one after another, making their assurances. Ji Immortal's words are significant. Since it's a directive from the Immortal Alliance, we will certainly comply. Without the several immortal kings resisting the invasion of different Taoist orthodoxies, how could the Taixuan realm be stable today? We of the heavenly throne will fully comply with the will of the Immortal Alliance. The Taixu Saint Lord and Gung Yang did not speak, but they also gave Ji Yuyan a bow as a gesture of respect. This matter seemed to be concluded. Thus, from today onwards, if any cultivator above the divine infant realm takes unauthorized actions, the various holy lands need not report it but can handle it themselves. Ji Yuyan's smile did not diminish as he spoke softly. Should anyone involve the innocent, the entire sect will be implicated. The atmosphere in the hall, which had just relaxed a bit, once again turned tense. The expressions of the several holy masters were somewhat unnatural, but they could only nod in agreement. Only the primordial spirit Saint Lord, with a furrowed brow, hesitated for a moment before asking, "Ji Immortal, our primordial spirit Saint Lord Zheng has now entered the divine infant realm. He still has to participate in the upcoming great tournament of 10,000 sects. How should this be handled?" He appeared to be nearly 60, slim, clad in a simple gray-green robe, with signs of aging on his face, having experienced many upheavals, now nearing the latter half of his life. "Zheng?" Ji Yuyan's expression changed, his face showing some surprise. Could this child possibly be? Correct, he indeed has the bloodline of the Zheng family. The primordial spirit Saint Lord nodded. So he is a descendant of the Taixuan immortal king. With such talent, it is not surprising. Ji Yuyan's expression cleared, he pondered for a moment, then spoke softly, "Let him participate in the final competition." To think that in this tournament, there would be such a monstrous figure, not yet 100 years old, who has stepped into the divine infant realm. Worthy of being from the land of the immortal king, a generation of prodigies. His expression was somewhat moved, and then, exhibiting curiosity, he said, "The great tournament of 10,000 sects in the Taixuan realm is highly praised within the Immortal Alliance, and I have heard of it as well. I wonder if I could take a look at the hidden dragon list?" Of course. The primordial spirit Saint Lord took out the hidden dragon list without delay, unable to conceal his pride. In this great tournament of 10,000 sects, Zheng undeniably dominated the rankings, and the primordial spirit Holy Land had shown itself off to great effect, which was enormously beneficial to the reputation of the Holy Land. In the current southern region, where the world is divided into 4, although there is no warfare among the Holy Lands, they compete for territories in the shadows. The great tournament of 10,000 sects, observed by immortal sects from all places, regardless of their size or strength, had a profound influence. By bringing out a monstrous figure like Zheng, the primordial spirit Holy Land could at least ensure its prosperity for the next 10,000 years, leaving the other major Holy Lands significantly weaker. Consequently, those sects that were initially undecided, as well as those surviving on trade, would naturally target the primordial spirit Holy Land for cooperation and allegiance. The hidden dragon list slowly unfolded in the void, revealing itself to everyone present. Hidden dragon list first place, primordial spirit Holy Land, Zheng, bone age 84, cultivation in the early divine infant realm. Hidden dragon list second place, heavenly throne Holy Land, Zheng Tianshou, bone age 88, cultivation at soul condensing realm perfection. Hidden dragon list third place, Jinli Holy Land, Yuan Shao, bone age 90, cultivation at soul condensing realm perfection. After glancing at the hidden dragon list and pausing for a moment on the names of several major holy lands, Ji Yuyan had his speculations. 18 years old, in the late spirit spring realm, Taixuan. This child has decent talent, but it's a pity he was born at an inopportune time, otherwise, he might have a chance to enter the top 10 in the next competition. He turned to look at Gung Yang and smiled as he asked, "How old was he when he started nourishing power?" Upon hearing this, Gung Yang glanced at the other holy masters, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Less than a year ago." The eyes of the several holy masters instantly focused, locking onto the hidden dragon list. Hidden dragon list 7469th place, Taixuan Holy Land, Zheng, bone age 18, cultivation in the late spirit spring realm. Less than a year into his cultivation and he'd already reached the late spirit spring realm, even the superior immortal bone seemed lacking by comparison. Considering the profoundness of the Taixuan divine fire scripture, it's likely that he harbors a divine fire seed of no low quality within him. Hearing Gung Yiyang's words, Ji Yuyan's eyebrows moved slightly, his expression turning much more serious. Superior immortal bone? Perhaps. Gung Yiyang replied casually, his gaze sweeping over the several holy masters whose thoughts were varied, his expression undisturbed by any ripples. As for Chu Zheng's life and death, he wasn't too concerned. The nature of this boy was too elusive, not one to stay content in his own lot. Having such a person publicly acting as Taixuan's chess piece to attract the attention of all parties couldn't be more suitable. Young people tend to slack off and need some pressure to urge them to cultivate. Moreover, not even two cultivators who had achieved the divine infant 7 transformations could kill Chu Zheng. Now, in the current situation where the divine infants couldn't make a move, he would only be safer. The ultimate purpose for Gung Yiyang to leave seclusion, aside from dealing with Fang Jiong, was for that person in the martial path. Now that he had achieved his goal, by the time the people from the martial hall arrive, Taixuan Holy Land would have 2 superior immortal bones. Combined with the immortal fire seed passed down by his predecessor, he could lay the foundations for Taixuan's future in an extremely short period of time. The words he had initially said to Chu Zheng were offhand remarks. As for how much sincerity they held, not even he himself knew. If he truly wanted to cultivate Chu Zheng, he would have taken him back to Taixuan long ago and directly passed down the indestructible Skykiran fire, instead of letting him fend for himself. However, as to how far Chu Zheng could ultimately grow, Gung Yiyang still harbored some expectations. Where is this child now? Can I meet him? Ji Yuyan became interested. To be in the late spirit spring realm within a year, such a speed of progression was indeed shockingly fast. Even within the Immortal Alliance, he had rarely heard of such a prodigy, and he had never witnessed one personally. He's out gaining experience. Gung Yiyang smiled faintly, brushing off the subject without going into detail. The methods of locating someone among these holy lands were far more numerous than his own. If nothing unexpected happened, the days ahead for Chu Zheng would be quite stimulating. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall had grown a bit subtle, Ji Yuyan chuckled lightly, breaking the silence. You need not be envious. The martial hall is going to bring at least 4 people with superior immortal bone, with Taixuan receiving 2 of them. The rest of you can still compete using your own methods. If you can present something that satisfies the martial god, you can naturally take them into your fold. For individuals with superior immortal bone? The gazes of several holy masters shifted away from the hidden dragon list, as they instinctively took in a cold breath. The last recorded individual with a superior immortal bone in the Zhongyun realm dates back 10,000 years. Whether these 4 can overcome the immortal tribulation and become true immortals is another matter, but at the very least, they are guaranteed to be 4 demi-immortals of the immortal tribulation realm, powerful enough to dominate the current era. Ji Yuyan glanced at the others, then rose to his feet and walked out of the great hall. He looked down, observing the mundane kingdom shrouded in heavy poison mist. A shadow passed through his eyes as he slowly raised his hand. A fierce wind brushed through the layers of mist, like an invisible gigantic hand tearing away the thin veil separating heaven and earth. Come. A low whisper echoed between heaven and earth, the billowing poison mist and the rain gathered by the invisible wind, converging into his palm and transforming into a black pearl. At that moment, the world became clear, and the divine light emanating from the Taisu sword was also repressed, with the clouds and rain gradually subsiding. The next instant, Ji Yuyan pressed his palm downward, and a majestic rain began to fall from the sky again. This was not mere dew, but spiritual energy transformed, merging seamlessly into the bodies it touched, dissolving without a trace even when falling into the volcanic magma, not stirring up any of the poison mist. In just a short while, countless mortals were turned back from the brink of death at Ghost Gate Pass and were thus saved. A stream of golden light emerged from the void, descending into the back of Ji Yuyan's neck, unnoticed even by the great saints. Ji Yuyan looked at the dark pearl in his palm, walked up to the Taixu Saint Lord, and, before he could react, stuffed the pearl into his mouth. In an instant, a billow of poison mist surged out from the 7 orifices of the Taixu Saint Lord. In a ghastly scene, a holy master was transformed, looking like a fierce ghost, terrifying to the extreme. The Taixu Saint Lord's face twisted ferociously, and with a low roar, he fell to his knees. Within the poison fog, the essence of the Taixu sword was mixed, and such a formidable energy could not be assimilated even by the strong within the Taixuan secret realm in a short time. The immortal bone is granted by heaven for you to shepherd the people on its behalf, not for you to boast of your strength and bully others. Without the immortal bone, your life is not necessarily any more precious than theirs. In the midst of speaking, Ji Yuyan glanced at Gung Yang, and the coldness in his pupils caused Gung Yang, a man not far from death, to feel a chill in his heart. Only a moment later, Ji Yuyan had concealed the emotional fluctuations on his face, and spoke indifferently, "If there is nothing else, I ask that Taixu Holy Land withdraw the immortal treasure. If an innocent person dies again, there will be another punishment from me." The Taixu Saint Lord, kneeling on the ground, took a deep breath and slowly absorbed the poison fog that had scattered back into his abdomen, giving a heavy kowtow, his voice hoarse. "Immortal Ji's teachings are indeed profound, I accept the punishment." The several great saints all bowed their heads in silence, the same sentence involuntarily springing to mind for each of them. Unpredictable, incomprehensible. In just these brief moments, Ji Yuyan's mood had changed several times, truly difficult to fathom. Giant marsh country, Wild Goosewing Island, Song residence. The moon was high, and midnight was approaching. Zheng sat cross-legged by the riverside, on a boulder 2 men tall, with layers upon layers of water waves before him, his breathing long and continuous, his chest showing no sign of rising or falling for a long time. After quite some time, he slowly opened his eyes, pulled out his panel, and used up all 5 of the day's remaining repair chances. Repair Master, Second Order, 1000/1000, in the blink of an eye, he had already been in the Song residence for almost half a month. The daily refreshed repair chances were all used on the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, and today, the experience bar of the Second Order Repair Master had finally reached perfection. You have encountered an obstacle on the path of repair, you have accumulated enough experience, but your cultivation limits you, making it hard to break through the bottleneck. A prompt popped up on the panel, but the anticipated promotion message did not come. Looking at the information appearing on the panel, Zheng fell into thought. Before, his repair master ranking had never been obstructed, this was actually the first time. Recalling the situation of his previous promotions, Zheng had an epiphany. His current cultivation was only first order. If he were to advance to a third order repair master, the rank of the repair master would already be 2 major realms higher than his cultivation. There was a certain restriction on the panel. His advancement in cultivation was somewhat not keeping up with the panel's upgrade pace. Glancing at the sky, Zheng's expression tightened slightly. As the bright moon crossed overhead, he once again pulled out the panel, and then let out a long breath. Remaining repair chances for today, 5. As long as the daily refreshed repair chances did not change, the rank of the repair master had a minuscule impact on him at his present state. In just over a month, he would be able to step into the Jade Bone realm. By that time, the issue of the repair master's rank would naturally solve itself. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zheng's status within the Song family was now extraordinary, and on normal days, barely anyone came to disturb him. He once again lived a life similar to the time he spent in the Spirit Beast Garden, where all he needed to do was cultivate, occasionally going out to scout for news, with a steady improvement in his cultivation. The sun blazed in the sky, the heat steaming above the water surface distorting the vision of living beings. Zheng was still sitting cross-legged on the same huge boulder by the riverside, holding a superior quality spirit stone, drawing upon the power of the 5 elements shaping Yuan pills, with the speed of his cultivation advancing rapidly day by day. Under the massive wash of spiritual energy, his bones were gradually enveloped in a layer of faint light. Crack a euro with a soft click, before Zheng could regain his senses amidst his cultivation breakthrough, a series of reminders from the panel burst forth. Having expended a large amount of energy and diligently cultivated, you finally broke through the cultivation bottleneck. As your repair skills improve with your accomplishments, you are now a third-order repair master. As your repair skills grew, you could never mend certain items due to their incompleteness and material constraints. After much contemplation without results, you gained enlightenment and mastered a divine skill, Heavenly Divination Technique. Heavenly Divination Technique, second order, using certain mediums to search for objects or people. Name: Zheng. Cultivation: Qi refining, early Jade Bone Realm, Immortal Path, late Spirit Spring Realm. Cultivation Technique: Taixuan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 6th Order / Incomplete, Heavenly Star Body Refining Technique, 5th Order, Divine Skills, Xian Tian Seal 3rd Form, 5th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Heavenly Divination Technique, 2nd Order, Object Control, 2nd Order, Transmute Stone to Gold, 2nd Order. Invisibility Technique, 2nd Order, Repair Master, 3rd Order, 5 out of 1000, remaining repairs for the day, 0, currently reparable, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline Upper Volume, 375/500, Phantom Spirit Technique, 0/7000. Looking at the panel before him, Zheng closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, pondering. As his cultivation rose, the ranks of his divine skills correspondingly improved, and once activated, their might became more astonishing. After the rank of Repair Master increased, not only did he gain an additional divine skill, but the number of necessary repairs for cultivation techniques also significantly changed. Especially with the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, which had reduced by nearly half, in just over a month, he would be able to completely repair it. This was perhaps related to his own progress in cultivation. His current understanding of Qi refining naturally surpassed that of spirit transformation, so this kind of change was normal. As for the Heavenly Divination Technique, although it was only a second-order divine skill, it was quite mysterious. Heavenly Divination Technique was a branch of a great divine skill of divination, with certain limitations. It could not predict fortunes or disasters but could only locate people and search for items. For example, that piece of blood jade in the Song family treasury, Zheng could vaguely know its general direction through the Heavenly Divination Technique, which undoubtedly greatly reduced the search time. If in the future he encountered some fragmented items that were difficult to repair, finding the other fragments could naturally save a lot of repair time. Suddenly, Zheng's eyes twinkled, and he took the remnant piece of the martial path into his hand. Xian Tian Martial Barrier, 6th Order / Incomplete. A martial god's lifelong insights are contained within, encompassing the cultivation methods of the Xian Tian scripture, as well as the 14 martial Tao divine abilities. It retains the aura of the Immortal Path and was once shattered by a true Immortal by hand, breaking into 6 pieces, after which an Immortal Path cultivator forcefully erased the traces on it. Reparable, 0 out of 5000, this martial relic was first shattered by the hand of a true Immortal and was then forcefully smoothed over by Ling Qi in the capital of the Great Zhou, making the repair exceedingly difficult. Zheng closed his eyes and focused, using this fragment as a medium to perform the Heavenly Divination Technique. In an instant, several vague auras appeared in Zheng's mind, only giving a rough direction. Perhaps due to different distances, the auras varied in strength and were somewhat uneven. Indeed, this material of the stone barrier was extraordinary and difficult to destroy, which meant that other fragments must still exist in the world. Zheng couldn't help but feel excited. He summoned the Heavenly Aura Sword from within his dantian and performed the Heavenly Divination Technique again, with dense auras converging in his mind, mostly gathering in one place. Heavenly Aura Sword, 6th Order / Incomplete. Originating from a complete set of Heavenly Aura Sword array, it is one of the 360 assistant swords, made from phoenix blood wood, has been initially repaired, but with your current abilities, you cannot complete further repair, lacking the necessary materials. Compared to cultivation techniques, repairing high-grade divine weapons clearly had some limitations and was more difficult. This Heavenly Aura Sword was just one of the assistant swords in a sword array. If he could collect the entire set, its rank would be at least 7th Order. In other words, this sword array would have the power to slay immortals. If he could possess it, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance to Zheng. After several consecutive applications of the heavenly divination technique, Zheng felt a sense of emptiness within him, his yuan qi was damaged, and he hastily ceased divining. Via the repair panel, he swiftly restored his state to its peak condition. However, during this repair, Zheng noticed a slight anomaly, a momentary change in the nature's spiritual energy around him. This impact, fading in an instant, returned to normal within a breath's time. Since stepping into the Jade Bone realm, his sensitivity to his surroundings had increased sharply. Even though the change just now was minimal and barely had any impact on nature, the spiritual energy around did indeed momentarily weaken by a fraction. After pondering for a while, Zheng once again started experimenting. He took out a long dress from his hand. This dress belonged to Song Lingqing. Back in the Phantom Spirit sect, Zheng had obtained Song Lingqing's storage bag, temporarily using it to transfer elixirs. Aside from the spirit stones, the storage bag contained quite a few articles of Song Lingqing's clothing. With Lingqing's residual aura lingering on the clothes, there was no better medium for performing the heavenly divination technique. Zheng took a deep breath, extracted an aura from the clothing, and once again performed the heavenly divination technique. A very clear aura emerged, materializing in the northwest direction. Zheng snapped back to reality and looked at the dress in his hand, his heart stirring slightly. Judging by the distance, Song Lingqing was not far from him, obviously within the giant marsh. It seemed he could set out in a few days, locate Song Lingqing first, and at least clarify their current situation before planning for the future. A wave of emptiness welled up from within. Zheng faltered slightly, exited the divination, and once more used the panel to replenish his yuan qi. This time, he paid special attention to his surroundings and felt the change more clearly. In the moment he repaired his body, a portion of the spiritual energy around him was sucked away by an invisible force. Clearly, this was related to the panel. The repair was not without cost, but this cost did not have to be borne by him. The sun sliced through the clouds, banishing the night and obscuring the stars that filled the sky. Dawn's light cast upon the river surface, reflecting layers upon layers of golden divine radiance. More than 10 ships slowly approached the shore, docking at the only harbor of Swallow Wing Island. Merchants disembarked, commencing trade with the island, and the once tranquil all suddenly buzzed with activity. A figure noiselessly emerged from a cabin, dressed in ragged clothes, with movements revealing him as a young man at a glance. He slithered along the side of the ship into the river, cautiously made his way to the shore, and upon landing, carefully began to scout around. After nearly an hour, he found himself in front of the Song residence. Upon seeing the Song residence signboard, his body began to tremble slightly, struggling to contain his emotions. Where did this beggar come from? The guards at the door immediately frowned, seeing this person drenched and disheveled, and approached him, ready to drive him away. At that moment, 2 streaks of light descended from the sky, landing before the residence gate. The spiritual light faded, revealing a young man and woman, none other than Song Lingfeng and Song Lingping, the siblings. Young master, young mistress, the guards promptly knelt to greet them. Song Lingfeng glanced at the beggar and said in a gentle voice, "Get him some food and a change of clothes. It's hard to avoid difficulties when you're away from home." "Thank you, young master, but there's no need," the beggar replied. He combed the hair on his head to reveal an unremarkable face and gave a bow. "Great Zhou, Song Yun, comes to visit." "Great Zhou? Surnamed Song?" Upon hearing this, Song Lingfeng's expression tightened slightly. After looking around, he swiftly pulled Song Yun into the residence. "Let's talk inside the house." The front hall of the Song residence. Having heard the news, Song Tonghai hurried over and pushed the door open. "Family head? How come you are here?" Song Yun, now in clean clothes, saw Song Tonghai and couldn't help feeling shocked. As he regained his composure, joy inevitably surfaced in his eyes. "Did you and the young lady arrive ahead of me?" The moment he saw Song Tonghai, the panic and helplessness Song Yun felt from being in a foreign land vanished. "Have you encountered any major problems along the way?" Song Tonghai's expression slightly darkened, but without elaborating, he turned to ask about Song Yan's recent situation. There were some twists and turns, but I was not seriously injured. Song Yan downplayed the dangers he had encountered and simply recounted his experiences over the past half a year. Not long after leaving Great Zhou, he encountered robbers, led by a Grandmaster-level expert, and only with great difficulty did he escape with his life. But since he had not yet completed the task given by the family head, he could only continue on his journey, gathering information along the way. Relying on his chi condensing great completion skills, he wandered all over, struggling to finally reach Giant Marsh and set foot on Wild Goose Wing Island. As long as you are alive, it is good, Song Tonghai sighed deeply, glancing around, and upon confirming there were no others present, he quietly shared some recent upheavals. Great Zhou's attack, the envoy from the Holy Land, Chu Zheng's marriage, the Taixuan Holy Master, the Immortal Alliance, the Martial Hall. Song Yan listened for a long while speechless. The tumultuous changes of the past half-year far exceeded his expectations, even involving the Holy Land, the contemporary pseudo-immortals. During his days away from Great Zhou, he had thought his perspective had broadened substantially, hearing of the Immortal sect and even the renown of the Holy Land. But now, he felt like a mere frog at the bottom of a well. Chu Zheng's growth rate had far surpassed his imaginative capacities. In just a short period, he had influenced not just one country, but the entire southern region. The backyard of the Song residence. Song Lingfeng found Chu Zheng alone and, after some pleasantries and repeated hesitations, he took out a portrait and handed it over to Chu Zheng. Taoist Chu, it seems someone is looking for you. Shouldn't you lay low for a while? Chu Zheng took the portrait, slowly unrolled it, and upon clearly seeing the figure within, his gaze sharpened instantly. The person in the painting, by likeness alone, was only somewhat similar to him. However, at a glance, one could recognize that Chu Zheng was the figure depicted. The person who had drawn the portrait was of profound cultivation, nearly reaching Tongxian. He captured the essence of the spirit soul, not merely the form. This individual may not have even seen Chu Zheng in person, only deduced his aura through conjecture. With his brushwork, he captured both spirit and form. Unquestionably, this was the handiwork of the Immortal sect. Factions have already put out a word inside the sects, claiming your head can fetch 30,000 high-quality spirit stones, and even just for information of your whereabouts, one could get 500 high-quality spirit stones. Song Lingfeng's expression was solemn as he slowly spoke. The moment he learned of this news, he too couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know what kind of people Taoist Chu had offended, but such a huge reward had already stirred up a storm within Qianglu. As time went on, this portrait would inevitably be widely circulated, at which time Chu Zheng's situation would become extremely dangerous, possibly even implicating the Song family. That much? Chu Zheng slightly furrowed his brows, his thoughts whirring rapidly as he sorted through all the troubles he currently faced. A moment later, he had already guessed part of the inside story. Being a mere cultivator in the Spirit Spring realm, he couldn't possibly attract such a level of bounty. The only explanation was the hidden dragon list. The likelihood was because of the words Taixuan Holy Land. However, the hidden dragon list had been out for a while now, and with the methods of these Immortal sect Holy Lands, they wouldn't be so slow to react. The only explanation was that during this period, something he hadn't foreseen must have happened related to the Taixuan Holy Land. Indeed, troublesome. For a moment, Chu Zheng felt in a predicament. He still couldn't be sure whether the Holy Land had other means of searching for him, aside from this portrait. Coming back to his senses, Chu Zheng looked at Song Lingfeng, with a touch of surprise in his eyes. Taoist Song, why don't you exchange Chu's head for this reward? 30,000 high-quality spirit stones, when converted into lower-quality ones, would be 3 million. Ordinary lower-class immortal sects couldn't bring out so many spirit stones. It was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Even a mighty figure in the divine infant realm would be tempted. His relationship with Song Lingfeng was nothing more than a fleeting acquaintance, not deep enough to this extent. You were brought here by my uncle, of course, you're considered a friend. Although my Song family is not a grand clan, we cannot do such things as betray a friend for glory, Song Lingfeng shook his head slightly. To say he hadn't wavered would be a lie, but after weighing his options, he chose to lend Chu Zheng a hand. This was not about favors but about his own standard as a person. With such a huge bounty on your head, personally, I would suggest that Taoist Chu find a secluded island and go into seclusion. Spend a decade or a century, then return to the mortal world. Given the current situation, this was without a doubt the best choice for Chu Zheng. Facing Song Lingfeng's kind reminder, Chu Zheng did not refuse, nodding slowly as he said, "I will leave tomorrow." No matter the reason, he needed to leave this place temporarily, not to avoid misfortune for himself, but to spare the Song residents of disaster. If he stayed here any longer, Giant Marsh's Song family would only follow in the footsteps of the great Zhou Song family. He was determined that he couldn't avoid this trouble. In addition to the portrait, the Holy Lands would always have other means to discover his whereabouts. Moreover, with the great tournament of 10,000 sects imminent, he didn't have the luxury of time to peacefully go into seclusion and cultivate. If he hid away, even after 10 years, the peak of his cultivation would at most enter the Tao embryo stage, and thinking of condensing the golden core would be a mere daydream. In the current perilous situation, even the cultivation of the golden core was far from enough. To confront these holy lands directly, he must refine spirit Tao integration or even molt mortality and ascend to immortality to have a sliver of say. 10 years was far from enough. Today, another person came to the door, whom my uncle recognizes, from the great Zhou. I wonder if you might know him. Song Lingfeng's words brought Chu Zheng back to focus, causing him some surprise. Who? The man identifies himself as Song Yun, currently in the front hall. Song Yun? Chu Zheng's heart stirred, and he immediately got up and headed for the front hall. He hadn't expected to meet Song Yun again so soon. To the northwest of Wild Goose Wing Island, tens of thousands of miles away, on a small flat boat, Song Lingqing was seated at the bow, dressed in black, her expression cold, her hair casually spread behind her, giving her an unkempt appearance. 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky, stopping above Song Lingqing's head, with a voice calling out, "Where is Taoist friend headed? May we travel together?" Song Lingqing silently pressed down on the magic artifact, lifting her head with a smile appearing on her face. "Taoist brothers, please come aboard for a chat." In the past few months, she had gradually gotten used to it. Being a loose cultivator without the backing of a power was inherently dangerous, and being alone made her an even more common target for robbery and assault. With the situation in Giant Marsh in chaos and the need to interact with others to gather information, the troubles she had encountered in just a few months were no less than a dozen times. Greed, looting, struggle for resources, power suppression, continuous conflicts. Any interaction with others inevitably involved being dragged into them. Human hearts are unpredictable. Over this period, Song Lingqing had already suffered several losses in secret, and now, she was extremely cautious with everything related to the outside world. In this world, drifting alone, she could only rely on herself. It was exceedingly difficult to make close friends. Doo-doo, 2 figures stepped onto the small boat, and the already cramped space suddenly seemed even more suffocating. Song Lingqing's face retained her smile, appearing harmless to humans and animals, seemingly without any defenses, yet her eyes sized up the 2 men before her from head to toe. One wore a blue shirt with a medium build and a scholarly demeanor, carrying a long box on his back, while the other was dressed in black tight-fitting clothes and appeared somewhat lean. It was impossible to tell the ages of cultivators from their appearances, but as cultivators of the spirit spring realm enjoyed prolonged life, if one had entered the realm at a young age, they would appear much younger. However, the 2 men before her both looked to be nearly 40, which meant they were at least 100 years old. One was at the mid-spirit spring realm and the other at the early spirit spring realm, respectable ranks among loose cultivators, but rather unimpressive compared to sect disciples. After enduring the many trials of the past half-year, Song Lingqing's cultivation had improved a level more. She had now reached the mid-spirit spring realm. Handling these 2 was not too troublesome. Song Lingqing slightly relaxed, her mana circulated within, maintaining vigilance as she softly inquired, "May I ask how the 2 Taoist brothers are called, and from which sect do you come?" Qingxian, loose cultivator, said the one carrying the long box, a cultivator from the mid-spirit spring realm, identifying himself and then pointing to the other man in black. This is Wu Taiyun, Taoist brother Wu, also a loose cultivator, without a sect or faction. After revealing their backgrounds, Qingxian began to subtly probe for information about Song Lingqing. May I inquire which sect the Taoist friend is from? Loose cultivator, my master passed away early, and afterwards, I was left to cultivate alone, no old acquaintances. Recently, the spirit stones left by my master are nearly depleted, compelling me to leave the mountains in hopes of finding a way out. Song Lingqing's smile didn't diminish, her aura mild, giving off an impression of naivety. Qingxian and Wu Taiyun exchanged glances, their expressions indiscernible, as if hiding a smile. We happen to have quite an appealing business opportunity. Would the Taoist friend care to join us? Qingxian extended the invitation and then retrieved a portrait, slowly unfolding it, finding this person could bring us a great fortune. Looking at the portrait in front of her, Song Lingqing, who originally planned to find an excuse to leave, paused momentarily, intrigue sparked in her eyes. She took the portrait and examined it closely. Although the facial features were somewhat ambiguous, she could tell at first glance, the person in the painting was Zheng. Taoist brothers, may I ask about the origin of this fortune? Song Lingqing looked puzzled, slowly rolling up the portrait in her hands, surreptitiously surveying her surroundings while quietly asking, what do the two of you want with this man? His head can fetch us 50,000 high-quality spirit stones, and even mere information can be rewarded with 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. This is the reward I can procure, others may not receive as much. Qingxian's lips curved slightly, undeniable greed in his eyes. Hearing this, Song Lingqing's eyes flickered, feigning hesitation. Such a high bounty must mean that his cultivation is extraordinary, right? Merely at the late spirit spring realm, nothing to fear, Qingxian dismissed with a wave of his hand. If the cultivator were of a higher caliber, they wouldn't dare contemplate it. But given that the cultivation was only at the late spirit spring realm, this was trivial compared to the promised bounty. 50,000 high-quality spirit stones, if converted to lower quality, that would be 5 million, enough to buy a lower-rank sect. Such a bounty on the head of a late spirit spring realm cultivator was indeed a rare and lucrative opportunity. Even a mere piece of information held immense value, undeniably tempting to any loose cultivator. Song Lingqing subconsciously clutched the portrait in her hand, a heaviness settling in her heart. She couldn't understand how Zheng had drawn such massive trouble. Upon reflection, she deduced some hints. Zheng, capable of repairing even a shattered immortal bone, must possess earth-shattering secrets that likely attracted this deadly intent. These people truly deserved death. Suppressing her rising killing intent, Song Lingqing steadied her emotions, her curiosity thinly veiled. Such generosity with rewards. May I know which faction is issuing this bounty? The specifics are unclear, but with his head, one can claim the reward at various sections. Rumor has it that this is backed by a holy land, probably involving them, Qingxian elaborated calmly. Beside him, Wu Taiyun, who had been silent, seemed somewhat impatient. Brother Qing, just deliver her to Autumn Water Island, why waste words with her? Qingxian turned his head towards Wu Taiyun, his expression slightly cold, clearly displeased with his interjection. What is Brother Wu implying? Song Lingqing took a step back, slightly lowering her head, her demeanor visibly flustered. You need not worry, Taoist friend. We've been conducting business around these islands and have connections with cultivators from various islands. Qingxian turned back, smiling as he reassured, you mentioned earlier that your spirit stones were running low and you were looking for a way out. Autumn Water Island is a prime location for earning spirit stones, an ideal place for you. No need, I visited Autumn Water Island a few days ago. Song Lingqing spoke lightly, slowly raising her head, a fierce spiritual light burning in her pupils as she looked straight into Qingxian's eyes, the earlier panic completely replaced by indifference. The phantom spirit technique was especially proficient in mental illusions, capable of intimidating an opponent's mind during combat. In low-grade cultivator clashes, it effectively secured the upper hand. Qingxian was completely unguarded when suddenly, his mind went blank. Song Lingqing was only an arm's length away from him, within reach. As her wrist flipped over, a long sword appeared in her palm, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. Whiz, the sword whistled past Qing Xian's neck, sending his head soaring through the air with blood spurting, eventually rolling to one side. In a brief moment of distraction, by the time Qing Xian regained his senses, his vision had turned upside down, a world of red. Not far stood a headless corpse. Taking the head directly had become Song Lingqing's habit, simply because she had previously suffered in that regard. Not all cultivators have their hearts in vulnerable spots. Some, with their peculiar methods, can still fight back even with a damaged heart. She had learned this the hard way, enduring injuries for half a month before she could move freely again. Gulp, only when the head hit the ground did Wu Taiyun finally react. His expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he leaped into the river. His cultivation was only at the early spirit spring realm, far below Song Lingqing. To face her head-on, alone, would only lead to death. Once in the river, his figure vanished instantly like a drop of water. Song Lingqing soared across the sky on her sword, her senses sharp. She quickly detected a trace of rapidly moving energy underwater. Ordinary cultivators mostly need to enter the Tao realm to manifest divine sense, but practicing the phantom spirit technique, one could vaguely develop a semblance of divine sense even in the spirit spring realm. Song Lingqing's eyes narrowed. She raised her hand and slashed out a sword qi, splitting the water in waves, rushing down to the river surface, and slashed again. Boom, the water churned with 100 layers of muddy waves, beneath which a hint of red bloomed, yet no corpse surfaced. Wu Taiyun had dived into deeper waters, disappearing from Song Lingqing's perception. The difference in combat power between loose cultivators and major sect disciples is immense, whether in the purity and strength of mana or in the difference in martial arts and secret techniques, like heaven and earth. But in one aspect, that of survival tactics, sect disciples are often inferior. Song Lingqing did not pursue. The situation underwater was unclear, and with numerous water demons present, delving too deep could easily capsize the situation in a dangerous environment. It was unnecessary to risk her life. After looking around, Song Lingqing returned to her small boat, collected Qing Xian's long box and storage bag, then sank the body into the river. She used the flowing river water to wash the blood from her hands. This was the advantage of giant marsh. Bodies thrown into the water disappeared within moments, consumed by water demons, saving the trouble of destroying the body and erasing traces. As she watched the body gradually disappear in the water, Song Lingqing's brow slightly furrowed. She was somewhat concerned about the current predicament of Zheng. Even these ordinary loose cultivators had obtained his portrait, not to mention the various major sections. Fearfully, Zheng was now besieged on all sides. However, if Wu Taiyun escaped with his life, she herself might also face trouble. Autumn Water Island, where she had just passed last month. It is a black market belonging to loose cultivators, filled with all kinds of dealings including assassinations, deceptions, thievery, laundering, slave trading, and the only place with locking Immortal Pavilion in the entire giant marsh. Every transaction that shunned the light could essentially be found there. The influence of locking Immortal Pavilion spans hundreds of countries, obscure in power, comparable to the worldly brothels but with one difference: those entertaining with their charms inside are cultivators. Within the locking Immortal Pavilion, there are both male and female cultivators, each with different backgrounds, including disciples from destroyed sects, wandering loose cultivators, and nobility from fallen powerful families. Locking Immortal Pavilion avoids offending others, never participating in power struggles. Those who are sold into the locking Immortal Pavilion, no matter how talented or gifted with high-quality immortal bones, never get the chance to turn their fate around, constantly watched by the outside world. Their ultimate fate, to be drained of their essence until nothing but a dry husk remains. Harvesting yang from females and harvesting yin from males, an age-old widespread path in the cultivation world, albeit one rarely admitted to openly. Many cultivators secretly practice this path as, compared to other paths, it's significantly easier to follow. These two people associated with Autumn Water Island might have other support behind them. Song Lingqing regained her senses, smashed the small boat, and without using her sword, walked directly on the waves. After covering several hundred li, taking advantage of the perfect position of the sun, she changed her clothes on a small island, procured another small boat, and continued downriver in search of news. In a few days, if she still couldn't locate her family, she would consider heading towards the Great Zhou to search. And Zheng, she had no idea where he was now. As twilight approached, the harbor of Wild Goose Wing Island quieted down, gradually sinking into silence. Song Residence's back courtyard. Within a secluded courtyard, Zheng met Song Yun. Meeting Zheng, Song Yun's first reaction was that Zheng had changed once again. This change was not merely superficial, but also involved deeper elements. He opened his mouth to speak, but after a long pause of silence, he bowed respectfully, "Son-in-law." He was born in the Song family, grew up in the Song family, and as long as he lived, he would always belong to the Song family. Zheng's current identity was now different, and there were certain etiquettes he naturally observed. This had nothing to do with strength or weakness, it was about protocol. Moreover, Zheng was a great benefactor to the entire Song family, having saved the young miss from life-threatening danger several times. This kindness was something he could never fully repay even with several deaths. Zheng glanced at Song Yun, having traversed hundreds of thousands of miles with a mere mortal body. The hardship involved was not something to be spoken lightly to outsiders. He did not ask how much hardship Song Yun had endured during this period but asked directly, "Song Yun, are you willing to come with me?" Zheng planned to leave the Song family overnight, but did not intend to take Song Tonghai with him. His current situation was very dangerous, and there was no certainty that he would survive. Taking Song Tonghai with him could potentially endanger his life instead. As for Song Yun, Zheng wanted to give him a hand. He needed someone from the martial path to help verify the martial arts of this world. Song Yun's talent was much stronger than ordinary people. He was about the same age as Song Lingxue, only slightly inferior in martial arts. Under normal circumstances, he definitely had a chance to step into the Grandmaster realm before the age of 30. Zheng needed this talent, otherwise, even if that Shantian martial barrier were repaired, there would be no one to verify it in the short term. "If the son-in-law needs me to go, then I will go," Song Yun said without any hesitation. Originally, he had said that he would bind himself with a grass ring to repay Zheng's great kindness. His life was no longer his own. Zheng did not hide the dangers involved and said bluntly, "You and I are very likely to die. Being born is leading to death, everyone eventually faces it." Song Yun's demeanor remained unchanged. He had never feared death. Dying for the Song family was a worthy death. "Then let's go." Zheng's face showed a smile, and turning around, he said, "We'll first look for Ling Qing." Midnight. Zheng bade farewell to Song Tonghai. Song Tonghai naturally agreed with Zheng's decision to leave him behind. He did not wish to be a burden forever. Song Tonghai did not say much, only advising Zheng to be very careful. Zheng was like his child now, inevitably worrying him. For safety, Zheng also took a drop of Song Tonghai's essence blood. In case of any unforeseen events causing them to get separated again, he could locate Song Tonghai through heavenly divination technique. Before leaving, Zheng left Song Lingfeng and his sister Song Lingping 2 second-order magic treasures each, and several bottles of second-order spirit pills, to be delivered by Song Tongxian as a token of gratitude. The magic treasures were one offensive and one defensive, coming from the remnants of that ancient battlefield, enough for the two of them to use until they reached entry Dao realm perfection. As Zheng left the Song residence, the outside world was already in turmoil. Together with the spread of Zheng's portrait, there was also an order issued jointly by several holy lands. All cultivators above the divine infant realm, unless approved by a holy land, were forbidden from taking action. Any violations would result in punishment extending to their entire sect. This joint decree by the Holy Lands was unprecedented in tens of thousands of years, showing the level of their concern. People began to probe the reasons behind this, and those with extensive connections quickly learned the inside story. The fall of Taixuan pseudo-immortal, the Five Saints meeting, and the Immortal Alliance's intervention, these pieces of news spread in the shadows, stirring up a storm throughout the southern region. Sects were as silent as cicadas in winter, becoming much more restrained, and occasionally observable divine infant grade abilities began to go into hiding. Divine infant cultivators could not make a move, thus the situation changed drastically. Most notably, the number of soul condensation realm cultivators began to increase. To strengthen the control of the sects, some soul condensation realm elders who had been in seclusion were released by their sects to patrol the world. The divine infants were described as powerful precisely because they possessed a destructive power far beyond that of the soul condensation realm cultivators. Some sects, which have lasted for thousands of years, depended on one or two divine infant cultivators within their ranks. For instance, Qianglu, the current overlord of Giant Marsh, had a significant influence in the region precisely because of a late-stage divine infant supreme elder within its main lineage. The edict from the Holy Land now essentially nullified Qianglu's biggest trump card. With a divine infant in residence previously, some middle and lower-ranked sects had to act cautiously, not daring to overstep. Now that the divine infants were in hiding, it was as though some sects' foundations were pressed down, greatly weakening their deterrent power. Without the strong maintaining order, what sometimes followed was only greater chaos. However, compared to divine infants clashing, which often resulted in the destruction of cities and nations, the common people had much better days. After all, causing too much harm to mortals would give those divine infant cultivators a legitimate reason to intervene. To the northwest of Wild Goosewing Island, not less than 10,000 miles away, lay a cluster of islands named Changjian. This place was home to a small sect called the Watersword sect. Its strongest member was in the early soul-condensing realm. Their business involved trade, and the sect had demon-purging masters adept at handling water demons. Cultivators who hunted water demons often came here to trade. Over time, this place evolved into an immortal marketplace, where many sects established their outposts. The morning sun lit up the earth, a gentle breeze swept across the river surface, releasing a thin mist, casting hazy shadows. In the port along the shore, various boats intermingled, and flying boats hovered high in the sky, their flags dazzling. A flatboat emerged from the fog, slowly entering the port. Song Lingqing took a deep breath, the air heavy with moisture, slightly soothing her throat. Once the boat docked, she stepped off in one motion, silently reaching the shore. After encountering Qingxian and Wu Taiyun, Song Lingqing had headed straight here, planning to quickly dispose of everything she had obtained from Qingxian. The storage bag from Qingxian contained numerous materials sourced from water demons, which could be exchanged for many spirit stones. These items, not knowing if they retained any special marks, carried the risk of being tracked, better to liquidate them directly. After walking around the marketplace, Song Lingqing managed to turn everything, including the storage bag, into spirit stones. The most precious among them was the second-order flying sword stored in the long box, sufficient for entry Dao realm cultivators, fetching a high price of 700 middle-quality spirit stones, exceeding the sum of all other items. After offloading her items, Song Lingqing spent quite some time gathering information about Zheng, wanting to learn some details. Such a high bounty would move even the powerful, and even though divine infants could not move now, it still attracted a large number of soul condensation realm cultivators. Soul condensation realm, within a superior immortal sect, could act as inner sect elders, their strength not to be underestimated. With Zheng's current strength, if noticed, he would be in great danger. After casually gathering some information, Song Lingqing did not linger in this place and quickly left the marketplace. Just as she was about to reach the shore, her path was blocked by a figure in a black robe, causing her heart to tense, mana circulating. She held on to her flying sword. Upon a clearer view of the person's face, she was startled. Chu. Song Lingqing immediately caught herself, swallowed the rest of her words, and cautiously looked around. Seeing no one else was present, she slightly relaxed. Given Zheng's currently dangerous situation, she couldn't help but be cautious. "How come you are here?" Song Lingqing asked softly. "Do you know how many people are looking for you?" "Tracked here by your aura." Zheng casually tossed the original storage bag back to Song Lingqing and then slightly moved the bones in his cheek, changing his face in the blink of an eye. On his way here, he had already tried to practice the false form divine skill, hoping to alter his aura, but had not grasped even the slightest essence, clearly still insufficient in cultivation, only able to change appearances as a disguise. Song Lingqing accepted the storage bag, and upon seeing the items inside, her expression turned slightly embarrassed. At the time Zheng wanted this storage bag, she hadn't thought much about it. Many items had not been taken out, but fortunately, now it seemed there were no signs of tampering. Looking at Song Lingqing before him, Zheng sighed softly in his heart. They were still sisters after all, bearing a slight resemblance around their eyebrows and eyes. However, after the turbulent changes, Song Lingqing seemed somewhat unapproachable, cold like a sword, whereas Song Lingxue always seemed more like a warm jade in his presence. "What have you heard about me?" Coming back to his senses, Zheng inquired about the news concerning himself, as Song Lingqing's initial reaction had evidently shown her awareness of the bounty. He had been in seclusion for the past 2 months, not keeping up with external news, still somewhat unclear about the situation, needing some information for analysis. "I only found out yesterday, and I just inquired about some news. Your bounty seems to involve several holy lands. Now, the larger part of the cultivation world, and many sects, are searching for you," Song Lingqing said with a slight frown, clearly worried. Hearing that several holy lands were involved, Zheng's gaze sharpened as he pressed, "What about Taixuan?" "Taixuan, there hasn't been much activity," he said. "It seems they are preparing to reopen the sect gate and recruit disciples recently. Many loose cultivators have headed that way, looking to join in the excitement." Even though Taixuan had been closed for 10,000 years, it remained a holy land, with the Immortal Ascension method within its walls and an immortal treasure stabilizing its fate. If there was a chance to join, no cultivator would refuse, even if it meant being just an outer sect disciple rather than wandering everywhere. Song Lingqing recounted some of the changes that had occurred during this period. Upon learning that the divine infant was hiding from the world, a hint of joy flashed in Zheng's eyes, as this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. With the divine infant unable to take action, once he entered the Tao embryo and with his immortal path cultivation, he could dominate the world safely, greatly increasing his security and ensuring he would not be in danger every day. However, after hearing the news of the meeting among the 5 great holy lands, Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he rubbed his temples, falling into deep thought. The bounty on him had obviously only spread recently, probably related to this meeting. The other major holy lands were targeting him together, yet Taixuan showed no reaction, which was very intriguing. If you were to say Gung Yang held any regard for him, Zheng himself wouldn't believe it. After meeting Gung Yang once, he lost 4 treasures: his wife, the heritage jade token of the Taixuan divine fire scripture, the fire seed of the indestructible Sky Kirin fire, and the Lihua spear. And he gained nothing from Gung Yang. Gung Yang claimed he was helping him to block a disaster, taking on Ling Qi's death, but Zheng knew very well that at the moment of Ling Qi's death, his own calamity had already dissipated. From Zhou Zili and Ling Qi's attitudes, it was evident that the target of Taisu Holy Land was indeed Taixuan, not Zheng. In fact, if it weren't for Gung Yang's forced intervention, so many people wouldn't have died, and those major holy lands wouldn't have noticed Zheng at all. Zheng thought hard for a long while but couldn't grasp any leads. His gaze wandered around, and when it swept over Song Lingqing, a flicker of enlightenment suddenly flashed through his mind. His current situation was eerily similar to Song Lingqing's previous predicament, almost exactly the same. The reason those major holy lands targeted him could be narrowed down to 2 possibilities, either because of Taixuan Holy Land or because of their wariness. Currently, his ranking on the Hidden Dragon list was just over 7,000, which had barely any presence compared to the geniuses of those holy lands. On the surface, this wasn't enough to warrant such an elaborate focus from these holy lands. Clearly, some factors related to Zheng made them uneasy. Besides his talent, Zheng couldn't think of any other possibilities. Zheng had a clear understanding of his own cultivation speed. In less than a year, he had advanced from the nourishing power realm to the late spirit spring realm, a phenomenon undoubtedly extraordinarily fast, even surpassing those with superior immortal bone. But this news couldn't possibly be known by those holy lands. The only ones aware of this information were those who knew about the Lihua spear, which was currently in Gung Yang's hands. The answer was quite clear now. The only explanation for Chu Zheng's current predicament was that Gung Yang had leaked his information. Heh. Having realized the connection, Chu Zheng clenched his teeth, blood rushing to his head in anger, yet he laughed in irony. Chu Zheng didn't want to guess Gung Yang's motives or bother thinking about the reasons. Thanks to this old man, his troubles had indeed increased now, with enemies on all sides. Right, here are your spirit stones back. Seeing Chu Zheng standing still, Song Lingqing suddenly remembered something and untied her storage bag from her waist. After traveling for half a year, she had saved a considerable amount, always intent on repaying Chu Zheng's spirit stones. Although she didn't know when she could fully repay the personal debt, returning some of it now would make her feel more at ease. Keep it for yourself, we're family now, no need to separate it out like this. Chu Zheng waved his hand, pushing the storage bag back to her, his attitude much more casual than before. Times had changed. Having married Song Lingxue, Song Lingqing naturally became his sister-in-law. As family, it was only right to look out for each other without being too formal. Family? At those words, Song Lingqing's expression turned hesitant, the term sounding unexpectedly intimate to her ears. Seeing her reaction, Chu Zheng caught on and recounted the recent changes one by one. Chu Zheng kept it simple, briefly glossing over the details, but it was enough to leave Song Lingqing somewhat shocked. A spirit spring realm cultivator opposing holy lands was something not even rumors could fabricate. The storytellers on the streets would never recount such a tale, for no one would believe it. The existence of the hidden dragon list had completely overturned her understanding. Above the hidden dragon list, Song Lingqing's name had been present, now ranked at 12,000 and something. This was the very end. Beyond that were cultivators in the nourishing power realm who participated in the tournament not for rankings, but to see the world. If they waited until the next tournament, they would be too old to participate. This was their only chance in this lifetime. Upon hearing that Chu Zheng had already married, Song Lingqing inevitably felt somewhat dazed. However, after being separated for several months, upon meeting again, they inexplicably became family. The person before her had become her sister's husband. Regarding Chu Zheng's words, Song Lingqing had no doubts at all. Chu Zheng had no reason to deceive her. After a long silence, Song Lingqing lowered her head to reattach her storage bag to her waist, subconsciously rubbing her forearm, only feeling that the wind blowing from outside the island had suddenly turned colder, chilling her heart. After being lost in thought for a moment, Song Lingqing quietly said, "What are your plans now?" Her first thought was the great tournament of 10,000 sects. From any perspective, Chu Zheng couldn't avoid this critical juncture. With the opening of the great tournament of 10,000 sects, people from the martial hall would come here to take her sister away. This was inevitable. In order to seek a turning point, they must attend. When the great tournament of 10,000 sects begins, I want to see the situation. Chu Zheng's response did not surprise Song Lingqing. But in reality, what Chu Zheng was thinking was vastly different from what she imagined. In Chu Zheng's eyes, the great tournament of 10,000 sects was a way to make contact with powers outside their domain. From the scroll he had obtained before, it was evident there must be other qi cultivators in this universe. They just didn't exist in the Zhongyun realm. With 10 years, relying on his own power to resist the immortal path cultivators of a whole realm was undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, if he could establish contact with outsiders and gain the help of other qi cultivators, perhaps there was still a chance. At least there was a chance to save his life. Currently, his qi refinement's cultivation was still shallow. Encountering a powerful cultivator, he could still dissipate his Dantian Yuan qi and hide it somewhat. Once he cultivated the Dao embryo and even reached the golden core, avoidance would be inevitable, and conflicts would eventually arise. Upon hearing this, Song Lingqing fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I will go with you." The great tournament of 10,000 sects was also a knot in her heart. In fact, if not for Chu Zheng's intervention, the Song family would have been destroyed long ago, and her immortal bone would have been completely ruined. Her only value, as the old ancestor of the Han family, Han Yuanqing, had said, would have been to seek refuge under some noble family's son and live out her remaining years. Even if she were reluctant, the final outcome wouldn't change much without power. She had no means to resist. She was always a castaway from the Phantom Spirit sect. When she and Xiao Yuanqing entered the sect on the same day, her path had already been predetermined. How could she be willing to accept this? The great tournament of 10,000 sects is held in Biluo country, quite far from here. If you intend to participate, I'm afraid you'll have to set out soon. Song Lingqing had already begun planning their upcoming journey. A Spirit Spring Realm cultivator's speed of travel was, at most, 10,000 miles in a day, covering millions of miles non-stop in a year. And Biluo country lay tens of millions of miles away. I don't plan to participate in the Hidden Dragon tournament. Chu Zheng shook his head, dismissing Song Lingqing's notion, his expression coldly indifferent. Then what do you intend to do? Song Lingqing was puzzled, not understanding. Your name is already on the Hidden Dragon list. I plan to slaughter the list. Chu Zheng's gaze was indifferent, with a surge of killing intent hidden within. All along, he had never planned to participate in the so-called tournament step by step. Since Gung Yang had decided to sit back and watch, Chu Zheng naturally had to find a way to cause him some trouble. After all, he was now Chu Zheng of the Taixuan Holy Land. Regarding the current situation, Chu Zheng's understanding had become increasingly clear. From the attitudes of Zhou Zili and Ling Qi before, one could infer that the circumstances of Taixuan Holy Land weren't very promising. And his current situation, surrounded by enemies on all sides, was also inextricably linked to Taixuan Holy Land. The way things had unfolded with Yi Yulo, along with the collaboration of several holy lands in such a high-profile manner, issuing a bounty to search for someone, all pointed to some telling signs. The Hidden Dragon list is only possessed by the Holy Lands. Apart from the Holy Lands, most of the other major sects probably didn't know that Chu Zheng was from Taixuan Holy Land. They were primarily motivated by the bounty. The great tournament of 10,000 sects, held once every 100 years, what Chu Zheng needed to do now was to ensure that his name would be remembered in Songyun Realm during the future Hidden Dragon tournaments. After stepping into the Jade Bone Realm, Chu Zheng's power had vastly surpassed that of before, and with the Immortal Path cultivation in him, ordinary cultivators in the late stage of the Entry Dao realm were no match for him. If ranked by real combat strength, Chu Zheng's position would have to be advanced by over 6,000 places. Those ranked in the top 2,000 mostly possessed high-quality immortal bones and had cultivated for decades a euro considered the mainstay in ordinary sects. As for Chu Zheng, his cultivation journey had only spanned a single cycle of seasons. Now that cultivators in the Divine Infant realm couldn't make a move, facing those in the Soul Condensing realm, Chu Zheng only needed to be a bit more careful and keep a safe distance to avoid any significant danger. Plunder the rankings. Hearing Chu Zheng's words, Song Lingqing was momentarily stunned, but once she realized what he meant, she was worried yet couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. Chu Zheng didn't seem like a rash person, him saying such things indicated he had some confidence. Now that these people are mostly searching for me, I shall give them an opportunity. The Hidden Dragon list recorded the essence of all remarkable talents, and with Chu Zheng now adept in heavenly divination technique, searching for someone covertly or openly couldn't be any more convenient. Giving the Hidden Dragon list to him, as Gung Yang had done, was undoubtedly the worst decision. Chu Zheng looked up at the marketplace not far away and spoke in a gentle tone. First, I need to gather some spiritual materials to refine a magic treasure. This action would undoubtedly have a far-reaching impact, affecting many people, and required thorough preparation in many aspects. Having stepped into the Jade Bone realm, Chu Zheng could now begin to practice divine skills and refine a life-bound magic treasure. Though he didn't have methods to cultivate divine skills yet, and repairing the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline upper volume required more time. Currently, Chu Zheng was preparing to refine his first life-bound magic treasure. There's no limit on the number of lifebound magic treasures one can have, but a chi cultivator's energy is finite. It's challenging enough to maintain 2 or 3 with substantial time investment. This was clearly different from the magic treasures of cultivators, bearing unique imprints belonging to him. Zheng wished to emulate the divine whip from ancient legends and refine a weapon targeted at immortal path cultivators. Mana itself was comprised of chi. Spiritual energy entered the body, was absorbed by the cultivation technique, transformed by the body, and became mana. Being an immortal path cultivator himself, as long as he understood the composition of mana, refining a lifebound magic treasure with special effects was not a difficult task. Should he be able to dissolve the mana of immortal path cultivators during a confrontation, there's no doubt he would have a tremendous advantage. The two of them entered the marketplace again to search for suitable spiritual materials. Zheng was looking for a spiritually awakened precious jade, the quality of which didn't need to be too high. As his cultivation improved, he could enhance its level over time with chi nourishing. The marketplace was bustling with a variety of goods for trade, such as magic artifacts, heavenly and earthly treasures, demon cores, demon beasts' flesh and blood, and even some rare ancient items. Such ancient items held little value in the eyes of cultivators, but due to their rarity and uniqueness, a small number of people liked to collect them, willing to spend spirit stones to buy them as curios. Giant Marsh wasn't always as it is seen today. Tens of thousands of years ago, this place had no rivers, lakes, or seas, but was a land of mountains and valleys where many sects continued the Taoist orthodoxy. One day, a portal from an alien realm opened nearby, and overnight, a deluge descended from the heavens, flooding over 1,000,000 miles, causing countless deaths and destruction. This catastrophe's changes took thousands of years to settle down. Now, the water demons and some remaining alien species bloodlines in Giant Marsh are relics of that time. Beneath these continuous waters, besides water demons, there are many ancient cities, among which are remains from the martial path sects. Some cultivators of the water element technique would occasionally venture there, hoping to find some hidden treasures. Such rags to riches tales had really happened. Once, a loose cultivator opened a sect's treasury by chance. The treasury was protected by an array and remained unaffected by time, preserving countless spirit stones and spiritual medicines until today. That loose cultivator secluded himself for years before establishing his sect, becoming an ancestral master. Such legends resurface every few millennia, and most cultivators in Giant Marsh are accustomed to them. Preserved sect treasuries are still very few. There are more dangerous water demons beneath the waters. Walking past these artifacts, Zheng's steps involuntarily slowed. He picked them up one by one, played with them for a while, and then stored them all in his bag. Items from tens of thousands of years ago held noticeable differences from contemporary objects, and for Zheng, it was easy to uncover some dust-covered treasures within. Green Frost Sword, 3rd Order / incomplete, a martial cultivator's warrior weapon, damaged in successive battles and submerged in the ocean for tens of thousands of years, nearly decayed. It can be repaired, 0/100. Void Moon Jar, 3rd Order / incomplete drinking utensil that once held a pool of spirit brew. When filled, a bright moon appears within it, capable of autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. The longer it is stored, the richer the spirit brew becomes, can be repaired, 0/80. 9 Thunder Jade Talisman, 3rd Order / incomplete, crafted by a master of the talisman's path, capable of severely wounding or even killing 3rd Order beings. It was smashed before it could be used, can be repaired, 0/50. Kanglan Star Map, 4th Order / incomplete, a star map of the Kanglan Star domain, essential for navigating the universe. It does not belong to this realm, can be repaired, 0/400. 2nd Order items could now be directly repaired by Zheng. Only those of the 3rd Order and above were worth his careful attention. The Kanglan Star map had become a piece of tattered cloth resembling silk, torn with 3 large holes, its stars faintly outlining a starry sky. This was the first time the panel indicated an item not of this world. Zheng pondered for a moment before putting away the star map. The vastness of the universe, measured in light years, makes direction impossible to discern without a map, with the risk of getting lost being too great. In this universe, there existed beings that could traverse the starry sky with their fleshly bodies. How strong they must be, Zheng could not yet fathom. The alien passages that suddenly appeared tens of thousands of years ago obviously connected to another cultivation world, just one different from the Taixuan realm. Underneath this starry sky, who knows how many worlds like the Taixuan realm exist? All beings must eventually die, even worlds themselves will one day perish. A stir touched Zheng's heart, and he fell into contemplation. Those beings who have transcended their worlds and still seek along the path of Tao, what exactly are they pursuing in their lifetimes? Perhaps only when he reaches that step will he truly understand. After strolling through the marketplace for a while, Zheng finally found a piece of earth spirit warm jade over 4 feet in length and as thick as an adult's thigh. Earth spirit warm jade, second order, a jade stone nurtured by the earth's vein magma over the years, continuously worn, has the effect of soothing and warming the veins. Having been separated from the earth's veins for a long time, nearly 30% of its spiritual energy has dissipated, can be repaired. This piece of earth spirit warm jade had been mined hundreds of years ago and changed hands several times. It was still priced at 500 middle quality spirit stones. Its size was somewhat awkward, too small for making jade beds or couches, yet too costly for making weapons or magic treasures. There were many better options at the same rank, which is why it had remained unsold. For Zheng, although not a perfect choice, the warm jade was suitable enough. After paying the spirit stones, Zheng put away the warm jade and continued deeper into the marketplace. Song Lingqing had been following behind Zheng all along, watching him buy a bunch of seemingly useless antiques without asking any questions. Seeing Zheng head deeper into the marketplace, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where to next? Looking for a secret chamber to go into seclusion, until the magic treasures are forged, then we can hit the roads. Currently, both Zheng and Song Lingqing had no fixed caves and had to rent secret chambers with spirit stones. Song Lingqing quickened her pace to catch up to Zheng and reminded, "There is no fire seed here. If you want to forge magic treasures, you have to go to Barren Flame Island. With many waterways, the giant marsh was a difficult place to find a fire seed. Only Barren Flame Island had a few fire seeds suitable for alchemy and weapon forging. No need to make it so troublesome." Zheng went straight to the resident area of the Watersword sect, as the marketplace belonged to them. In the marketplace, no fighting was allowed, and order was maintained by the Watersword sect. 2 secret chambers for 4 middle-quality spirit stones a day, the price was far from cheap. Back then, at Illusory Spirit City, right under the feet of the Phantom Spirit sect and adjacent to the Phantom Spirit Mountain Range, staying for a day only cost 1 lower-quality spirit stone, and the rest of the areas didn't require any fee at all. "1 chamber will suffice, I won't disturb you," Song Lingqing objected with some reluctance. As a loose cultivator, spirit stones were forever in short supply. The ones she had saved were hard-earned and truly difficult to come by. "Then just 1 it is." Zheng did not dwell on it too much, as Song Lingqing was not an outsider after all. The secret chamber was very spacious, with comprehensive facilities. It was divided into 3 small rooms and even equipped with a jade pool, from which warm water flowed continuously for 12 hours. Without wasting time, Zheng entered one of the secret chambers, sat down cross-legged, first repaired the earth spirit warm jade completely, and then directly stimulated the heavenly star flame within his body. In an instant, the temperature within the secret chamber skyrocketed, and the surrounding stone walls turned a glowing red from the searing heat. Standing outside the secret chamber, Song Lingqing, despite the barrier of the stone walls, felt a scorching wave of heat assault her, and her body, normally indifferent to extreme temperatures, found this intense heat unbearable. Within the chamber, under the scorching of heavenly star flame, earth spirit warm jade gradually melted into a pool of jade liquid, which began to boil and emit wisps of blue smoke, the impurities contained within. As a chi cultivator, one inherently possesses the divine skills of fire control, yet Zheng at the moment could only manipulate mundane fire, making the refining of such quality spiritual materials extremely strenuous. And the great divine skill of Samadhi true fire, its rank far too high, requires polishing one's vitality, qi, and spirit to perfection before it can be practiced. This is a secret technique that can only be fully mastered in the refined spirit realm, far beyond what Zheng's present cultivation could ignite within him, leaving him no choice but to use heavenly star flame in its stead. Only when the impurities within the warm jade were completely cleansed, did Zheng who starts to manipulate the primordial qi within his body to begin shaping the jade mace. Having burned away the impurities, the volume of the warm jade had reduced significantly, to less than a third of its original size. Under Zheng's control, the jade liquid slowly took the shape of a jade mace, about 4 feet long, and divided into 10 sections. An hour and a half later, the jade mace, fully solidified into shape, Zheng started on the next step, imprinting talismanic patterns onto the jade mace. The most crucial aspect of crafting magic treasures lies in the talismanic patterns imprinted within, similar to the formations inscribed upon immortal path magic artifacts. Talismanic patterns are the manifestations of the operation pattern of heaven and earth primordial qi, capable of activating the powers of the 5 elements and yin and yang, serving as an amplification for the power of a qi cultivator. The talisman pattern that Zheng wished to inscribe was a symbol he had created based on his own understanding of the mana structure of immortal path cultivators. He wanted to try reversing mana, deconstructing it directly to revert it to its original state as nature's spiritual energy. The operation of heaven and earth primordial qi follows its own laws, and attempting to forge a new pathway, to create a new talisman pattern, is an endeavor thought to be near impossible. As for the path of qi cultivators, Zheng has always been exploring on his own, not knowing that what he was doing now is an act against the heavens. Zheng was stuck at this step. This attempt consumed over half a month. Zheng did not give up easily and kept making minute adjustments. After tens of thousands of simulated adjustments, Zheng finally succeeded in imprinting an unprecedented talismanic pattern onto the jade mace. Although the traces of the pattern were shallow and seemed barely sustainable, his first life-bound magic treasure was ultimately forged. Upon completion of the weapon, Zheng named the jade mace, Immortal. A divine weapon crafted solely for the immortal path. Having finished crafting the magic treasure, Zheng couldn't wait to test it and impatiently took Song Lingqing out of seclusion, heading straight out of the marketplace. No sooner had the two left the secret chamber than 3 gazes swept over them. 3 figures stood on the street not far away, assessing Zheng and his companion. A man dressed in a brocade robe scrutinized Song Lingqing for a moment before speaking softly. That day, it must have been her who sold the sword. Standing in the center, a tall and robust middle-aged man, his cultivation aura apparent, already on the entry path, heard the brocade-robed man and with an indifferent expression, looked to Wu Taiyun for affirmation. Is it her? It's her. Wu Taiyun confirmed with a careful glance and nod. One cannot take action within the marketplace, we'll wait for her to leave the island, the robust man whispered and slowly followed them. However, she didn't have that man with her before, Wu Taiyun said, hesitating. Late spirit spring realm, not worth concern. Having been on the entry path for decades, cultivators at the spirit spring realm seemed insignificant to him, easily killed with a flick of his wrist, not deserving his attention. The sky was in full afternoon. The river roared with surging waves, layer upon layer, and under the reflection of the sunlight, they shimmered with golden brilliance. Every now and then, water demons would leap out of the water's surface, bursting forth with waves dozens of feet high and knocking down the birds in the sky. As birds fell into the water, there wasn't a hint of struggle before they were devoured by the water demons. Without cultivators to guard them, mortals could not possibly traverse such river environments. 2 figures swept across the sky, trailing a conspicuous rainbow behind them that, like a meteor's flame, remained strikingly visible even in broad daylight. Zheng looked down upon the angry river beneath him, his pupils swirling with spiritual light. In his eyes, there were still many spirit veins hidden beneath the waters of the giant marsh. After all, during ancient times, numerous sects thrived here, a fact likely known to the other sects as well. However, the mining was incredibly difficult, and the payoff did not justify the effort, which is why no sects were willing to clear this land. During his previous days at the Song residence, Zheng had also heard about changes in the situation of the giant marsh. The spirit mines recently discovered by the Phantom Spirit sect in this place were on an island, where mining was not very difficult. Otherwise, Qianglu would not have traded a high-quality divine weapon for it. The situation in the giant marsh was chaotic, and with water demons rampant in the rivers, controlling the area would consume a substantial amount of chi strength. As a vassal, the giant marsh had to seek help from the Phantom Spirit sect, who could not just ignore the plea. Missions related to the giant marsh were thus greatly disliked by the disciples of the Phantom Spirit sect due to the enormous danger they posed. This was why the Phantom Spirit sect had directly handed over this territory to Qianglu in the first place. It saved them the trouble. It seems like someone is following us. Suddenly, Song Lingqing sensed something and her certainty wavered. She stealthily glanced back and saw utterly nothing but emptiness, no sign of any figure whatsoever. I know. Zheng nodded slightly, his expression calm. Two people, one at the mid-entry Dao realm and one at the early Spirit Spring realm. The moment they left the marketplace, Zheng had already noticed the two people following them. He didn't care what these people wanted. If they were looking for trouble, that was even better. A cultivator of the entry Dao realm? Song Lingqing's expression tensed. In her mind, those of the entry Dao realm were on the level of outer sect elders, with celestial foundations condensed within their bodies and mana so profound it utterly outmatched any Spirit Spring realm cultivator. With their current open strengths, dealing with a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Spirit Spring realm was already somewhat strenuous, not to mention one in the mid-entry Dao realm. Even escaping with their lives would be problematic. Regaining her composure, Song Lingqing thought seriously for a moment, her demeanor grave. This likely isn't targeted at you. Zheng's facial transformation technique, in her opinion, was mastered to perfection. Unless it was a divine infant realm great cultivator who had fully refined divine sense, ordinary cultivators simply could not see through it. Moreover, among the two pursuers, one was at the early stage of the Spirit Spring realm, which made her think of Wu Taiyun, who had escaped from her control some time ago. It was very likely that the entry Dao realm cultivator following them was drawn by the relics of Qingxian that she had dealt with in the past. For a moment, Song Lingqing felt a pang of self-blame. She had been a bit negligent and should have reminded Zheng to leave that land of trouble earlier. Shall we split up? They are probably targeting me. Song Lingqing intended to help Zheng make an escape since the trouble was of her own making. Just the mid-entry Dao realm, nothing to fear. Zheng rubbed his face, restoring his true appearance, and after scanning the surroundings to confirm that within 100 miles there was nothing but barren islands, he stopped. Song Lingqing also came to a halt, observing Zheng's calm expression, yet she still felt unsure. She did not doubt Zheng's talent. To have cultivated to such an extent in less than a year was monstrous, but fighting across such a vast realm was indeed a stretch. But in just a few breaths, two streaks of light arrived from the edge of the sky, halting 100 yards away. Zheng looked over the hidden dragon list, found none whose aura matched these two individuals, and realized they had no relation to the great tournament of 10,000 sects. Song Lingqing held her breath, quietly sizing up the newcomers. One was a middle-aged, stocky man clad in a light blue vestment robe and the other was Wu Taiyun, the one she had let slip away the day before. Wu Taiyun's face looked somewhat pale, evidently his injuries had not fully healed. His gaze fixed on Zheng's face, confused, he immediately pulled out a portrait. After comparing Zheng to it, his expression changed abruptly, filled with joy. Uncle Meng, this is the kid offered a bounty by the 100 Demons Assembly. The middle-aged man with the surname Meng glanced at the portrait. His indifferent expression shifted to one of excitement. This kid's head is worth 70,000 high-quality spirit stones? What stood before them was not a person, but a spirit stone mine. 70,000 high-quality spirit stones, if exchanged for lower-quality ones, would make 70 million. Even if they sold the entire giant marsh, it wouldn't fetch such a price. Song Lingqing's expression turned, she blurted out, wasn't it 50,000? Why has it turned into 70,000? More spirit stones meant more powerful experts would be stirred up. 70,000 high-quality spirit stones could even make a major sect like the Phantom Spirit sect thoroughly keen, enough to commit their full resources. Zheng was taken aback for a moment, glancing at Song Lingqing with slight surprise. Wasn't it 30,000? 30,000 high-quality spirit stones were the figure he had learned from Song Lingfeng. In just a few breaths, 3 different prices had emerged, with vast differences between them. Quickly Zheng came to realize that Song Lingfeng had no need to deceive him, and clearly, the bounty had changed hands several times, naturally leading to considerable markdowns. Even the 70,000 high-quality spirit stones might not be the true value of the bounty. Zheng slightly shook his head, damn middlemen. However, regardless whether the bounty was 30,000 or 3 million, it had nothing to do with him, as he couldn't possibly behead himself to claim the reward. Unless he had cultivated the indestructible great mystical power, decapitating himself and then regrowing his head. Zheng had no intention of wasting any more words with the 2 men before him and drew the town Immortal Mace. Raising the jade mace halfway into the air, he suddenly paused, then lowered it and, reversing his hand, pulled out a small notebook, looking towards the Mace-surnamed strong man. What's your name? As the first Immortal Path cultivator to die under the town Immortal Mace, the man deserved to have his name recorded. Such courage. Seeing Zheng's calm demeanor, the blue-robed great man let out a cold laugh and glanced at Song Lingqing. My name is Meng Xian, Qing Xian is my sworn nephew. You killed him, out of your ignorance. Bind your own mana, and I'll leave you a way out. Alright, Meng Xian. Before Song Lingqing could speak, Zheng had already lowered his head, noted down the name, and then spoke. I have a poor memory, sometimes easily forgetful. Have you anything else to support you? Come on, tell me all. It's time for you to be on your way. However, Meng Xian had no intention to idle talk, and he directly raised his hand, summoning a ring-shaped blade with serrated edges like razor-sharp teeth, stained with blood. Its sinister aura signified it had drunk the blood of many lives. The ring-shaped blade, enwrapped in a bloody light, whizzed through the void, tearing a sharp wind, and strived straight for the throat of Zheng who, in comparison to Song Lingqing, was deemed more valuable because of the 70,000 high-quality spirit stones he carried. Zheng put away the notebook, a sudden smile appearing on his face as Meng Xian made his move. He sensed the fluctuations of the tribulation aura beside him. For someone of his cultivation, to consider this man a significant threat was unexpected, yet a delightful opportunity to dissipate some tribulation chi. Zheng's gaze turned ice-cold, mana surged around his body, he drew the jade mace, and activated the talismanic patterns on it, smashing it down heavily. Clang, in that instant, divine light shone upon the jade mace, shattering the bloodlight encasing the round blade, blasting it 1,000 feet away. Thump, the next moment, the talismanic patterns on the jade mace cracked open, bursting with a dull sound, as though struggling to endure the chi circulation method. Meng Xian's expression drastically changed, his figure streaked through the void, pulling up a whistling wind, rushing back to the round blade. Seconds later, he regrasped the round blade, stood 1,000 feet away, staring at the jade mace in Zheng's hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of solemnity. A moment ago, the mana attached to his magic treasure was scattered in an instant, nearly going out of control, almost losing connection. Zheng did not give chase but furrowed his brow slightly and looked down at the jade mace in his hands. On the flawless body of the mace, a crack nearly an inch deep had appeared, and the previously engraved talismanic patterns had also collapsed. Town Immortal Mace, second order, the first lifebound magic treasure you personally forged. It still has many shortcomings and is only a semi-finished product. The talismanic patterns failed to sustain the law-breaking effect during the battle and thus collapsed. Reparable. Looking at the crack on the jade mace, Zheng's eyebrows tightened, and he immediately chose to repair it. After all, it was newly forged and had not yet been tempered with mana, which made it somewhat fragile. The crack was instantly mended, and the talismanic patterns re-emerged. These patterns still had much room for improvement, but they indeed had an effect just then. Zheng did not waste time pondering further, stepped forward, and reached Wu Taiyun in an instant, with no hesitation, lifting the jade mace in his hand. In haste, Wu Taiyun could only barely muster his mana, forming a light shield in front of him. The talismanic patterns on the town Immortal mace flickered, and the mana-made light shield instantly collapsed, offering no resistance whatsoever. Thud. With one strike of the mace, Wu Taiyun's head, along with his entire upper body, burst into a shower of blood, and his remains fell into the river, disappearing in a moment. Zheng slowly withdrew his hand and casually tossed Wu Taiyun's storage bag to Song Lingqing, then turned to look at Meng Xian. Meng Xian's gaze remained intently fixed on the town Immortal mace in Zheng's hand, his expression wary. Under the overwhelming pressure of a higher realm, he did not feel inferior to Zheng. It was merely that the wondrous treasure in Zheng's possession was somewhat troublesome to deal with. Zheng put away the jade mace, feeling no need to waste more time on Meng Xian. The noise from their recent scuffle might attract the attention of other cultivators. A quick battle and a swift departure from this place was the wisest strategy. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities to test further. Buzz, in an instant, yang qi surged within Zheng's body as he activated the fire god transformation. His body seemed to ignite with divine flames, his hair rising upwards, ablaze with a red hue. Simultaneously, his essence blood began to burn, unleashing the Shantian seal and stimulating all the potential within his body. Buzz, the round blade, wrapped in blood light, struck again, Meng Xian's figure closing in to within a few yards of Zheng. The moment Zheng stored the jade mace, Meng Xian had already boldly made his move, seizing the fleeting chance to engage at close quarters, relying on his robust mana to forcefully attempt a kill. Bang! Zheng slowly extended his hand, capturing the round blade in his palm. No matter how Meng Xian urged it, the blade could not advance even an inch, blocked by a thin layer of divine flame in his palm. Seeing this, Meng Xian's expression drastically changed. He stopped in his tracks, wanting to retreat. The mere act of barehandedly intercepting the magic treasure he was wielding was enough to prove that Zheng's current strength was far above his own. However, just as he took 2 steps back, Zheng had already moved faster, stepping heavily onto his chest. With the enhancement of dual secret techniques, Zheng, even if facing an entry Dao realm perfection from a holy land, had the power to fight. Meng Xian was but a mere loose cultivator. The quality of his mana and vital essence was far inferior to Zheng's, and now under the absolute crushing superiority of cultivation realms, he was like dry straw. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of snapping bones, Meng Xian's chest was crushed under Zheng's foot, his internal organs shattered. A bundle of divine flame enveloped his remains which, before even falling into the great river, had already turned to ash in midair. Looking down at the water demon drawn by Wu Taiyun's blood and flesh, Zheng restrained his aura, his face expressionless as he once again took out his diary and began to write slowly. New calendar year 1, first trial of my lifebound magic treasure, felt slightly apprehensive. Fortunately, the power is still considerable, the talismanic pattern still needs improvement, gained some insights after the battle. Next to him, Song Lingqing, almost holding her breath subconsciously, stared at Zheng, her eyes growing brighter, filled with uncontrollable excitement. In just 1 year, killing an entry Dao realm cultivator as if reaching into a bag, such a monstrous figure, in the history of the Zhongyun realm, likely has never been seen before. At least since she had stepped onto the path of immortality, she had never heard of such a thing, not even Shang Zhongyun, the winner of the first great tournament of 10,000 sects, boasted such terrifying progress in his youth. Several days later, inside the small world. The disturbance caused last time by the Lihua spear killing Fang Jiong was huge. The small world now appeared quite barren compared to before. The environment was worse than initially, not even comparable to the secret chambers in the marketplace which at least had a spirit-gathering array. Now that the lifebound magic treasure had been forged, Zheng's next step was to prepare to master a significant mystical power. During his seclusion in the marketplace, the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline upper volume had been fully restored, offering several mystical powers for him to choose from. Zheng took some time selecting from the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, finally picking a mystical power suitable for his current cultivation. 5. Thunder Righteous Law. Thunder, the punitive force of heaven and earth, born from the friction and merging of yin and yang dual qi, a destructive energy. The path of a qi cultivator is the process of merging with heaven and earth. Mastering the thunder method is to master the punitive force of heaven and earth. In the eyes of a qi cultivator, the human body is like heaven and earth. With profound cultivation, they can control creation, reverse the cosmos, stir heaven and earth, startle gods and ghosts, command the wind, rain, thunder, and control all things as soldiers. The process of cultivation is a process of interaction with heaven and earth. The higher one's cultivation, the closer the connection with heaven and earth. With the power of one person, one can harness the forces of heaven and earth for personal use, control the powers of the 5 elements and yin and yang, and command the wind and thunderstorm. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, correspond to the 5 organs of the human body: lung, liver, kidney, heart, and spleen. Containing the 5 qi within, transforming yin and yang, one can control the 5 thunder technique. This great mystical power, originally necessitating Zheng to condense a golden core, to reach the state of 5 qi towards yuan, could only be started then. However, presently in his dantian, with a 5 elements shaping pill, he could use it to condense a false pill ahead of time, absorb the qi of the 5 elements, refine his organs, and thereby unleash part of the power of the 5 Thunder Righteous Law. The cultivation of the 5 Thunder Righteous Law was not going smoothly for Zheng, as his internal organs were struggling to cope with the 5 elements' primordial qi. Each breath he took felt as if his heart was scorched by fire and his lungs were cut by knives, causing considerable damage to his organs. Although his organs gradually toughened after repairs through the interface, the pain reached deep into his bones. Sweat poured from Zheng's forehead like a spring. Soon, a puddle formed beneath him. The 5-colored spiritual energy flowed in and out of his nostrils, entering his dantian and then reaching his organs where it slowly refined the 5 elements qi. Through constant repairs, Zheng distinctly felt the changes in the spiritual energy of the surroundings. Compared to the outside, the fluctuations of spiritual energy inside the small world were more noticeable, gradually becoming sparse. After stepping into the Jade Bone realm, the energy required to repair his body soared. With only one spirit vein in the small world to cultivate spiritual energy, which still needed time, signs of strain quickly became apparent. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Having undergone continuous repairs and strengthening, Zheng's organs had finally met the basic requirements to operate the 5 elements. Zheng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid qi. The 5 elements qi in his body circulated, reaching his limbs and converging in the palms of his hands to display yin and yang. His left hand gathered yin, black as ink, his right hand wielded yang, blazing like the sun. Taking a deep breath, Zheng solemnly activated a portal, arriving atop a desolate island in the outside world, his hands forming a Dao seal. In an instant, the yin-yang dual qi merged, evolved into 2 instruments and then chaos. A wisp of faint blue lightning suddenly appeared and in the blink of an eye transformed into a dazzling thunderbolt. Boom! The thunderbolt, like a giant dragon plunging downward, brought a sweeping gale, crossing miles across the island, which violently shook. Vegetation was uprooted, rocks and dirt flew about, and dust rose 1,000 feet into the air. In an instant, the island was split apart, large sections of land collapsed and fell into the raging angry river. After a short duration, the remnants had disappeared without a trace, hidden beneath the waves. With one strike, the island before him had been sunk by Zheng, the faint blue lightning spreading across the water's surface to more than 10 miles away. Suddenly, water demons overturned the river, and the surface floated a layer of white bellies. Zheng's face was pale, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably, his body nearly hollowed out. As the interface operated, his complexion soon returned to normal. Looking at the various types of fish and water demons floating on the water, he fell into deep thought. Barely managing to summon a burst of the thunder method, the primordial qi within him had been drained. If it weren't for the presence of the interface, using it against enemies would be somewhat forced. This divine skill primarily used his own strength to trigger the power of heaven and earth, yet Songyun realm's heaven and earth had just refrained from lending him power. The underlying reasons were unclear to Zheng, who decided not to ponder it momentarily. The power of the Five Thunder righteous law hadn't disappointed Zheng. As long as he nurtured his organs and practiced diligently, this thunder method, as a trump card, was entirely sufficient. Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and, adhering to a principle of not wasting, began to gather the various river delicacies and several unconscious water demons on the river surface. In the process of cultivating this divine skill, he had absorbed quite a lot of energy from the 5 Taixuan pills, and his cultivation improved further, nearing the mid-stage of the Jade Bone realm. Even his immortal path cultivation had risen, experiencing a transformation, and was about to step into the peak of the Spirit Spring realm. This too was an unexpected gain. A moment later, Zheng had finished cleaning up and returned to the small world. The small world now felt rather cold, inhabited only by Song Lingqing, Song Yun, Bai Nian, and Zheng himself. The rest had been left by Zheng at the Song residence. Those grandmasters left over by Gung Yang were mostly older, half a step into the grave, and keeping them by his side, which would divide his attention, was somewhat inconvenient. Zheng sent a message to the others, then transformed a portion of primordial qi and ignited a mundane fire to start processing the ingredients. Having not eaten in a long time and seeing so much river fare, he momentarily felt a desire to indulge, seeing no need to resist. Bai Nian, who was closest to where Zheng was, arrived first. Seeing the ground covered with water demons and various river delicacies, he picked up a silver fish weighing at least 100 pounds, his eyes filled with astonishment. There were no large rivers around illusory spirit city, at most some mountain streams, and he had never seen such a large fish in his life. Zheng spared him a glance, sighing inwardly. Bai Nian's talent in cultivation was meager. Lacking the immortal bone, his training in the martial path was also slow. Zheng had once thought about having him try other methods, like the perfectly restored Cold Sky Poetry collection. This was the only Confucian path scroll found from that notebook. Second order in quality, reading it 100 times would nurture vast righteous qi, easily warding off evils for those with exceptional talent. But after some deliberation, Zheng decided to temporarily abandon this idea. After all, in the Songyun realm, the fate of those on the heretic path was most likely death. Zheng's own path forward was still uncertain, and there was no need to drag another down with him. He had brought Bai Nian out of illusory spirit city to give him a chance to live, not to hasten his death. Song Yun and Song Lingqing arrived almost simultaneously. My son-in-law. Song Yun first bowed in greeting, then turned towards Song Lingqing, his expression calm, and greeted her as well, Second Mississippi. He had never been close to Song Lingqing since childhood, and this had remained the case even after she went to the Immortal sect. Song Lingqing's talent in martial arts was not high, and her nature had been somewhat reclusive as a child, rather distant even from Song Lingxue. Before Zheng entered the mansion, Song Lingqing seldom even spoke. Song Lingqing glanced at Song Yun, nodded slightly with a touch of coldness, and took a seat by herself. The term son-in-law, for some reason, always seemed somewhat grating to the ears. Song Yun practiced very diligently, and with the help of elixirs, his progress was noticeable within just a few days, almost reaching the Grandmaster realm. In the martial path, he indeed possessed some exceptional talent. Song Yun consciously stepped forward and began to help Zheng clean up the ingredients with swift movements. Song Lingqing, on the other side, seemed somewhat hesitant. She had spent a long time in Giant Marsh and often heard rumors of water demons eating humans, so she couldn't help feeling a bit resistant now. Water demons eating humans eating all sorts of demons, it's all just part of the natural cycle, there's no need to think too much about it. In the eyes of Qi cultivators, whether human or demon, including themselves, they were all just a part of this world. Just like how cultivators absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, on a universal level, it's simply one form of energy flow. Zheng saw what was on her mind and, without much concern, picked a shrimp nearly the length of an arm from the fire and devoured it in a few bites. Such a large shrimp would be exceedingly rare elsewhere but was not an uncommon sight in Giant Marsh. The shrimp was smooth, tender, and filled with a surge of spiritual energy. The flesh of these water demons contained substantial spiritual energy, and consuming it regularly could benefit one's cultivation. While eating, Zheng pulled out a slate and glanced at it. Name: Zheng, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Early Jade Bone Realm, Immortal Path, Late Spirit Spring Realm, Cultivation Techniques, Taixuan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 6th Order/Incomplete, Heavenly Star Body Refining Technique, 5th Order, Divine Skills, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Xian Tian Seal 3rd Form, 5th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Heavenly Divination Technique, 2nd Order, Object Control, 2nd Order, Transmute Stone to Gold, 2nd Order, Invisibility Technique, 2nd Order, Repair Master, 3rd Order, 170/1000, Remaining Repairs for the Day, 0, Currently Reparable, Lower Section of Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 0/2000, Phantom Spirit Technique, 0/7000. The upper section of the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline was already enough for Zheng to use for a long time. He used all of the recent repair opportunities on the 9 Thunder Jade Talisman he had purchased from the marketplace. 9 Thunder Jade Talisman, 3rd Order/Incomplete, crafted by a master of the Talisman's path, capable of severely injuring or even killing 3rd Order beings. It was smashed before it could be used. Reparable, 40/50, 3rd Order beings were equivalent to cultivators in the soul-condensing realm of the Immortal Path. In other words, with this talisman, Zheng could, unexpectedly, severely injure or even kill a Grandmaster of the soul-condensing realm, making it the perfect protective trump card. Currently lacking means of self-protection, talismans like the 9 Thunder Jade Talisman were the most suitable items for Zheng. Seeing Zheng thoroughly enjoying the meal, Song Lingqing tentatively took a bite and her eyes instantly brightened. The moment it reached her mouth, she realized that this food was beneficial for her cultivation. She observed Zheng cautiously for a moment, then began to eat with restrained movements. Zheng didn't eat much. After peeling around a dozen large prawns, grilling a couple 100-pound silverfish, and consuming half of a millstone-sized ancient soft-shell turtle, he stopped. After all, these things contained some impurities, a taste was enough. Song Lingqing's attention had been on Zheng the whole time. Seeing him cease eating, she somewhat reluctantly put down the half-eaten grilled fish, cleaned her hands quietly, and sat up straight with proper etiquette. "Have you ever heard of the 100 Demons Assembly?" Before she could speak, Zheng asked first. He remembered the name mentioned earlier by Wu Taiyun and, with a thoughtful expression, had some plans in mind. "I have heard of it." After pondering for a moment, Song Lingqing nodded and said, "Its power surpasses that of the Phantom Spirit sect. They raise hundreds of demons within their sect and once had a demon king that had taken human form. Their cultivators are ordinary in their own techniques, but the magical beasts they raise are extremely powerful in combat. It's rumored that they also have some connections to the northern region." The northern region. Zheng rubbed his fingertips, lost in thought. The northern region was a paradise for the demon race. Before the Immortal Alliance reached the Zhongyun realm, there were frequent wars between humans and demons, leaving deep-seated resentment. The reason why the Immortal Alliance did not completely eradicate the demon race within the Zhongyun realm was simply that the Immortal Alliance also included cultivators from the demon race. Demon immortals are also immortals, and among the leaders of the Immortal Alliance, there are immortal kings from the demon race. The arrival of the Immortal Alliance could not directly erase the existing enmity. Associating with the demon race was still regarded with contempt by the Zhongyun cultivators. This could be seen from the fact that even Taixuan, a holy land in its own right, had been forced into sealing its sect gate and withdrawing from the world. And what the Immortal Alliance could do was merely to demarcate territories and govern them, striving to ensure that the two races did not infringe on each other's waters. Zheng took out the Hidden Dragon list and flipped through it, his gaze sharpening. Hidden Dragon List number 3567, 100 Demons Assembly, Qiushi, Bone Age 73, Cultivation at the early stages of the Entry Dao Realm, Demon Tamer, Spirit Shadow Lion, Late Stages of Entry Dao Realm. As a sect of demon tamers, the spirit beasts they tamed were also considered part of their own battle power. Otherwise, with Qiushur's cultivation at the early stages of the entry Dao realm, he wouldn't be able to squeeze into the top 5,000 of the hidden dragon list. Within a breathing span, Zheng had made his decision and stood up to open a spatial pathway. "Where are you going?" Seeing Zheng take out the hidden dragon list, Song Lingqing felt something was amiss, and she was momentarily surprised by his actions. "Looking for someone," Zheng casually uttered and stepped into the spatial pathway. The moment he exited the pathway, his heavenly divination technique operated, quickly capturing a trace of qi. Fortunately, the distance was not far. Upon entering the Jade Bone realm, Zheng's speed in covering distances was incomparable to before. Even if he could only display half of the power of riding the clouds and driving the mist, traveling tens of thousands of miles in a day and night was a mere trifle, especially since he did not have to worry about the consumption. More than 200,000 miles southwest of Giant Marsh Country. The moon hung high in the sky. In the wilderness amongst the desolate woods, a man and a lion lay sprawled across the wilds. The human figure appeared to be in his early 20s, very young, dressed in green robes. The lion lying behind him had fur that rippled like water, radiating a lustrous jade-like sheen. All of a sudden, the jade lion rose to its feet, issuing a low growl from its throat. The blue-robed cultivator sitting cross-legged in front of it slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. In the center of the silver moon stood a black-robed figure. "I heard the 100 demons assembly wants my head." Zheng looked down at the man and lion below, not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he revealed his true form and asked, "Do you want my head?" Upon seeing Zheng's face clearly, Qiushur's eyes narrowed, a frown creasing his forehead, showing impatience, and he muttered, "Eat him." Roar! The spirit shadow lion coiled behind him roared, and amidst the sound of wind and thunder, it opened its gaping maw and charged straight for Zheng. "Evil beast!" Cold lightning shot from Zheng's eyes as he let out a fierce shout, his voice thundering across the wilderness, imbued with the majesty of thunder. The spirit shadow lion shuddered, halting its charge, unable to advance further. It shook its massive head, its mane subtly fluttering, uncertainty flickering within its beastly pupils. Qi cultivators refine their bodies with the yin-yang dual qi, naturally resulting in a purer aura, and the qi within their bodies follow suit. Those with profound cultivation do not need to lift a finger, their presence alone can subdue auspicious beasts and attract spirits of plants and trees. Majestic beasts have innately keen spiritual perception, and the spirit shadow lion had already sensed a tremendous threat emanating from Zheng, as well as a trace of affinity. Watching the actions of the spirit shadow lion, a hint of a smile flashed across Zheng's eyes, and he slowly extended his hand, "Come." For a moment, the spirit shadow lion hesitated, glancing back at Qiushur. "Bastard, do you know who is your master?" Qiushur's face underwent a drastic change, sensing that something was amiss, and he shouted urgently, "Eat him." The spirit shadow lion looked left and right but ultimately chose to sit down to one side, making no further movements. "Remember this." Zheng withdrew his gaze, standing tall above the 9 heavens, divine flames billowing behind him, turning the night sky for miles around crimson, as his voice carried far. "My name is Zheng, chief disciple of true transmission from the current generation of Taixuan Holy Land." The Taixuan Holy Land had not admitted disciples for 10,000 years, and Zheng considered himself to be a true disciple now that he possessed the complete Taixuan divine fire scripture, believing that there should not be any issues. As for Fu Quanliang, at best he could be considered number 2. Taixuan Holy Land. Chief disciple of true transmission. Qiushur's expression slightly altered, and he glanced at the spirit shadow lion beside him, hurriedly speaking up, "Taoist Chu, there might be some misunderstanding here, I wasn't aware of your identity before." The cultivators of the 100 Demons Assembly mostly concentrated their efforts on the magical beasts they nurtured. Connecting with beasts, borrowing the power of magical beasts, and integrating human intelligence, with the spirit shadow lion beside him, Qiushur wasn't afraid even of cultivators who had achieved perfection in the entry Dao realm. But once there was a problem with the magical beasts, his strength would be greatly discounted, and he might not even match a cultivator in the mid-entry Dao realm. I had already asked you earlier if you wanted me to leave a way out for you. Zheng surveyed his surroundings, spotting some cultivators approaching from a distance. He slightly shook his head and drew out the town Immortal Mace. You weren't willing to back off when there was still room behind you, now there's no way forward and you want to turn back? Where in the world is there such an easy deal? Qiushu's submission was merely because he lost the powerful aid of the spirit Shadow Lion, and had little to do with his identity. This point, Zheng understood perfectly well. Qiushu's eyes turned fierce, his gaze swept towards the spirit Shadow Lion, and he placed his hands behind his back, secretly forming hand seals. The sect that tamed magical beasts had their own set of suppression methods, but using such forceful control usually meant that it was time to replace the magical beast. However, before the spell could be cast, Qiushu suddenly saw darkness before his eyes as heat waves assaulted him, and a figure appeared before him. The jade mace fell, wrapped in a burst of clear light, instantly dissolving the mana-condensed protective aura, shattering Qiushu's skull, along with his unformed divine soul, reducing everything to ashes. Zheng had been consistently observing the fluctuations of qi within Qiushu's body. Sensing something amiss, he had instantly acted without giving him a chance to reveal his techniques. In the instant he killed Qiushu, Zheng's gaze intensified. In his perception, the qi within the surrounding environment once again altered, and the speed of qi circulation within his body increased slightly. The world's recognition of him had increased. This had nothing to do with immortal path cultivators. Previously, Mace, who was much higher in cultivation than Qiushu and had also died by his hand, didn't trigger such a change. The only difference between them was the hidden dragon list. Zheng had now gained some understanding of the invisible heavenly fate governed by the world. He quickly deduced the causes and consequences, his eyes brimming with divine radiance. The great tournament of 10,000 sects wasn't just as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was about feeding one person with the fate of many exceptional talents. Channeling the resources of the entire world into one person, to ultimately nurture the most dazzling immortal blossom. Those who participated in the great tournament of 10,000 sects had a farewell ceremony before leaving their sects, sacrificing animals and offering their blood to the heavens. In this process, they were essentially handing over their fate to the heavenly Tao of this world. From the perspective of the Immortal Alliance, absorbing fresh energy in such a way was undoubtedly the most efficient and effortless method. 100 Taixuan does not compare to a single demi-immortal. Damn it! A furious roar came from the sky as an ink flood dragon clad in ink scales shot out from the void afar, heading straight for Zheng. Atop the flood dragon's head stood a middle-aged man, crowned with gold and dressed in bright yellow vestment robe embroidered with dragon patterns, his expression furious. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, clearly a great cultivator in soul-condensing realm. Even within the soul-condensing realm, he could be considered a formidable being. The aura of that ink flood dragon was even more terrifying, almost comparable to Han Yuliang, who had broken through to divine infant realm on the battlefield that day, achieving soul-condensing realm perfection. Most of the prodigies participating in the great tournament had protectors. An hour ago, Zheng had arrived and been hiding in the void, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The brief moment when the flood dragon was out hunting had been his chance. Tribulation chi began to surge around him, yet Zheng couldn't help but crack a smile. Indeed. This contest of hidden dragons might just be the greatest opportunity for him. To monopolize the heavenly fate of an entire realm, for a chi cultivator, there was no faster path. Zheng looked up at the sky, with chi coursing through his organs, then immediately a flash of thunder light emerged in his palm, charging directly towards the ink flood dragon. 5 Thunder Righteous Law. Boom, the blinding electric light, thunderous rumbling before the sound reached. The electricity had already struck beside the flood dragon, like a heavy hammer hitting its flank. The ink flood dragon roared in pain, its scales under the belly cracked open, muscles tightened, blood flowed like a fountain, with threads of electricity crackling. Even amidst the immense gap in cultivation, the punitive force of nature still took effect. Seizing the moment the ink flood dragon stiffened, Zheng glanced at the spirit shadow lion nearby. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng abandoned the idea of stuffing it into the small world, decisively turning around and beginning his escape. After all, it was a magical beast, and only momentarily deterred, it had reigned in its ferocious nature. Rashly placing it in the small world could cause harm. A magical beast in the late stage of the entry Dao realm was not worth the risk. This event had further validated the influence of a Qi cultivator over magical beasts, and the gains were substantial enough. A streak of firelight shot straight into the sky, splitting the night like a shooting star, heading south. Before making his move, Zheng had already figured out the location of the 100 Demons Assembly. As the 100 Demons Assembly was situated to the north of the southern region, he ran in the opposite direction to maximize his chances of escaping the trap. Now invoking Fire God Transformation and the Qi cultivator's divine ability to ride the clouds and drive the mist, his escape speed was as fast as lightning, far surpassing the limits of an entry Dao realm cultivator, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The cultivator standing atop the flood dragon had an icy expression, his hands forming seals, instantly stopping the gushing blood from the dragon's fissured wound and began healing it. Then, he lifted his head, looking at the fleeing figure of Zheng, silent as he spurred the flood dragon to follow. In his view, a Spirit Spring realm cultivator capable of instantly killing an entry Dao realm cultivator and possessing such swift escape speed must have used some secret technique. Such methods of burning one's own origin to increase strength surely could not last for long. Taixuan Holy Land. Zheng. Recalling the words he had just heard, the middle-aged cultivator's complexion grew increasingly ugly. Even if Zheng belonged to the Taixuan Holy Land, he still had to capture this person's head, otherwise, he would have no way to explain himself upon his return. Now, the bounty for Zheng was known to all, clearly pushed by several holy lands behind the scenes. Even if he killed Zheng, there would likely be no consequences. As a protector, having a Spirit Spring realm cultivator kill a true disciple right under his nose. If word of this spread, his reputation would be ruined, let alone his sect would surely have severe punishments in store for him. In the chase between the pursuer and the pursued, half a day passed in a blink of an eye. As time moved on, the expression on the middle-aged cultivator riding atop the flood dragon grew uglier and uglier. Every time he was close to catching up with Zheng, he would be met with a bolt of thunder striking down, and the flood dragon was somewhat fearful of the thunder, repeatedly hindering its advance. This method of wielding thunder to attack far exceeded the scope of the Spirit Spring realm, and even an entry Dao realm cultivator would find it rather forced. In the middle-aged cultivator's eyes, Zheng definitely couldn't keep using such powerful techniques continuously, he must have relied on some Fu Lu or other methods, and there would come a moment when they were expended. The more this was the case, the less he could let Zheng escape. Taixuan Holy Land is, after all, a holy land, and even though it has declined, it should not be underestimated. The current situation had firmly established a mortal feud. If Zheng managed to escape and rise in power later, the entire 100 Demons Assembly would likely face a great disaster. Before long, the sun rose and set, and 2 days and nights passed. The flood dragon was foaming at the mouth, its eyes seeing stars, while the middle-aged cultivator was also pale, panting like an ox. Moving at such an extreme limit, even a soul condensation realm cultivator would have to stop to recover for a moment, yet Zheng showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. After a long while, the middle-aged cultivator had no choice but to halt, watching the figure of Zheng growing distant. Watching Zheng's figure disappear, the middle-aged cultivator's face was livid. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. The best option at this moment was to report back to the sect and mobilize all soul condensation realm cultivators to kill Zheng with all their might, eradicating the calamity at its root. Seeing the persistent pursuit of the flood dragon vanish behind him, Zheng took the opportunity to enter the small world, temporarily shaking off the chase. The moment he entered the small world, he lay back on the ground, gasping for air uncontrollably. After 2 days of extreme fleeing, he was exhausted to the extreme. The panel could restore his physical condition, but the mental torment was inescapable. While being pursued, Zheng had thought about turning around and using the 9 Thunder Jade Talisman to strike down his pursuer in their weakened state. But after pondering for a moment, he gave up on the idea. He only had one 9 Thunder Jade Talisman, using it would mean one less trump card. More importantly, with one human and one beast behind him, the 9 Thunder Jade Talisman could only kill one of them. It was better to save it to deal with those geniuses who had stepped into the soul condensation realm. That was what truly mattered. Right now, the gap between him and a being of the soul condensation realm was still too large. That ink flood dragon had endured nearly 100 of his thunder methods without harm. If not for the magical beast's natural fear of thunder, he wondered how long he would have had to run. Through this battle, his mastery of the thunder method had indeed improved significantly. The soul condensation realm was equivalent to a powerhouse of the secret realm of Tao embryo chi refining, an entire major realm higher, and to fight against such adversaries was to overestimate his abilities. After resting for a while, Zheng got up and walked over to Song Lingqing and the others. Seeing Zheng's actions that day, Song Lingqing had been somewhat restless these past 2 days, staying in the same place. Now, seeing Zheng return safely, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and got up to approach him. "Who did you go to find?" "A friend," Zheng replied casually. Song Lingqing didn't press further, quickly noticing the fatigue hidden between Zheng's brows, and asked subconsciously, "Is there any problem?" Zheng shook his head. With the panel's repair, his physical condition was as normal as could be, just a bit tired mentally. "Next, I plan to look for a few things." "What are your plans?" Zheng inquired about Song Lingqing's plans going forward. After pondering for a moment, Song Lingqing shook her head. "Just find any country and let me off there," she said. She wanted to travel with Zheng, but now that Zheng didn't need her help, accompanying him would simply be more about receiving his care. This debt of gratitude would only grow larger. "All right." Zheng didn't insist. Life in this small world was indeed dull, no normal person would enjoy it. He intended to next collect fragments of the martial barrier and incidentally challenge the prodigies on the hidden dragon list. With the heavenly divination technique, finding the fragments of the Xian Tian martial barrier wouldn't be difficult. After gathering the fragments, the repairing process would be much easier and wouldn't take too long. Within the next 10 years, he had to consider the martial path for Song Lingxue. Otherwise, with Song Lingxue's talent, wasting these 10 years would be a real pity. At the edge of the Taixuan Holy Land, there was a spirit peak with rugged cliffs, 3 sides featuring sheer drops of 1,000 zhang, and the path to the summit extremely steep. Surrounded by volcanoes, the rising heat made the temperature at the top unbearable. An ordinary person couldn't survive there. The scorching sun hung high. Between the dark mountain paths, a figure carrying a giant stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jing climbed upward, their heavy breathing incessant. Huff, Song Lingxue lifted her head slightly, looking towards the peak that was now in sight, her muscles taut, and sweat poured down her forehead, dripping onto the scorching rocks beneath her, emitting puffs of green smoke. This path was cracked from her footsteps, with pits as deep as calf-high clearly visible. The weight of hundreds of thousands of jing concentrated under her feet could easily crush steel or iron plates. In this world, nobody could help her with what lay beyond the martial path, she had to fumble through it on her own. After stepping into the Yuan aura realm, the yang yuan that Zheng had left in her body was almost entirely depleted, and the growth of her cultivation had visibly slowed down. Now, she could only try these clumsy methods, exerting 10 times the effort to toughen her physical body forcefully and enhance her physique, hoping for a breakthrough in her martial path. In the past years, she had never craved power as much as she did at this moment. If she had enough strength, her current predicament wouldn't be so difficult. After a while, she finally reached the summit. Disregarding the scorching rocks and collapsing to sit, breathing heavily, inhaling the hot mist. The long-term high temperatures around her had become somewhat familiar. Thankfully, the Taixuan Holy Land was not lacking in spiritual springs. Bathing was convenient, with the water boiling hot. Long-term immersion not only greatly improved her physique but also served as a refinement for her cultivation. In this short period of rigorous practice, her cultivation was about to advance another step. Coming back to her senses, she noticed a figure sitting not far away, dressed in a grey robe, looking frail and decrepit. Holy Master. Song Lingxue wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodded as a greeting, her expression stoic and calm. This was her first encounter with Gung Yang after entering Taixuan. The Immortal Alliance has sent a message. The deviation of the heavenly Tao has increased again, Gung Yang said slowly. The other holy lands have asked me to remind you not to overexert yourself in cultivation. Is that so? At these words, Song Lingshua's eyes flickered, and she bowed her head to hide the joy in her eyes. Zheng had told her that changes in the heavenly Tao originated from him. This change was enough to indicate that Zheng had grown stronger. You don't realize just how powerful your talent really is, Gung Yang sighed, his gaze somewhat complex. In the worlds under the Immortal Alliance's control, the speed of cultivation for other paths is not even a 10th or 20th of the outside world. In other words, once you leave this realm, your speed of cultivation will surge by more than tenfold, he added. Song Lingshua's eyes shone faintly as she fell silent. The real prodigy was her husband. This secret was known to her alone. It seemed that she now had to cultivate even harder, otherwise, if she couldn't keep up with Zheng's pace, she would eventually come under suspicion. As for the so-called realms beyond, Song Lingxue did not have much desire, but she was already clandestinely planning that if the people from the martial hall really wanted to take her away, she would try to take her family out of this realm. Once she left, Zheng would inevitably be exposed. No matter what, after the great tournament of 10,000 sects, she must leave Songyun realm with Zheng. The desolate peak, Song Lingxue slowly raised her head, looking up at the sky. The blazing sun hung high in the void. The firmament seemed like an immense sheet of dark blue silk, which under the searing heat, subtly twisted in leisure. Behind the silk canvas, lay the vast and boundless universe. The term universe was something she learned after entering Taixuan Holy Land. Zheng once told her that books contained much wonder, and that he learned many principles from them. Thus, beyond cultivation, she had spent a lot of time reading the ancient tomes and scrolls stored within the Taixuan Holy Land. Indeed, the worlds within books proved to be boundlessly profound, condensing the efforts of past generations. Often, she made discoveries and gained tremendously. The Songyun realm, which once seemed so vast in her eyes, now had apparent boundaries. The 4 territories and 5 seas, the sky round and the earth square. It is said, worlds like the Songyun realm are uncommon throughout the universe, which instead is more commonly filled with stars scattered like pearls, lost in the directionless cosmos. Some stars, too, host living beings. Most stars are not very large, some with diameters less than 10,000 miles, drifting aimlessly through the universe. These tiny stars cannot nurture life, but their interiors may conceal numerous valuable minerals, of extreme worth. In those texts, the entire universe is a colossal mine, its bounds even a true immortal cannot fully discern. Returning to her senses, Song Lingxue glanced at Gung Yang and, seeing no intention of him leaving, couldn't help but feel perplexed. Holy Master, did you come today with other instructions? Gung Yang slightly turned his palm and took out a battle robe, dark red all over with golden formation patterns spread across, radiating with red divinity like a burning divine fire, shining brightly. I had it made specially for you. It's imbued with a wisp of 5th order divine fire, meant for refining the physique, and it's quite effective. Before his words had fallen, Gung Yang pushed the battle robe towards Song Lingxue and then continued, the method you thought of is truly cumbersome, more effort for less gain. With this battle robe, refining your physique will yield 10 times more than what you achieved before. Song Lingshua's brow slightly furrowed, she glanced at the battle robe and moved her gaze away, looking at Gung Yang with some confusion. What is your intent, Holy Master? Please speak plainly. She naturally wanted the battle robe that could help her grow stronger faster, but for a moment, she couldn't understand the reasons behind Gung Yang's help. If there were certain conditions attached, she would need to be more cautious. Although she wasn't clear on the exact agreement between Gung Yang and Zheng, so long as nothing extraneous happened, there wouldn't be a mistake, and being cautious had no downside. Compared to herself, she was more concerned about causing unnecessary trouble for Zheng. Taixuan is never short of artifact refiners, it's just a battle robe, nothing noteworthy. You currently are in Taixuan, and your situation is far stronger than if you were in any other holy land, this much, you must understand. I have said it before, your talent far exceeded your own imagination. Yang, expression unchanged, continued, you've entered the martial hall, and in the future, you might have the opportunity to vie for the holy martial practitioner's revered position. I wish to make a good connection with Taixuan Holy Land so that when the day comes that I seek aid, I hope you'll lend a hand. Although the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall have not yet started a dispute, it is uncertain that trouble won't arise someday in the future. Just as the Immortal Alliance envoy mentioned during recent discussions, even the mighty Immortal Alliance is on the verge of a great war, let alone the Zheng realm. It is inevitable that one day Taixuan Holy Land may fall into peril, and should they receive aid from a Supreme Being, even a small effort could provide a glimmer of hope for survival. This is for the future of Taixuan. The information about Song Lingxue has already been handed over to the hands of the Immortal Alliance, just waiting for the Martial Hall to come for her. In other words, Song Lingxue's entry into the Martial Hall is already a done deal. To bestow favor now, there's still time. Once in the Martial Hall, a battle robe of this quality would not even be accepted by her. You overstate your case, Holy Master. Song Lingxue's heart was not greatly stirred, she didn't have much confidence in her talent, but neither did she intend to explain. The more attention she received, the safer Zheng would be, which was more than desirable. Rejecting Yang's battle robe would seem ungrateful, she thought. With this in mind, Song Lingxue slowly extended her hand and took the battle robe into her hands. Crack a euro as she touched the battle robe, web-like cracks spread more than 10 yards out from beneath Song Lingxue. The battle robe, which seemed quite light, was surprisingly heavy, easily rivaling the weight of the huge boulder she had carried before. Looking at the battle robe in her hands, Song Lingxue raised her head with some confusion. Holy Master, did you not say that I shouldn't cultivate too quickly? That's what they think, what does it have to do with me? Yang chuckled, how many more years can I live? He was unconcerned with how fast or slow Song Lingxue's cultivation progressed, and he had no interest in how it might shift the heavenly Tao. He was pushing heaven's limits with only a little over 20 years of life remaining. When Song Lingxue left the Zheng realm, everything would naturally reset to its original state. By then, death would not be far for him. A moment later, Yang withdrew his smile and spoke softly, I have another matter to discuss, regarding Zheng. Instantaneously, Song Lingxue raised her head, her calm demeanor changed. What happened to him? There has been movement on the hidden dragon list. Zheng killed a major sect's true disciple in front of a soul condensation realm cultivator and then made his escape, rising by more than 5,000 ranks. Yang's expression grew solemn, and he spoke with gravity. Since the creation of the hidden dragon list, such an event has never occurred. In past tournaments, there were indeed late bloomers who continuously climbed the rankings on the hidden dragon list and ultimately broke into the top 10 contenders. But this always required a gradual process. A breakthrough in cultivation that instantly pushed someone up by 100 ranks was already considered difficult. Zheng, however, leapfrogged over more than 5,000 names in one go. With the cultivation of the late Spirit Spring realm, he wedged himself among a group of cultivators at the late stage of the entry Tao realm, spanning an entire major realm, which was far too conspicuous. The hidden dragon list is extremely mysterious. Relying on external objects to kill an opponent does not alter one's ranking in any way. Now that Zheng has risen over 5,000 places at once, it means that in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he relied solely on his own strength to kill Qiushi. This implies that the heavenly Tao of the Zheng realm had severely misjudged Zheng's strength before. What astonishing implications does this contain? In just 1 year, he was already capable of striking down an enemy in the late stage of the entry Tao realm and escaping from the hands of a soul condensation realm cultivator. What would he become if he had 10 more years? Not long after the other great sacred lands received the news, they dispatched many soul condensation realm cultivators, including those prodigies who had achieved soul condensation within their ranks, to frantically search for Chu Zheng's whereabouts. This inevitably made Gung Yiyang somewhat restless. He had not anticipated Chu Zheng's talent to be so exceedingly monstrous. Fang Jiong and Ling Qi's deaths were due to Chu Zheng's reliance on the Lihua spear, which could be considered outstanding poise, but his talent still fell within Gung Yiyang's comprehension. Yet now, with the power of the late Spirit Spring realm, he had crossed a whole major realm and, under the noses of soul condensation realm cultivators, slain cultivators from the entry Dao realm before safely withdrawing. Such an act could be called contrary to the natural order. At this thought, Gung Yiyang couldn't help but sigh lightly. Chu Zheng's brilliance was too intense. In such a short time, he had caused such a great commotion. Gung Yiyang had some expectations of how far Chu Zheng could grow. According to what he had originally thought, even with the great sacred lands, and with the divine infants in hiding, it was not an easy task to look for someone with just soul condensation realm cultivators. As long as one understood some techniques to change appearance and conceal one's aura, it was not difficult to elude detection by soul condensation realm cultivators. With Chu Zheng's cunning, he shouldn't be in too much danger. The hefty bounty could also give Chu Zheng some sense of urgency, ensuring he wouldn't slack in his cultivation. Now, during his killings, Chu Zheng made a spectacle and revealed his identity. Chief disciple of the Taixuan Holy Land's true transmission. When Gung Yiyang heard this news, he almost immediately understood Chu Zheng's intent. The message was meant for him. Qiushi was not the last one, but merely the beginning. This youngster would kill even more people. The act was nothing more than an attempt to drag Taixuan into the same plight as himself, making them universal enemies. But Taixuan's current situation was not looking good. The other 4 great sacred lands had already begun to subtly join forces. The great tournament of 10,000 sects was essentially prepared for Shang Zuling alone. There was not much conflict between them, it was more of a formality. Suppressing Taixuan Holy Land was their primary priority. The Taixuan Divine Fire Scripture, disregarding immortal bones and relying on the fire seed to forcefully elevate the talent of the practitioner, was simply too defiant of the heavens. With just a few immortal flames, Taixuan could thrive perpetually. Over time, it would inevitably grow stronger and stronger. If another fire spirit body were to emerge and bring forth a true immortal, it would be a certainty. If Taixuan were to continue developing, the southern region and even the entire Zhongyun realm would become Taixuan's domain. Making a hasty move only to shoot oneself in the foot. After realizing Chu Zheng's current predicament, Gung Yiyang sighed deeply again, the sigh meant for both himself and Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng's risky move was driven by him, but now, it had dragged him into an even greater trouble. Upon learning of Chu Zheng's perilous situation, Song Lingshua's expression shifted slightly, and she couldn't help but plea, "Holy Master, can't you lend a helping hand?" Even with her confidence in Chu Zheng, facing so many sects and sacred lands alone, the gap was simply too vast. If during this process, other Taoist orthodox techniques were exposed, provoking action from the Immortal Alliance, that would be truly a situation of certain death. I can't help him now. Gung Yiyang shook his head with a dim gaze. With the divine infant in seclusion, Taixuan does not have any soul condensation realm cultivators at the moment, and reopening the sect gate will take time. There are no soul condensation realm cultivators who can live for 10,000 years. Today's Taixuan Holy Land starts with the divine transformation realm, all of them old antiques. If he were able to take action, he would not be so worried, as he could simply bring Chu Zheng back to Taixuan. Nowadays, the surroundings of Taixuan are filled with spies from the other great sacred lands. If he dares step out of Taixuan for even a moment, Taixuan would face a catastrophe. Ji Yuyan is unpredictable, and it's impossible to gauge whether he would tolerate a second violation of the rules. The implicating of the entire sect was not merely an empty threat. One moment of angering the Immortal Alliance could see the Taixuan toppled overnight. Now, Gung Yiyang could only hope that Chu Zheng would rein himself in somewhat, doing his best to avoid the sharp edges of various factions and preserve his own life. This great tournament of 10,000 sects, if Chu Zheng could survive until the end and truly make it into the top 10, What then could he do with the foundation of Taixuan? Seeking fame? Wasn't the title of Taixuan Holy Master enough? However, Gung Yang knew in his heart that this was wishful thinking. Given Chu Zheng's unpredictable nature, causing an even bigger commotion was just a matter of time. The disturbance on the hidden dragon list only shook the 4 great sacred lands, with little impact on the other sections. But Qiushi's death had caused an unprecedented earthquake within the 100 Demons Assembly. For a sect with tens of thousands of years of heritage, Qiushi's death should not have been a big deal. At worst, they would wait for the next grand competition. A mere 100 years was but a moment, and the century to come would still see geniuses not inferior to Qiushi. Yet the death of Qiushi was filled with mysteries. Chu Zheng killed Qiushi, but the spirit shadow lion he tamed was left unscathed, having not defended its master. And on the body of the spirit shadow lion, no traces of forceful manipulation could be detected. In other words, Chu Zheng possessed some means to make their magical beasts lose control, or even turn on their master. To a sect that raises magical beasts, this information was too frightening to contemplate. Just a few days after Qiushi's death, soul-condensing realm cultivators from the 100 Demons Assembly, along with a large number of high-grade magical beasts they raised, swarmed out. Starting with Giant Marsh and its surrounding dozens of countries, they initiated a carpet search for traces of Chu Zheng. The actions of the Holy Lands were more conspicuous. Taixuan Holy Land even employed yet another immortal treasure to forcibly deduce Chu Zheng's whereabouts through the recorded essences on the hidden dragon list. This move indeed worked, yielding a vague location, Giant Marsh Country. The prodigies ranked in the top 100 of the hidden dragon list were stirred by the news, nearly half appearing near the Giant Marsh, aiming to use the mutual attraction between their destinies to flush out Chu Zheng's tracks. Their combat abilities far surpassed ordinary soul-condensing monks and possessed some methods beyond the imagination of normal sects. Their appearance caused many unusual incidents. Great Zhou Dynasty, Wuyang County, Luofeng City. The former residence of the Song family, after several storms, had become a lake overgrown with weeds, the 1,000 zhang land around it sealed off by the Great Zhou Imperial Court. For the Great Zhou royal family, this place held extraordinary significance. It was the site where their ancestors had revealed their spirit. As for the original inhabitants of this place, the Song family, they were now seldom mentioned. With immortals appearing in the human realm and wars erupting, the Great Zhou dynasty maintained its detachment, a message far more attention-grabbing than the now-vanished Song family. Among the surrounding nations, many had begun trying to migrate into the Great Zhou, and numerous small sects wished to take refuge within the Great Zhou to avoid calamity. 2 figures silently infiltrated the sealed area, making their way to the lakefront. This is far enough. Gazing at the lake before her, Song Lingqing's eyes were profound. I want to walk this path again from the beginning. The path of the great tournament of 10,000 sects started here, and she wanted to start afresh. That seems appropriate. Chu Zheng nodded. Take good care of yourself. Everyone has their own thoughts and paths they want to take, and Song Lingqing had her own ideas and her own journey to pursue. Chu Zheng, not liking to be arranged by others, similarly would not meddle forcibly in another person's life. Where are you heading next? Song Lingqing was somewhat curious about Chu Zheng's next plans. To the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, to stay for a while. Chu Zheng had always had some interest in the mansion's treasury of the Great Zhou royal family. Great Zhou was a magical land, home to the martial path heritage as well as hidden lineages such as the Song family with many secret inheritances. Its scripture pavilion must certainly be hiding some surprises. Now that the outside world was in great turmoil, it was a good time for him to lay low and cultivate in peace for a while. The midday sun sprinkled over the lake, shimmering on the surface, with wild grass thriving on the shores. Life was breeding within the lake, marked by the occasional ripple on the water's center. No one would have imagined that less than a year prior, a centuries-old household had stood where the lake was now. All the stories that had taken place there were completely buried, leaving not a single trace behind. After 100 years, 1,000 years, no one will remember any of it. Chu Zheng stood on the shore, gazing long and hard at the lake before him, silent and motionless, his black robe fluttering in the breeze that met him head-on, and for a moment, he felt somewhat moved. It was as if for an instant, he witnessed the power of time. Suddenly, Zheng's expression shifted slightly, and he raised his hand to activate the invisibility technique, concealing both his and Song Lingqing's figures. A figure descended openly from the sky, stopping above the lake. He appeared to be a young cultivator in his teens, holding a compass, dressed in white with a wooden crown and jade belt, his features handsome and his attire unassuming yet exuding nobility at a glance. His cultivation was quite strong, with a celestial foundation formed within him, already at the entry path. This was the land where the ancestors of the great Zhou royal family had manifested their divine presence, and imperial secret guards were stationed in all directions. Such a brazen act naturally attracted the attention of many secret guards, and in an instant, the area surrounding the lake was surrounded by people. "I am the commander of the White Tiger Imperial Secret Guards, Town Garrison Command of Great Zhou. May I inquire which superior immortal you are from?" A leader clad in silver armor stepped forward politely, paid his respects and asked respectfully. His robust blood chi revealed he was at the level of a martial path grandmaster. The youth did not answer his question but instead looked around and announced loudly, "I'll ask you, is there anyone here with the surname Song?" Upon hearing this question, Zheng's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowed slightly. In the eyes of the public, the Song family was already annihilated. How could someone come looking for them now? Song Lingqing, who beside him was still marveling at the miraculous invisibility technique, also showed a hint of surprise in her expression, with a cloud of suspicion forming in her eyes. The Song family had never been involved with entry Dao realm cultivators, and this person's sudden arrival almost certainly spelled trouble. Hearing the young cultivator's question, the leader in silver armor seemed hesitant, pondered for a few moments, and then replied truthfully, "To report back to the superior immortal, there are no people with the surname Song here, although there used to be a Song family." "Where is this Song family now?" "It has been annihilated." "Annihilated?" On hearing these two words, the young man immediately frowned, a hint of displeasure surfacing in his expression. "Who did it?" "I am not privy to the details." "I beg the superior immortal's forgiveness." The leader in silver armor shook his head. Even if he knew some of the truth, he couldn't just say anything rashly. Affairs between the immortal sects should be handled by themselves. Gurgly a euro, the young man's compass emitted a strange noise. He immediately looked down at the compass in his hand, and after a light exclamation, his head turned sharply in the direction of Zheng and the others. "Did he see us?" Song Lingqing asked, slightly startled. "Impossible." Zheng shook his head decisively. As he had stepped into the Jade Bone realm, his invisibility technique had already become a second-order divine skill. Even a cultivator at the soul-condensing realm would need to carefully inspect for a while to break the invisibility technique, and a casual glance would definitely not reveal anything. The cultivation of this young cultivator was only at the mid-entry Dao realm. He certainly did not have such capabilities. Zheng looked at the compass in the youth's hand, glanced at Song Lingqing beside him, and seemed to have come to a realization. To confirm his guess, Zheng immediately grabbed Song Lingqing and shot into the sky, making a beeline for the city outskirts. The young cultivator standing in midair watched his compass vibrate chaotically, looked up at the empty void, and couldn't help but look puzzled. After hesitating for a while, he didn't follow the compass but instead landed beside the lake. "Superior immortal, if you have no business here, please leave this place. After all, this land is where the Zhao clan ancestors manifested their divinity and is not suitable for outsiders to linger," the leader in silver armor reminded him succinctly. "Zhao clan?" The youth looked puzzled and then asked, "The surname of the royal family here?" "Indeed. How dare a mere surname of an imperial dynasty call itself a clan?" Seeing the leader in silver armor nod, the youth sneered, parted the waves with a gesture, and walked into the lake. The leader in silver armor's mouth twitched slightly, opting not to say anything further. After bowing with a fist, he stepped aside. Beyond Great Zhou, the sects had already begun to clash in earnest, with superior immortals often falling in skirmishes, yet Great Zhou remained tranquil, which proved the deterrent power of the Zhao ancestors. He didn't know where this youngster had come from, but he didn't want to risk his life unnecessarily. A short while later, the young man emerged from the lake looking somewhat dejected. He took out the compass again, soared into the sky, and followed the compass's direction towards the city outskirts. Looking at the lake, the leader in silver armor fell into deep thought. He signaled for a messenger to come, report this to His Majesty, saying that others are still searching for the Song clan bloodline. 30 miles outside Luofeng City, atop a low peak, Zheng dispelled the invisibility technique and slightly shifted his facial features, transforming into a middle-aged cultivator around 30 years of age. He first applied a disguise to himself, to avoid clashes due to his appearance, since he had some questions to ask that person and didn't wish to act hastily. "What do you want to do?" Song Lingqing was somewhat puzzled. "Just wait a moment, that person should be coming to find us soon." Zheng contemplated for a moment, then spoke calmly. This person wasn't able to see through the invisibility technique, but instead relied on some other tracking method, which might be related to your bloodline. "We'll probe into it later." "My bloodline?" Song Lingqing was somewhat surprised. She had never felt there was anything special about her bloodline. As for the bloodline of the Song family, Zheng had been able to guess a few things from the family heritage blood jade earlier. The Song family was definitely hiding many secrets, and from this person's mouth, they should be able to extract some useful information. A while later, a shadow streaked across the sky and stopped above the low peak, none other than the young cultivator they had encountered earlier. He looked down at the two of them, checking the compass, and after a span of time enough to drink a cup of tea, he finally descended slowly. "Are you of the Song family?" The young man walked up to the two of them, ignoring Zheng, and looked towards Song Lingqing. "Yes." Song Lingqing nodded slightly, then her brows slightly furrowed. "Who are you?" "Direct line of the Song family, Song Xian." The youth introduced himself briefly, and pride undisguised showed in his expression when mentioning the Song name. Song Lingqing was somewhat baffled and subconsciously glanced at Zheng. Zheng didn't speak but took a step back, signaling her to continue asking. "Which Song family?" Upon hearing this, Song Xian gave a faint smile and said with a deep voice, "The noble family of the eastern region, the Song clan that once had 4 true immortals as ancestors." "The eastern region?" Song Lingqing was slightly taken aback. The eastern region and the southern region were separated by the Rift Valley Sea, an extremely distant expanse. Even an entry Dao realm cultivator crossing it would take at least a year. "It's normal that you haven't heard of us." Seeing Song Lingqing's face full of surprise, Song Xian was not surprised and promptly gave a brief and simple account of the origins of the Song clan. Zheng, listening by the side, gradually clarified some threads of thought. If it could be said that in the southern region there were numerous sects, then the eastern region was truly ruled by noble families. There were also clans in the southern region, but most clans relied on sects for survival and rarely did independent cultivator families exist. For ordinary cultivators, relying on bloodline to reproduce and giving birth to immortal bones was really unstable, hard to maintain prosperity for long, and after a few generations, they often gradually faded into obscurity. The eastern region, in terms of expansive territory, did not match the southern region, having only 2/3 of its size, overseen by 3 major clans, one of which was the Song clan. A family that had given birth to true immortals naturally had mystical and unusual bloodlines. Within the families of true immortals, every few generations, there would always appear 1 or 2 exceptionally talented individuals to take over the reins of the family, and this had become the norm. The Song family originally was not from the eastern region, but had migrated from the southern region. When they moved, it was to avoid calamity. At the time, the Songyun realm still saw the continuance of other Taoist orthodoxy, with the southern region being the last battleground, where earth-shaking wars often took place. After enduring continuous wars, with their numbers diminishing within the clan, the direct lineage reluctantly migrated eastward, leaving only a few branches in the southern region to continue to flourish, in hope of rebounding in the future. However, as time passed, within the migrated direct lineage's bloodline, there were those who ascended to the true immortal realm and were taken in by the Immortal Alliance, returning to the world's pinnacle. Meanwhile, these several branches in the southern region kept silent for a long time, wandering in the times of chaos, progressively weakening, and gradually, they lost contact. The ancestral homeland of the Song family was indeed near Great Zhou, and after the Great Wars, a branch recalled their roots and returned to this region. Their bloodline gradually took root, branching out, and that led to the scene witnessed today. Song Xian's tone was rather nonchalant, but Zheng heard a lot of difficulties within. The battle for Taoist orthodoxy was extremely cruel, even true immortal families were forced to migrate far away. The southern region's living environment at the time must have been incredibly harsh. The few branches left behind in this region, in order to continue their bloodline, clearly did everything possible, just like the incomprehensible family rule of the Song family encountered earlier. Within one family, there must not be two sons coexisting. Looking at it now, this rule seems to have been an act of helplessness, but it was precisely because of this that the Song family bloodline was able to be passed down and continue to this day, after sacrificing the glory of being a true immortal family. Zheng had previously thought the Song family bloodline was extraordinary, but he had never expected it to be so exaggerated as to be related to true immortals. Observing Song Xian before him, Zheng fell into deep thought. The current Song Xian had expended so much effort to traverse the Rift Valley Sea, it clearly couldn't be simply for the sake of finding kin, there must be other reasons. Without waiting for him to think further, Song Xian suddenly took out a piece of silk from his bosom and slowly unfolded it. On the silk, a piece of jade wall was drawn with blood, divided into exactly 6 segments. Have you ever seen anything similar to this jade? Upon hearing this, Song Lingqing looked at it carefully for a long while and, after recalling for a moment, shook her head slightly, no. For a moment, Song Xian's face was filled with disappointment, but he still somewhat persisted, take another close look. After Song Lingqing confirmed repeatedly, she denied it once again, definitely not. The instant Zheng saw the silk, he immediately understood, this Song Xian, or rather, the Eastern Territory Song clan, their ultimate goal was for the family heritage blood jade. Or rather, it was for the secret realm connected by the blood jade. What is this? Seeing Song Xian's enormous reaction, Song Lingqing couldn't help but become curious. This is the family heritage blood jade, connected to a secret realm. The foundation of the Song clan lies within it. Song Xian put away the silk and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed with irritation as he casually explained a few sentences, clarifying the cause and effect. During the time of the conflagration in the southern region, the Rift Valley Sea was also fraught with peril, and there were many heretic cultivators lurking within the sea, making their final desperate attempts. With the power the Song clan possessed at that time, it was quite a stretch to safeguard the direct lineage across the Rift Valley Sea. It necessitated the call of the majority of the pillars of support from various branches of the clan to escort them. In order to make a promise to the other branches, the Song clan's direct lineage would one day surely return to the southern region, so the jade wall was then divided into 6 pieces. Using the entire Song clan's foundation as collateral, the various branches finally agreed to lend their people. With that departure, naturally there was no looking back. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed, and when the Song clan's direct lineage once more produced a true immortal, the southern region had already seen the rise of holy lands and the establishment of hundreds of sections. In such a situation, the prospect of returning was no longer an easy task, and moreover, with the emergence of a new true immortal, the formerly so-called modest foundation no longer held much importance. After putting away the silk, Song Xian, lacking enthusiasm, said casually, "You will follow me from now on. Once the blood jade is found, come back to the eastern region with me. With your talent, if you try hard, you might have a chance to enter the direct lineage in the future. If you can awaken your bloodline, you might have the hope of reaching the Taixuan." His attitude, from beginning to end, was condescending, carrying a trace of benevolence from on high. "I don't need it." Song Lingqing spoke indifferently, her expression impassive. Song Xian had not bothered to ask Song Lingqing's own opinion, naturally leading to her refusal. Suddenly faced with rejection, Song Xian appeared taken aback, his face a picture of disbelief. Do you realize the magnitude of the opportunity you are rejecting? The Song family, although not as powerful as in the past, was still one of the three major clans in the eastern region, with more than one powerful individual in the Taixuan secret realm within the clan. That's enough. Zheng spoke, his first words drawing this meeting to a close. He had already collected enough information. Who are you? Song Xian, already in a bad mood, was now like a barrel of gunpowder, ignited in an instant as he spoke in a cold voice. Is this your place to speak? Do you seek death? He had glanced at Zheng when he arrived, who seemed to have reached middle age with only the cultivation of the late spirit spring realm, not worthy of his attention at all. Slap! Zheng stepped forward with a forceful and heavy slap that landed fiercely on Song Xian's face. Song Xian had not expected Zheng to suddenly strike. Furthermore, Zheng's moves were too fast. Caught off guard, Song Xian was unable to defend in time and was instantaneously sent flying 100 yards away, crashing heavily into the rugged mountain path, his head spinning and unable to get up for a moment. Since you bear the Song surname, I'll spare your life today. If you seek revenge, let your elders come to Taixuan Holy Land to find me. My name is Zheng. Wishayuro Song Xian picked himself up from the fragmented rubble, shook his somewhat groggy head, and looked around. He could no longer see the figures of the two people from earlier. He sat down on the spot, his expression somewhat unsettled. In just a moment, he had walked through Ghost Gate Pass. The slap from earlier could have smashed his skull if it hadn't been held back. The person had shown restraint. In the eastern region, conflicts between clans were extremely bloody. Compared to the sects, clans were more united. That was why, once a clan member was hurt or killed, escalating the conflict and intensifying the battleground was the norm. Death and injury were nothing out of the ordinary. Being able to return alive this time, he felt nothing but relief. Taixuan Holy Land. Zheng. Song Xian rubbed his cheeks and frowned, sinking into thought. Having recently arrived in the southern region, he did not quite understand the overall situation there. Taixuan Holy Land, as he recalled, had been isolated from the world for a long time and had only recently reopened its sect gates. Could it be that Taixuan Holy Land was also targeting the Song family's legacy? Thinking of this, Song Xian became restless. The Song family in the Immortal Alliance hadn't heard from a true immortal for thousands of years, and the situation for the Song direct line in the eastern region was not optimistic. Otherwise, the Song clan wouldn't have sent many members back to the southern region. The family heritage blood jade connected to the secret realm was very important for the Song family now. Whether the Song family could once again support a true immortal depended entirely on this secret realm. He needed to relay this message back to his family as soon as possible. Taixuan, fallen as it was, remained a holy land that once produced true immortals and had a long heritage in the southern region. It demanded caution. 2 days after leaving Luofeng City, Zheng had returned to Giant Marsh with Song Lingqing. Now, chaos reigned within Giant Marsh, and cultivators at the soul-condensing realm could be seen everywhere. Even Qianglu had become subdued, recalling its disciples and not daring any major actions. Behind these soul-condensation realm cultivators were either major immortal sects or holy lands. Even the main lineage of Qianglu could not provoke them. Zheng stealthily entered the Song residence with Song Lingqing without alerting anyone, and took the family heritage blood jade. This piece of blood jade, buried under a pile of miscellaneous items in the mansion's treasury, would not have been so casually placed if Song Tongxian knew the importance of this jade. Clearly, due to the extreme age, some key information had been lost, and whether Song Tongxian even remembered the jade was questionable. Arguing with Song Tongxian to explain the whole cause and effect was troublesome and would expose their tracks, so it was better to temporarily entrust the blood jade to Lingqing for safekeeping. She was a member of the Song family too, and Song Tongxian was her great-uncle, with her direct lineage being the closest relation. From Song Xian's attitude, it seemed that the Eastern Territory Song clan was determined to get the secret behind this blood jade. It would be somewhat unfair if the blood jade, having been passed down in the Southern Territory for so long, were to be taken away by the Eastern Territory Song clan so easily. The resources within this secret realm should rightfully include a share for the Southern Territory Song clan, not just Song Taixuan's lineage, but the entire Southern Territory lineage of the Song family should have a part in it. At the very least, Zheng needed to ensure resources for both Song Lingxue and Song Lingqing. After getting the blood jade, Lingqing glanced from a distance at Song Tonghai, wanting to show herself and meet him, but the previous precedents in the Song residence made her dare not take such a risk again. A lesson learned through experience is invaluable, one must always progress. Furthermore, Song Tonghai's days in the Song family were temporarily carefree. Generally, no one would bother him, especially since the Song family was too insignificant in the eyes of those immortal sects. The only trouble might be if one day, the Eastern Territory Song clan decided to come knocking. However, going by Song Xian's earlier attitude, the Song family was not yet desperate enough to strike at their own kin. Zheng quickly left with Song Lingqing without lingering for long in Giant Marsh. The area around Giant Marsh was now constantly chaotic, with cultivators often erupting into conflicts and engaging in blood battles, with many being drawn here by the rumors. These rumor-led cultivators were not aware of the existence of the hidden dragon list, nor did they know who Zheng was, but hearing that many cultivators were gathering here escalated the rumors wildly. Some said that ancient ruins had emerged in Giant Marsh, and there were even rumors that a true immortal cave mansion had appeared, naturally attracting numerous cultivators hoping to come across an opportunity. These rumors, ignited by a loose cultivator who coincidentally unlocked an ancient sect's treasury, spread rapidly across the southern region. Zheng regarded these rumors as a light breeze beside his ear, showing no intention of joining the excitement, and headed straight back to the Great Zhou dynasty. At the border of Great Zhou, he parted ways with Song Lingqing and entered the imperial city alone. In less than half a day, Zheng had entered the capital of the Great Zhou. After employing the invisibility technique, he faced no obstructions at all as he stepped into the heart of the imperial palace. As night fell, the stars twinkled faintly. The silhouette of the imperial palace under the moonlight appeared even more majestic, and the night wind brushed gently across the city walls, bringing a hint of cold. The guards in front of the Crimson Palace gates were already dressed in thick cotton armor, and the spears and battle halberds glistened with a cold light. Zheng stood atop the palace wall, looking at the thousands of lights in the cold night, and let out a soft sigh. Another winter had arrived. The Great Zhou royal family had continued using the old capital from the previous dynasty. This imperial palace, upon careful consideration, had a history of several thousand years and was extremely ancient, causing Zheng to momentarily feel bewildered. Having snapped back to reality, Zheng stepped into the depths of the imperial palace. The moment he delved into the palace, he immediately noticed many anomalies. Within this worldly imperial dynasty, there were more than a few cultivators hidden, among them even those in the Entry Dao realm. The Entry Dao realm was a position that, even within a large sect like the Phantom Spirit sect, could serve as an elder of the outer sect, which was rather exaggerated for a secular imperial dynasty. Zhao Tingxian. Zheng recalled the name Fu Quanliang had mentioned to him before. The state that the Song residence had ended up in seemed to be this person's doing as well. It seemed that the Great Zhou royal family might indeed be hiding quite a few secrets. After a careful examination for a short while, Zheng found the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion was heavily guarded, with two great grandmasters outwardly standing watch, and secretly there was a late spirit spring realm cultivator, equal in cultivation to Zheng's current level. After a moment of thought, Zheng quietly approached the hiding spot of the Spirit Spring Realm cultivator. Inside the quiet room, a figure was seated cross-legged on the couch, clutching two spirit stones, engrossed in cultivation. This cultivator appeared to be about 40, robust in build, attired in a bright yellow vestment robe, wearing a golden crown, a jade belt around his waist, his face commandingly stern without displaying anger. Like a wisp of breeze, Zheng floated into the room, slowly pulling out the town Immortal Mace, without a word, and thrust it right into the cultivator's lower abdomen. After several skirmishes, Zheng had already made some refinements to the talisman seal on the town Immortal Mace. Its effect was even better than before. In confrontations with Dao realm cultivators, the town Immortal Mace was prone to damage, yet it was overwhelmingly dominant against Spirit Spring realm cultivators. The cultivator on the couch abruptly opened his eyes, and before he could even get up, the mana within his dantian dispersed in an instant. He wasn't even able to put up an effective resistance before being knocked out by a chop of Zheng's hand, who then lifted him up single-handedly and stuffed him straight into the spatial passage. In a small world. Above the barren land, Zheng observed the middle-aged cultivator beside him, the spiritual light swirling in his pupils as he watched his mana recovery. This would help him further improve the law-breaking talisman seal. Just now, through the panel, Zheng had learned the identity of this person. Zhao Liangguang, First Order Lower Quality Immortal Bone, the 58th Emperor of the Great Zhou, father of the present Great Zhou Emperor, his mana dispersed by law-breaking, capable of recovery. The former Great Zhou Emperor, no wonder he seemed extraordinary. It took nearly half a day before Zhao Liangguang's mana began to slowly recover, and he gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing Zheng in front of him, his expression changed, and he suddenly got up. Zheng immediately raised his hand and prodded his dantian once more. Zhao Liangguang immediately weakened, gasping for breath, and managed to speak with difficulty. "May I ask which fellow Taoist you are, and when have I offended you? Please speak directly." "Zhao Liangguang, the current Great Zhou Emperor is your son, am I wrong?" Zheng began to verify the identity of the person in front of him to avoid any oversight. Zhao Liangguang, filled with trepidation, nodded his head. "I'll borrow your identity for a while, I'll set you free after some time. Just stay complacent, and I won't harm your life." Zheng smiled satisfactorily, took a piece of demon beast tendon, firmly tied it around him, stripped off his outer garments, took his storage bag, and put it on himself. Zhao Liangguang was still of great use. After getting some general information, he could come back and ask him. As an emperor of the Great Zhou, he must surely know some secrets not known to commoners. After doing all this, Zheng left the small world and returned to the quiet room. His face and stature changed, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the likeness of Zhao Liangguang. The sky outside was already bright, and the morning light, filtering through the window lattice, spilled into the room, bringing with it the fresh yang qi of the new dawn, refreshing to the soul. Zheng walked straight out the door and headed towards the scripture pavilion with big strides. If he was going to look, he might as well do so openly. Sneaking around would sooner or later leave traces, and could even bring other troubles. Wearing another skin saved much more trouble. He planned to stay in the Great Zhou for a while, to lay low and also to quietly cultivate for some time. The external environment was too dangerous. It would be difficult to find a second sanctuary as tranquil as the one in Great Zhou. Retired Emperor. Upon seeing Zheng, the guards in front of the scripture pavilion, including the two great grandmasters, knelt to the ground one after another to perform the ritual obeisance. Zheng gave a slight nod, his gaze steady, as he directly stepped into the scripture pavilion. With the identity of Zhao Liangguang, no matter what actions he took, no one here would dare to question him. Their role was to harbor doubts while guessing his intentions. Zheng entered the scripture pavilion and looked at the vast array of books before him, a trace of joy in his eyes. He quickly scanned the bookshelves and soon picked out a large pile of books, starting to flip through them. Now, his reading speed was extremely fast, and the rate at which his mind filtered information, compared to when he was a mere mortal, had undergone a qualitative change. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he could finish a volume 3 fingers thick. This sensation of absorbing a great deal of information gave Zheng an indescribable pleasure. Meanwhile, he could even multitask, not neglecting his cultivation practice. The gains from the Great Zhou Scripture Pavilion far exceeded Zheng's expectations. He not only discovered many secrets of previous dynasties but also found several methods for martial cultivation. Although they were incomplete, this was no trouble for Zheng. Before the Great Zhou was established, this region was governed by the Great Qian dynasty. The Great Qian dynasty had a prevailing martial culture, once flourished greatly with great grandmasters emerging one after another, and even boasted invincible powers beyond the level of great grandmasters. However, over one night, a huge change occurred. The great Qian royal family was exterminated, seemingly with the involvement of Taixu Holy Land. Afterward, due to Zhao Tingxian entering the Taixu Holy Land, the Zhao family rose to power, leading to the establishment of today's Great Zhou dynasty. The fact that Zhao Tingxian entered Taixu Holy Land seemed to have some connection with the Great Qian as well. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. As dusk fell, Zheng was buried in a sea of books, when a figure quietly walked in, greeting softly, "Father Emperor." Zheng, engrossed in his reading, replied instinctively, then looked up after realizing who was there. Not far away stood a man in dragon robes, about 50 years old, with slightly graying hair at his temples, appearing older than Zhao Liangguang. From the recent form of address, it wasn't hard to guess the identity of this person. The current Great Zhou Emperor, Zhao Yunnan. "What is it?" Zheng calmed his emotions and asked softly. "News from Wuyang County indicates that someone is still secretly searching for the Song family bloodline, Your Majesty. Do you think we should report this to the 14th Imperial Great Uncle?" Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he fell into contemplation, calculating the days. Indeed, news of Song Xian should have reached the imperial capital by now. From the information Zhao Yunnan provided, it appeared the Great Zhou royal family was also in search of the Song family bloodline, which was somewhat unexpected to Zheng. Could it be that the Great Zhou royal family already knew about the family heritage blood jade of the Song family? How has your search for the Song family bloodline been progressing recently? Instead of answering Zhao Yunnan's question, Zheng countered with a question of his own. He was not Zhao Liangguang. The more he answered, the more mistakes he could make. It was better to gather some information and ask Zhao Liangguang directly afterward. "I have been doing my best to search, but the situation around Great Zhou has become overly complicated lately, making it difficult to make any progress." Hearing Zheng's question, Zhao Yunnan bowed his head slightly with a hint of apprehension. "Put more effort into it." Zheng offered a non-specific admonition and waved his hand. "Come back and report to me when you have specific news." Your son takes his leave. Zhao Yunnan, without suspecting anything, bowed and slowly exited the scripture pavilion. As he watched Zhao Yunnan leave, Zheng immediately entered the small world, found Zhao Liangguang, and after a series of inquiries, he finally learned the full story. The Zhao line had uncovered some secrets of the Song family, knowing there was a treasure left by a true immortal within the family, but the specific nature of this object was still being explored. Regarding the secrets of the Song clan, they had very little information. They were unaware of the Song family in the eastern region and the secret realm connected by the family heritage blood jade. Nevertheless, years of investigation had led them to sense something unusual about the bloodline of the Song family. From the retired emperor of Great Zhou, Zhao Liangguang, Zheng learned of many secrets. The sudden visit by the Great Zhou emperor brought him many questions, all of which were now answered. The strength of the Zhao family was much more formidable than Zheng had previously anticipated. The 14th imperial great uncle mentioned by Zhao Yunnan turned out to be a powerful being who had reached divine infant perfection and was on the verge of divine transformation. Divine infant perfection, in a grand sect like the Phantom Spirit sect, the supreme leader of the entire sect would hold such cultivation. This 14th imperial great uncle was currently active in the northern part of the southern region and had become a high-ranking member of a great sect, holding an extraordinary status. Content from Freeweb novel. Yet the Zhao family's heritage was far more profound than this. The most crucial secret lied with Zhao Tingxian himself. Before Zhao Tingxian's birth, the Zhao family was nothing special, merely a common mortal household. But now, almost every generation would have several immortal seedlings born with varying degrees of talent. Those with lesser talent usually stayed within the Great Zhou royal family, while those with exceptional gifts often left Great Zhou to join the great immortal sects in search of their own path. Since Zhao Tingxian's time, the Zhao bloodline had undergone some peculiar transformation. This inevitably led Zheng to speculate that, much like the true immortal noble family of the Song clan, it wasn't the bloodline that created a true immortal but rather the true immortal that had created the bloodline. It was highly possible that Zhao Tingxian's cultivation had reached the true immortal realm, and his bloodline power had influenced his entire family. This interplay between bloodlines was truly mysterious. One person had changed an entire family, a miracle that drastically lowered the difficulty for later generations to enter the immortal path. Just from this aspect alone, should a true immortal exist in the world for a long time, the might of a noble family would be greatly magnified, even surpassing that of the sex. In terms of close-knit connections, there are few relationships in this world that transcend blood ties. The Zhao clan of Great Zhou indeed took the art of silently accruing wealth to the extreme. Who would have thought that a small mundane dynasty could evolve into a true immortal noble family, growing drastically through subtle and profound influences? Over 1,000 years, Zhao descendants have quietly infiltrated various immortal sects, and now most of them have made substantial progress in their cultivation. Even Zhao Yunnan, the son of heaven, had no idea how strong the Zhao family truly was. Zhao Liangguang himself wouldn't have been privy to this information had he not possessed the immortal bone. After digesting all this information, Zheng exited the small world, resuming his previous state. He continued his secluded cultivation and casually perused some texts. The scripture pavilion contained numerous accounts of the martial path. Great Zhou had retained a large collection of martial arts techniques from the previous dynasty's heritage. There was no shortage of techniques at the first and second order of quality. Records even showed that at one point in the shadows, the Zhao family had boldly attempted to let offspring without immortal bones research the martial path. This path was not without risks, and due to its extreme difficulty, the venture was gradually shelved. From these martial texts, Zheng could vaguely discern some differences between the martial path and the immortal path. The immortal path also involved nourishing power, but from the soul-condensing realm onwards, the focus would gradually shift, with more effort being put into the divine soul. By resonating between the divine soul and the heavens and the earth to comprehend the laws, immortal path cultivators could exert terrifyingly powerful spells. The ultimate goal of refining the body in the immortal path was to make it capable of sustaining a robust primordial spirit and spirit soul. Once reaching the standard to nourish the primordial spirit, further efforts in strengthening the body would not be pursued, unless one possessed extraordinary talent and chose to focus on body refinement. However, even the most formidable body refinement practitioner still had a considerable gap compared to a martial cultivator. The most orthodox path of martial cultivation initially involves the conditioning of the body, passing through the stages of muscle transforming, strengthening veins, skin refining, bone forging, and blood changing, before entering the qi condensing realm. Then comes gathering qi into aura, grasping aura into pill, where pill is shattered to meld with the 100 meridians, leading to a transformation in the existence of life. Innate divine power arises, ascending to the martial god realm. The current martial path practices in the world have somewhat deviated from the proper way of cultivation. The path has already gone askew. Song Lingshua's situation is incredibly unique. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of the Song family's cultivation technique, coupled with the yang essence bestowed upon her by Zheng and harmonizing with her own yuanine essence, filling her with innate essence qi, she would have faced a winding journey to achieve yuan aura. The martial arts techniques in the mansion's treasury were vastly inferior to the Shantian martial barrier. After weighing the options, Zheng decided to temporarily put them aside, not eager to have Song Yun try them out. Zhao Liangguang's storage bag contained a plethora of cultivation resources, certainly more affluent than what is typically available to average spiritual spring realm disciples in ordinary sects. This was clear evidence that despite being detached from the mundane world, many Zhao descendants were still supporting their family, providing ample assistance to relatives who remained within Great Zhou. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed with the rising and setting of the sun. At dusk, the slowly burning afterglow of the setting sun painted the skies red, and the oblique rays poured into the quiet room, casting a pale golden hue. Zheng sat cross-legged on the couch, with a spirit pill in his mouth and 2 superior quality spirit stones in hand, cultivating with his eyes closed. In these days, his cultivation routine had become extremely regular, during the day, he would cultivate the Taixuan divine fire scripture. At night, he performed the great circulation refining qi, harnessing the yin qi of the moonlight to temper the fiery nature of the divine fire and further enhance the yuan qi within his body. Cultivating in both these methods didn't affect his progress in slightest, it might have even hastened it. Suddenly, a surge of qi erupted, and Zheng's aura changed, the mana in his dantian surged, enhancing his immortal path cultivation by a margin, ascending to the pinnacle of the spirit spring realm. Outside the quiet room, stars gradually began to rise. After a while, Zheng slowly opened his eyes and sighed deeply. What is the pinnacle? No further progress possible. He had reached the end of the spirit spring realm and was within reach of entering the Tao. The time Zheng spent cultivating the immortal path, strictly speaking, was just over half a year. With the boost from the heavenly star flame and the continuous consumption of spirit pills, his advancement in cultivation was terrifyingly rapid. Entering the Tao in less than a year, this pace, even for a monster with a superior immortal bone and a special spiritual body, was unmatched. At the peak of the spirit spring realm, the next step was to prepare for entry into the Tao and to condense the Tao foundation. This step was of utmost importance. As the saying goes, a tall building rises from the ground. Entering the Tao is the foundation of becoming an immortal. Building a 3-layer celestial foundation is low-grade and can at most step into soul condensing, with no hope for the divine infant. Those who build a 6-layer celestial foundation are considered mid-grade and can undergo the 9 transformations of divine infant, with the possibility of reaching Tongxian. Above the 7th layer is considered high-grade, possessing the qualifications to become an immortal. Constructing a celestial foundation doesn't rely on external items, but the higher the grade of the immortal bone, the stronger the foundation. This is an undisputed fact. A celestial foundation constructed from a high-quality immortal bone typically has 6 layers, with a small portion exceeding 7 layers. Those are the cream of the crop among high-quality immortal bones. Those with poor talent can use spiritual objects to potentially enhance the quality of their celestial foundation, presenting an opportunity to change their fate. Even those with lower quality immortal bones, given sufficient support from spiritual objects, can hope to condense a mid-quality celestial foundation. There have been rare examples of this in the Zheng realm. In the Taixuan divine fire scripture, constructing a celestial foundation has little to do with the grade of the internal fire seed, and depends more on the immortal bone. However, as cultivation grows deeper, the extraordinary nature of the Taixuan divine fire scripture will gradually emerge. It can enhance an already established celestial foundation. In the divine infant realm, refining immortal flames offers a chance for transformation and the opportunity to push one's celestial foundation to the 8th layer, which qualitatively assures true immortal aptitude. However, this process involves many risks, as the immortal flame already contains a true spirit. In the process of refining, if one is backfired upon by the fire seed, they will be burnt to ashes, which has happened to many. With the 5 elements shaping pill available, at least until reaching the golden core, Zheng does not need to spend too much effort on qi refining. He can continue his cultivation as planned. Stay connected with FreeWeb Novel. The most pressing matter now facing Zheng is to prepare for the condensation of his celestial foundation. He possesses no immortal bone. According to Orthodox immortal path cultivation, he simply should not be able to cultivate immortality, so whether he can condense a celestial foundation is completely unknown. Zheng unfolded the Taixuan divine fire scripture and after observing it back and forth in his mind for a long while, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind, bringing forth an extremely audacious idea. His current rate of cultivation was all thanks to the heavenly star flame. If he wanted to further accelerate his cultivation on the immortal path, he would have to switch fire seeds. Fire seeds cannot coexist. If one wishes to refine a new fire seed, in addition to stripping away the existing one, it means overpowering the weaker with the stronger, and the grade of the fire seed does not change because of this. Just as a divine infant cultivator consuming first or second order elixirs, no matter how many are consumed, they only add impurities to the body and barely increase cultivation. What Zheng wanted to try was to merge these divine fire seeds by consolidating them with Samadhi true fire, seeking a transformation. Samadhi converges to become fire, and disperses to become qi. Fundamentally, it's not the same thing as a seed of divine fire, but perhaps there is something worthwhile in the method of merging. With Zheng's current perspective, trying to adjust a complete immortal ascension method was indeed a bit too demanding. He could only make some attempts. Cultivating various paths and learning from analogous disciplines is the right way. Zheng seeks a result where 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. Constantly devouring fire seeds and merging them is not impossible. Contemplating for a moment, Zheng stood up and walked out of the quiet room. He glanced at the scripture pavilion, quickly withdrawing his gaze. More than 10 days ago, that pavilion had already lost its allure to him, as he had exhausted its useful information. The rest was mostly dross, like some emperor of a certain dynasty favoring someone or the various verbal skirmishes among officials at court meetings. Such meaningless historical records were hardly worth mentioning. In another ordinary world without the intervention of supernatural powers, Zheng might have been interested in the historical evolution of the Great Zhou. He might even have sought to verify how many concubines the former emperors of the Great Zhou had and how these concubines had been involved in overt and covert struggles due to factional conflicts in the court. But now, these matters no longer attracted Zheng's interest. For one thing, under the influence of supernatural powers, not much had changed between the Great Zhou and its predecessor dynasties. From the structure of the entire dynasty, for ordinary mortals, there was always a pathway to rise, but it was limited to the secular world, becoming a martial path grandmaster or pursuing a bureaucratic career to a position of high authority. That was the pinnacle. For a dynasty, in the event of continuously extending lifespans, over 1,000 years, for Zheng as of now, could no longer be called ancient history. The lifespan of someone in the Jade Bone realm had exceeded 1,000 years, and the changes brought about by this prolongation of lifespan were far from as simple as they seemed on the surface. At this moment, standing within the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, through these ancient books in the scripture pavilion, Zheng, at a glance, had already seen the secrets from the birth of Great Zhou being completely unearthed. A dynasty without a long lifespan, for Zheng, was gradually losing its allure, much like a tasteless dish. Time seemed extended in his eyes, yet history was gradually shortening. After a soft sigh, Zheng employed the invisibility technique, transforming into a breeze, drifting towards another corner within the palace. This place was the imperial treasury, storing the most precious treasures of Great Zhou. Previously, Zheng had little interest in this place, but Zhao Liangguang's storage bag changed his mind. There might be many cultivation resources here. The security of the treasury was not very strict, only because that cultivator in the entry path realm was cultivating not far away, able to sense even the slightest rustling of grass in an instant. However, he clearly had not noticed Zheng's presence, cultivating earnestly, not even dispersing his divine sense. Zheng silently passed through the treasury's main gate, and upon seeing the inside of the treasury, he glanced around once, then began to transfer everything into his small world, collecting everything indiscriminately. Before leaving, he wrote a promissory note, then released Zhao Liangguang after applying certain measures to make sure he would sleep for a few days, long enough for him to get far away. When Zhao Liangguang awoke, the storage bag at his side was already empty, with the spirit stones, elixirs, and magic artifacts all having vanished. Within the imperial treasury as well, it was utterly empty, having been completely plundered. In a corner next to the treasury's door, a note was stuck. Consider it borrowed. When free, go to Taixuan Holy Land and mention my name. My name is Zheng. Taixuan Holy Land. Zheng. Seeing these words, Zhao Liangguang's scalp tingled, having long received news of the major commotion outside. No matter how desolate Taixuan Holy Land was, it still remained a holy place. There was no way he could dare to demand those items back. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Liangguang decided to temporarily withhold the information regarding Zheng. Great Zhou held too many secrets, attracting that much attention was not ideal. Although Zhao Liangguang did not plan to escalate matters, but within just a few days, the news of Zheng appearing in Great Zhou had already spread uncontrollably. Even if the surrounding nations had been turned upside down, not a single soul-condensing monk dared to step into Great Zhou. The more powerful the sect, the more they dreaded Great Zhou. After all, the sky above was still ruled by the Zhaos. They say the heavens are utterly impartial, but as long as there are humans, true fairness is impossible, as it goes against human nature. But now, the situation had changed. The confirmed news of Zheng's appearance forced them to set foot on this land. The news about his own appearance in Great Zhou, naturally, was released by Zheng himself, aiming to stir the waters to facilitate his own movements. When a host of geniuses from the Hidden Dragon list flocked towards the Great Zhou dynasty, Zheng had already stealthily returned, making his way back to Giant Marsh. He planned to pass through this area and continue exploring eastwards, seeking spiritual objects that could elevate the quality of his celestial foundation. Zheng's breakthrough in cultivation inevitably led to changes in the Hidden Dragon list. His ranking climbed once more, leaping forward by over 100 places, nearly aligning with those prodigies at the perfection of the entry Dao realm. All the major holy lands had designated watchers constantly monitoring the Hidden Dragon list. The moment Zheng reached the pinnacle of the spiritual spring, this news spread rapidly within the inner circles of several holy lands, naturally causing quite a stir. The pinnacle of spiritual spring is just one step away from the entry path. In the eyes of the major holy lands, Zheng's talent was at least on par with those possessing a superior immortal bone, and once he constructed his celestial foundation, it would be no less than eightfold. This is the quality of a celestial lord. The entry path represents a qualitative change. Once a cultivator constructs their celestial foundation, their strength will undergo a tremendous transformation, with their magical prowess increasing more than tenfold. Currently, at the spiritual spring, Zheng was already capable of escaping from the hands of soul condensation realm cultivators. Once he enters the entry path, even those at the perfection of the entry Dao realm might not prove to be his match. Given Zheng's pace of cultivation, his ascent into the entry path was only a matter of time. Should he be given more time to progress within the entry Dao realm, even ordinary soul condensation realm cultivators might no longer pose a threat to him. By that time, the difficulty of killing Zheng would greatly increase, and hopes of doing so would become increasingly slim. The most critical point is that there are still a full 9 years until the great tournament of 10,000 sects, and it is highly possible that within this period, Zheng could transcend the entry Dao realm and step into soul condensing. 10 years to reach soul condensing, is that possible? Of course, it is, and it's not the first time this has happened in the Taixuan realm. Looking back, Zhang Taixuan, the champion of the first great tournament of 10,000 sects, was just 15 years old when he entered soul condensing. More recently, Yi Yulo from the Taixuan Holy Land entered soul condensing at barely 20 years of age. He started cultivating at 9, and it only took him 11 years. With the divine infant cultivators unable to take action, Zheng undoubtedly sent out an extremely terrifying signal. If this opportunity is missed and those Taixuan elders are there to protect him, no one would be able to stop Zheng's rise. Urgent orders, like falling snowflakes, kept drifting into Great Zhou, rushing the hunt against Zheng. But this action achieved very little. After all, soul condensing was just soul condensing, and the gap between it and divine infant cultivators was too vast, making it difficult to find any traces in a short period of time. The evening shadows deepened. Against the cold river reflecting the moon, at the center of the rushing rapids, lay a solitary island spanning dozens of miles. Deep into the night, the island remained brightly lit, with treasures gleaming in all directions, and figures of cultivators rising and falling across it. In recent times, the rivers, lakes, and seas within Giant Marsh had almost been upturned from their roots, and most parts of the ancient ruins hidden beneath the waters had been excavated. This was all in an effort to locate Zheng, to prevent him from hiding and cultivating in some unseen corner of the world. Against the majority of cultivators who were at the soul condensing realm, these water demons had no power to resist whatsoever. Several divine infant realm great demons had appeared but dared not cause significant harm. To avoid the harassment of many cultivators, they even abandoned their lairs and hid in farther waters. These high-level magical beasts, with wisdom no different from humans, and some even more astute and well-informed than ordinary cultivators, knew well that most of these arriving cultivators had mighty backers. Should they wreak havoc, within half an hour, powerful beings would arrive to suppress the turmoil and take the opportunity to strike. It could be said that the various sects were only too eager for these great demons to stir up trouble so that the powerful experts within the sects would have an excuse to step in, resolve the chaos swiftly, and stabilize the situation once and for all. With a large number of ancient relics unearthed, naturally, they were accompanied by various ancient relics, some of which still retained unspent spiritual energy and held considerable value, leading to looting by cultivators. Within Giant Marsh, many temporary marketplaces had sprung up, providing for the exchange of goods among numerous cultivators, with bustling trade. For loose cultivators and the majority of small and medium-sized sects, nothing was more critical than high-grade cultivation techniques. The most precious of the unearthed relics were the cultivation techniques, which were in high demand and short supply. A suitable cultivation technique could save one from much detour and greatly enhance one's potential, even raising the ceiling for the entire sect. Such cultivation techniques sold for exorbitant prices without exception, and many small and medium-sized sects spent their entire sect's foundation for a chance at a legendary cultivation technique. Compared to cultivation techniques, the next most valuable were magic treasures. Many retained quite intact from the ruins, and although they had lost much of their spiritual energy, if kept within one's body for long-term nourishment, there was still hope for their restoration. As for the broken fragments of magic treasures, almost completely devoid of any potential for reforging, they still held some utility space for some small sects. Taking a lot of time to smelt and purify, they could extract some usable spirit mines, albeit with extremely low efficiency. But since their time wasn't particularly valuable, this method proved more economical compared to purchasing with floral spirit stones. Exclusive tales from Freeweb novel: the least valuable were those elixirs that had lost all their spiritual energy. Only a few alchemists would spend spirit stones to purchase them, hoping to gain some inspiration from the elixir's components and thus master new pill recipes. However, very few alchemists reaped any benefits through this method, as the components of these spiritual energy-depleted elixirs were barely distinguishable. These alchemists were mostly taking chances, hoping to find some inspiration. Under the moonlight, a figure cloaked in silver light gently landed on the edge of the island. Concealed beneath a pitch-black robe was an unremarkable face, that of a man nearing 40. Originally, Zheng had not planned to stay long in Giant Marsh, but the treasure scattered all around the place had now made it quite difficult for him to leave. In these past days, he had disguised himself dozens of times, wandering around the marketplace, acquiring a staggering number of ancient relics at extremely low prices. Incomplete magic treasures and weapons, elixirs with their spiritual energy dissipated €1. Many of these items were of lower quality and second order, and a large portion of them, once restored by Zheng, were immediately resold, all exchanged for spirit stones. Right now, what Giant Marsh lacked the least was buyers. Selling in large quantities, the accumulation turned substantial. Zheng's wealth grew at an astonishing rate. One could say that the value of the spirit stones Zheng now possessed was comparable to the foundation of some of the Immortal sect's great sections. Even so, he was still not satisfied. He needed to prepare for purchasing spiritual objects. The spiritual objects that could enhance the quality of one's celestial foundation were often immensely valuable. For cultivators with exceptional talents, such objects held no value, but for the powerhouses whose offspring and descendants did not possess outstanding immortal bone, these objects were priceless. The island before him was the marketplace with the highest level within Giant Marsh. Those who came and went were primarily great cultivators above the entrance Tao realm and the soul condensing realm, with those at the Spirit Spring realm being a rare sight. The reason he had come here was that Zheng had received news that the kind of spiritual object he needed was here. He was practicing the Taixuan divine fire scripture. The spiritual object best suited for building his foundation should be a fire attribute spiritual material. On this island there would be an auction in a few days. This auction was specifically held for the various large sects, so that they could gather a large amount of spirit stones in a short time to buy what they needed. Most of the items up for auction were treasures from the bottom of the boxes of the various large and small sects and were extremely valuable. What Zheng needed was one of them, the red magma, a type of spiritual liquid refined from the earth core magma, which could greatly benefit cultivators practicing fire element cultivation techniques. If consumed during the construction of the celestial foundation, there was a certain chance to raise the quality of the foundation by one level. None of the other items in the auction could attract Zheng's interest, and he was not willing to wait a few more days to waste his time at an auction. The auction would be too lively, and with his peak spirit spring realm cultivation, still being alone on the island, he somewhat stood out. Competing with various cultivators in the auction would easily draw scrutiny. If he encountered some troublesome issues, it would further waste his energy. Zheng now did not need to go out of his way to complicate matters. Right now, what he least lacked was spirit stones, and he had methods to take shortcuts. After arriving on the island, Zheng strolled around the marketplace, buying some ancient relics that were not highly priced, then he directly sought out the location of the auction. It was a treasure haul that had clearly been moved here from somewhere else, hundreds of yards long and more than 10 yards high, very conspicuous. The entire hall was cast from jade stones, like a dazzling pearl embedded in the center of the island, inscribed with layers of arrays, emitting a hazy light of 5-colored glaze, chasing away the night. Zheng cast a glance around and went straight into the treasure hall. The hall was very quiet, with a dozen people standing sparsely, no one coming up to greet him. This was not a place for doing business but a temporary construct. Zheng looked around and soon approached a cultivator who seemed to be in charge. After spending some spirit stones, he quickly found the auctioneer who would preside over the auction. This person turned out to be a great cultivator at the perfection of the soul-condensing realm, seemingly not that old, under 40, coming from the primordial spirit Holy Land, known here as True Person by Zheng. True Person by Zheng's demeanor was originally quite indifferent, but after taking the spirit stones Zheng passed him, his attitude softened considerably. Even people from the Holy Land would not find too many spirit stones excessive, besides, Zheng was well-mannered. True Person by Zheng, I would like to negotiate with the owner of the red magma, and directly purchase it with spirit stones. I hope you can facilitate this. Hearing Zheng's purpose, Bai Qing nodded slightly and said indifferently, that won't be difficult. After speaking, however, he said no more. Zheng, who knew how to act appropriately, once again presented a storage bag containing exactly 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. Bai Qing took the storage bag, glanced inside without a change in expression, and nodded slightly. How should I address you? Which sect are you from? Zheng kept a composed face and bowed, disciple of Phantom Spirit Sect, Fu Quan Liang. Phantom Spirit Sect. I've heard of it. True Person by Qing pondered for a moment and nodded. I will be staying in Giant Marsh for some time. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, True Person. Upon hearing this, Zheng bowed again, and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Bai Qing was indeed a person of his word. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones for the protection of a cultivator from a holy land, the price was quite fair indeed. Though he knew he would likely never have the chance to make use of this relationship in the future. True Person by Qing left soon after facilitating the connection. Half an hour later, Zheng met the seller. A cultivator clad in simple clothing, in the mid-stage of the soul-condensing realm. As for their specific identities, Bai Qing had kept them confidential. The seller was quite straightforward. They were auctioning off the red magma to exchange for spirit stones, and since getting their hands on them earlier than expected, and at a price higher than anticipated, naturally there was no reason to refuse. In the end, Zheng successfully bought the tub of red magma for a price 3 times higher than the starting bid. Having achieved his goal, Zheng did not linger any longer in the area. After bidding farewell to True Person by Qing, he left straight away. He stayed on a deserted island for half a day to recuperate and then took out the Xiantian martial barrier, utilized the heavenly divination technique, and after determining the position of one of the fragments, he hurried to it at full speed. Now, with many promising talents scouring Great Zhou, Chu Zheng's journey was unobstructed, and in an instant, he had completely escaped the search area. In the land to the far south, the intense heat roasted the earth, the void slightly distorted, and all that met the eye was a vast and desolate expanse. The station of Taixuan Holy Land, seen from high above, resembled a divine bird, with a slightly sleek body and full wings. The entrance to the Holy Land was a gorge, with sheer cliffs 1,000 feet tall on both sides. At the mouth of the valley was a black-red boulder over 40 zheng tall with a surface as smooth as a mirror. It was like a piece of black jade, swallowing up all the sunlight cascading down from the sky. At this moment, outside the valley was a hubbub of voices. At a glance, countless cultivators had gathered, no fewer than 1,000,000 in number. These cultivators had all come because of the news that Taixuan Holy Land was reopening its gates, most bringing the younger members of their families. The last time Taixuan opened its gates was 10,000 years ago, so the vast majority of cultivators alive today were actually quite unfamiliar with Taixuan Holy Land. But even if it was fallen, it was still a holy land of legend, and moreover, Taixuan Holy Land did not judge disciples by the quality of their immortal bone. Even those with lower quality immortal bone had a chance of being accepted. Compared to the other unattainable holy lands, Taixuan was undoubtedly much more approachable. A figure sat high atop the black-red boulder, dressed in a red vestment robe with a pattern of a golden flame on the chest, about 27 or 28 years old with regular features, not very tall, but with a broad back. He was looking down at the multitude of cultivators below, his expression slightly lost. Fu Quanliang had never imagined that he would have such a moment, seated high above, looking down on these great cultivators that he could only look up to in the past. Among the cultivators below, there were those in the Spirit Spring realm, the Entry Dao realm, and even a large number of Soul Condensing realm cultivators. This reversal of status made him feel somewhat unable to adapt for a moment. Because of Chu Zheng, after entering Taixuan Holy Land, Fu Quanliang's fortunes had soared as he encountered the greatest opportunity of his life. Within Taixuan Holy Land, Chu Zheng's identity as the chief disciple of true transmission was now fully acknowledged. Experience tales at Freeweb Novel, and due to Chu Zheng, Fu Quanliang became the first inner sect disciple among his generation of disciples in Taixuan Holy Land. Even a supreme elder took action to help him refine a fire seed of such quality that it reached fourth order. Now his talent was no different from those with a middle-quality celestial foundation. The cultivation speed of a middle-quality immortal bone, coupled with fourth-order divine fire, meant that Fu Quanliang's previously almost inevitable dead-end future had changed. For those with lower-quality immortal bones, reaching soul condensing was already quite difficult. Yet now he possessed the qualifications to step into the realm of Divine Infant, or even higher realms. Ever since the changes to the Hidden Dragon list, the attitude of the Taixuan Holy Land towards Chu Zheng had undergone a drastic transformation. This was a genius whose talent did not pale in comparison to, and might even surpass, that of Ye Yulo, and his importance to Taixuan Holy Land had now exceeded that of one with a superior immortal bone. Even if one possessed a superior immortal bone, it didn't guarantee they could, like Chu Zheng, be compatible with the Taixuan Divine Fire scripture, a rarity in 10,000 years. In the current state of disarray, once Chu Zheng's cultivation had progressed, he could extend the lifeline of Taixuan, buying a very long period of time, enough for Taixuan to gradually recover its vitality. Looking at the sea of people below, Fu Quanliang subconsciously turned his head, glancing toward the entrance of the canyon behind him. At the entrance, several elders in the Divine Transformation realm and a mid-stage of Tongxian realm pseudo-immortal stood atop the cliff. This pseudo-immortal, surnamed Gong and named Ru Long, was not only exceptional in cultivation but was also the highest skilled alchemy grandmaster within the sect, capable of producing semi-immortal pills desired even by the powerhouses of the Immortal Tribulation secret realm. Gong Ru Long, dressed in plain robes with white hair and beard, seemed close to his 70s, yet stood straight-backed and spirited, his gaze sweeping over the crowd not far away with a slightly complex expression. In his time, he was the last generation of disciples of Taixuan, with his master and the elders of that time long since past. Now, in this vast holy land, there were no more than 100 people. He had almost thought he would not live to see the day of Taixuan's resurgence. When it came to recruiting disciples, Zheng Yang, as the Holy Master of Taixuan Holy Land, wouldn't personally interact with these cultivators. As the Master of a Holy Land, in the entire southern region, the only person who could freely see him was Ji Yuyan from the Immortal Alliance. The elders now standing at the entrance, including Gongru Long, were only there to provide support. Originally, it was only a few elders of the Divine Transformation realm who were present. Gongru Long was there to select a few disciples to inherit his legacy. In the current Taixuan Holy Land, there was mostly a group of old antiques, on the verge of death, like Feng Jiong, the youngest among them, was also in the latter part of his life. Whether they could pass on their life's accumulation before their death had almost become a chronic worry for these elders. The huge stone beneath Fu Quanliang was called the Sacred Shadow Stone, akin to the stepping stone of immortality of the Phantom Spirit sect in effect, capable of determining a cultivator's immortal bone grade, and filtering out immortal seedlings inclined towards the fire attribute. Now, as the person of the lowest cultivation within Taixuan Holy Land, it naturally fell upon him, Fu Quanliang, to undertake the task of recruiting disciples. In Chu Zheng's absence, he was currently the only bridge between Taixuan Holy Land and the outside world. Seeing Fu Quanliang glance over, Gongru Long on the precipice above slightly nodded his head and raised his hand to signal Fu Quanliang to begin. Fu Quanliang took a deep breath, steadied his spirit, and slowly rose, leaping down from the sacred shadow stone. He looked at the sea of people before him and loudly declared, "I am Fu Quanliang, an inner sect disciple of Taixuan Holy Land." The moment he spoke, the crowd instantly fell silent, hushed and speechless. Seeing this, Fu Quanliang's heart steadied, calming his increasingly fervent heartbeat, and he spoke again. This time, Taixuan opens its sect gate. No matter the grade of your immortal bone, only the following 3 conditions are required. Being under the age of 10. Only on free novel, having never channel, ed, chi into the body. After entering the sect, severing all ties with your blood relatives and clan within 100 years. Those who meet the 3 conditions and wish to join Taixuan, step forward. After stating these 3 rules, Fu Quanliang felt somewhat uneasy. In his view, the rules were somewhat strict. Immortal path sects generally do not like their disciples to be too deeply entangled with the secular world, as it not only distracts from their cultivation but also brings a lot of trouble. Mundane people are unlike immortal path cultivators. If they are protected and reproduce without restraint, giving rise to a generation every decade or so, in several hundred years, that amounts to a spontaneous increase of hundreds of thousands of people. This is just one disciple, if there are hundreds or even thousands of disciples. In no time at all, just the numerous blood relatives of the disciples alone will number hundreds of millions, and the sects cannot expend energy on this multitude of people. Even the largest territories would not suffice to sustain so many families of cultivators. An increase in population means an increase in troubles. Any slight involvement of descendants may implicate the cultivator, leading to conflicts with other powers, increasing the chances of conflict and adding unnecessary losses. The last rule of Taixuan Holy Land, to cut off from blood relatives and clan within 100 years, could not be clearer in its intent. These disciples are being cultivated for Taixuan Holy Land. Children of 10 may have just begun their enlightenment. Leaving their parents' side, 100 years hence, it's almost certain whether the disciple will be closer to Taixuan or their clan and parents. Ordinary immortal sects, although they have some restrictions, do not overly bind their disciples. At most, they provide a few years of quiet time to avoid worldly disturbances. In a few years, if the disciples still wish to take care of their own clans, the immortal sects generally do not interfere. Because as time goes by, most cultivators, as their parents and close kin pass away, will naturally focus on the path of cultivation, their hearts belonging to the sect. Similarly, if trouble arises due to a disciple's relatives, generally, sects will not care about the life and death of the disciple's kin. For the survival of the sect, when necessary, they may even abandon the disciple along with their family. This was a choice made from the perspective of maintaining the traditions of the sect. For ordinary mortals, several years were enough for significant changes to occur. After Fu Quanliang by chance took an oath with Phantom Spirit sect years ago, he hadn't returned home for many years. When he finally had the chance to go back, all that was left were ruins. Not long after he had left to cultivate, there came a 3-year drought. Crops failed, and starving corpses littered the land. His parents and siblings had no way to send word and all starved to death, even weeds didn't grow atop their graves. In just a few short years, everything had changed beyond recognition. The fate of the Song family from Great Zhou was actually among the better ones for many cultivators who joined the Immortal sects. The saying that when one person gains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven is, after all, just a legend. In most cases, chickens and dogs remain chickens and dogs. Thinking of this, Fu Quanliang laughed at himself. Now, he too had benefited from Chu Zheng's favor, and upon reflection, perhaps there was some truth to that saying. Before Fu Quanliang could collect his thoughts, the sea of people nearby suddenly became raucous. Many children were led by their elders, who scrambled to present them to him. Taoist friend Fu, quickly look at my great-grandson. He is only 6 this year, a born prodigy. I haven't even passed on the methods of cultivation to him. Can he be admitted? Could you make an exception? My child has just turned 10, and he channeled Qi earlier this year. If it really won't work, we're willing to disperse his energy and begin cultivation anew. My grandson is 9 this year, clever from a young age. Taoist friend Fu, please take a look, can he join Taixuan? Fu Quanliang's ears were suddenly filled with all manner of questions, and for a moment, he was stunned in place. For many cultivators, the 3 rules laid down by Taixuan were not much different from having none at all. Fu Quanliang had vastly underestimated the influence of the term Holy Land. Within a holy land, there are methods for becoming an immortal. To be admitted into one is the unimaginable fortune that countless people dream of. When Chu Zheng passed on the Taixuan divine fire scripture to him, he did so with such ease that Fu subconsciously overlooked the frightening aspects of the immortal ascension method. It was only a matter of not seeing each other for 100 years, after all. Paving the way for their descendants' paths of cultivation was a bargain for these sects and loose cultivators. What are you dazing for? Gong Rulong, standing not far away, transmitted a message that snapped Fu Quanliang back to his senses. Fu Quanliang took a deep breath and, seeing several cultivators not far off with somewhat ingratiating looks, he cleared the pathway to the sacred shadow stone, allowing the bewildered children to step forward in turn. Several elders were there to support from behind, ensuring the disciple recruitment process was free from chaos. The recruitment of disciples lasted for 3 full days and nights, during which none of the other 4 great sacred lands came to observe the ceremonies. Taixuan, after a gap of 10,000 years, was almost indiscriminate in accepting these immortal seedlings. Anyone who met the age criteria was taken in. 47 children induced a reaction from the sacred shadow stone, among whom 19 possessed high-quality immortal bones. The rest had bodies inclined to the fire attribute and were thus suitable for practicing the Taixuan divine fire scripture. These 47 individuals were directly accepted into the inner sect. The remaining middle and lower quality immortal bone candidates, totaling over 2,400 individuals, were temporarily designated to the outer sect, to be further classified after admission. The distinction between middle and lower quality immortal bones needs to be determined by the speed of qi intake into the body and cannot be discerned by the human eye for the time being. As the recruitment of disciples drew to a close, the number of cultivators in the vicinity didn't decrease but, on the contrary, started to increase incrementally. Even some cultivators began to build cities, erect buildings, and palaces outside the Taixuan Holy Land, preparing to settle down here for good. The reopening of the Taixuan sect gate was not an overnight affair. In the near future, the land beneath a sacred land would inevitably become a place of uncommon prosperity in the southern region. Now, without the need to spend spirit stones, in a few decades, it would likely cost a considerable fee just to get close to this place. Taixuan is also in need of a batch of soul condensation realm cultivators to serve as guest elder for the outer sect for a period of 10 years. After this period, Taixuan will bestow 10 third-order spirit pills and 2 middle-quality magic treasures. After sending the last child into the Holy Land, Fu Quanliang suddenly turned and, with a loud shout, once again drew the attention of many cultivators. Those who are interested, step forward. This was the top priority affair, specifically instructed by Gung Yang, aside from the recruitment of disciples. With enemies on all sides, Chu Zheng's Taixuan could not afford to have its elders leave the Holy Land even for half a step. They urgently needed to recruit a batch of soul condensation realm cultivators to help alleviate the crisis, or at least ease the pressure of the manhunt. The reward offered by Taixuan Holy Land was exceedingly generous. Ordinary soul condensation realm loose cultivators usually use lower-quality magic treasures, and middle-quality treasures are already considered the heritage treasures of many small sections. Moreover, Taixuan has now given 2 of them. As for those 10 third-order spirit pills, they are worth a fortune and can significantly enhance the cultivation realm of a soul condensation realm cultivator. Alchemists capable of refining third-order spirit pills are few and far between in the southern region, except in the Holy Lands and major sects guarded by divine transformation realm powerhouses, and their availability is nearly monopolized. The occasional ones that do enter the market have an inflated price, with a severe markup. Even so, there is still more demand than supply. This kind of generous offer almost effortlessly shattered the psychological defenses of many loose cultivators, and in no time, responders were as numerous as the clouds. On the border of giant marsh country, the bright moon hung high, and in the vast void above, aura winds howled sharply like knives, capable of rawly scraping away flesh and blood. Enshrouded in spiritual light stood a figure in a black robe, riding the winds high above, standing atop the 9th heaven, now looking somewhat hesitant. Immortal patterns seal boundary, 8th order/incomplete, an extremely powerful set of immortal patterns that blocks off space, created by a true immortal. As time goes by, some wear and tear have appeared, lacking materials, irreparable. Spatial passage, 8th order, a passageway leading to the world beyond, blocked by a powerful ancient seal. After many long years, the seal has begun to show signs of damage. Chu Zheng was merely passing by this place when he suddenly sensed a change in the heaven and earth primordial qi, and detected an extremely distinct scent. This aura, since arriving in the Zhongyun realm, was something he had never felt before. It was like biting into something hard while eating, a strange feeling to the extreme. After pondering for a moment, he gradually came back to his senses. In ancient times, Giant Marsh suffered a skyrending event that resulted in a passageway to another realm, leading to the present situation where vast waters inundate the land and water demons are rampant. This spatial passage might be the same one from back then. Now, after tens of thousands of years, the seal left by the true immortal has also worn down. Chu Zheng sat cross-legged, looking down at the giant marsh country, his brow slightly furrowed. Get the latest stories on Freeweb novel based on the information he knew. Once the passageway to another realm is open, it often means that a fierce battle is imminent, with many casualties. Compared to cultivators, commoners will be the ones to suffer more deaths. But if the Immortal Alliance were to be informed about the damage to the seal, perhaps a major disaster could be avoided altogether. After pondering for a long while, Chu Zheng eventually returned to within Giant Marsh realm, discreetly spreading rumors. He did not mention the seal, only released some fake news about the re-emergence of the passageway to another realm. Since a spatial passage once appeared in Giant Marsh, this news might attract some attention from the Holy Lands. Now, all Chu Zheng could do was just this much. He hoped these rumors would catch the attention of the powerful and be reported up to the Immortal Alliance. True immortals have practically disappeared from the current Zhongyun realm, only the Immortal Alliance has the power to repair this seal. No matter what grievances he had with the Holy Lands and the Immortal Alliance, in the face of a calamity that could affect the entire world, everything could be temporarily set aside. If the disaster could be averted, that would be for the best. Fewer deaths would always be a good thing. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. The impact of the reopening of Taixuan Holy Land Sect Gate has intensified, and Chu Zheng's name, as the chief disciple of true transmission, has almost spread across all the realms and nations. The four great sacred lands were no longer discrete, and the bounty on Zheng was raised once again, reaching as high as 500,000 high-quality spirit stones, equivalent to 50 million lower-quality ones. Even an ordinary spirit vein, if it were to be exploited to the utmost, without leaving anything behind, for more than a dozen, might not produce as many spirit stones. This is not a small sum for the sacred lands. At this price, even Zheng himself was tempted. Before they knew it, more than 2 months had passed since the Supreme Profound Holy Land had reopened its sect gate. The few rumors about the foreign realms circulating within the giant marsh had not garnered much attention since they were quickly quelled. The Holy Land had sent a pseudo-immortal to investigate and found nothing amiss, ultimately dismissing the news as mere rumors. It had been tens of thousands of years since a foreign realm passage last appeared, and the cultivators of the Taixuan realm now generally regarded it as an ancient legend. Besides, even if a foreign realm passage were to appear, there was no need to fret since the Holy Lands and the Immortal Alliance were there to handle matters overhead. Until the knife was at their throats, most people remained unaware of the danger. The activities of the Supreme Profound Holy Land had become the most attention-grabbing news in the southern region lately. The four great sacred lands jointly offering a bounty to assassinate the chief disciple of the Supreme Profound Authentic Transmission certainly caused a huge uproar in the southern region. This was tantamount to declaring war, but with the Five Saints Conference beforehand, many astute individuals had already anticipated such developments. Facing the bounty of the four great sacred lands, the reaction of the Supreme Profound Holy Land was equally direct. By investing a vast amount of resources and recruiting nearly 1,000 soul condensation realm monks as guest elders, the Supreme Profound began searching for Zheng's whereabouts while also issuing a hefty bounty on the true disciples of the other four great sacred lands. The head of a chief disciple in the entry path realm could be exchanged for a high-quality divine weapon and a fourth-order spirit pill. The head of a chief disciple in the soul condensation realm could even be exchanged for a top-quality magical treasure. A top-quality magical treasure, a weapon used by cultivators in the divine transformation realm, was no more than that. One step further, and it was a Taixuan spiritual treasure. The best alchemists and artifact refiners in the southern region were all in the Supreme Profound Holy Land, and with the dwindling population of the Supreme Profound, there simply weren't enough people to make use of these resources. Having closed its sect gates for 10,000 years, the one thing the Supreme Profound Holy Land did not lack was a variety of spirit pills and magical treasures. Rare spirit pills and magical treasures from the outside world piled up like mountains in the Supreme Profound Treasure Vault, which now undoubtedly came in very handy. Compared to spirit stones, the magical treasures and spirit pills offered by the Supreme Profound Holy Land were clearly more enticing, especially since the true disciples of the four great sacred lands were much easier to locate than Zheng. Don't miss chapters on Freeweb novel. From the moment the Supreme Profound's bounty was issued, the changes in the Hidden Dragon list became extremely dramatic. Aside from the prodigies ranked within the top 100, true disciples in the entry path and even soul condensation realms began to die frequently. The strength of loose cultivators, one-on-one, was definitely not a match for these true disciples of the sacred lands, but, like a fierce tiger struggling against a pack of wolves, these loose cultivators used every cunning and ruthless tactic at their disposal. Most of these fallen prodigies died from assassination. Originally, some sects were still wary of the majesty of the sacred lands and dared not act. But as many died and no powerful figures from the great sacred lands stepped forward, the courage of these powers gradually increased. Apart from loose cultivators, monks from various sized sects also began to make covert moves. This chaotic situation only lasted for less than half a month before yet another change occurred. All the soul condensation realm monks from the four great sacred lands who were out and about all went into hiding, switched identities, and began operating under the banner of the Supreme Profound Holy Land. With so many monks mingling in one place, whether real or fake, it was difficult to discern. Their aim could not be more clear. Apart from blurring the lines between friend and foe, they also aimed to lure Zheng into revealing himself, killing two birds with one stone. In the eastern part of the giant marsh, hundreds of thousands of miles away, there lay a special region spanning tens of thousands of miles, known as the Immortal Emerald Continent, located at the junction of several immortal sects. In ancient times, a piece of immortal emerald was unearthed here and was acquired by a true immortal from the heavenly throne Holy Land, who refined it into an immortal treasure. During that era, the immortal emerald continent once attracted the exploration of several sects and even cultivators from the Holy Lands. But apart from that immortal emerald, no other wondrous treasures were found, and as time passed, the region gradually quieted down, evolving into a chaotic territory inhabited by small sects and loose cultivators. Emerald Light City is the most prosperous area in the Immortal Emerald Continent, sprawling nearly 100 miles, and is mostly inhabited by cultivators. As there are many loose cultivators, the connections in this area are exceedingly complex. Loose cultivators usually need to venture out to gather resources themselves and are, therefore, broadly informed, making this place a hub of information. Recently in Emerald Light City, a piece of news spread: a Grandmaster of Alchemy had arrived in the Immortal Emerald Continent, with unfathomable mastery over the alchemy Tao. No matter the quality of the waste elixirs brought to him, he could determine the cause of the elixir's failure at a glance and provide guidance. In less than a month, dozens of alchemists had received his advice, significantly advancing their alchemical skills. The talent requirements for an alchemist are high, and cultivators possessing such talent are often recruited by sects, making alchemists that operate independently extremely rare. However, precisely because of their rarity, news among alchemists spreads incredibly fast. The news of a Grandmaster of Alchemy appearing in Emerald Light City is now discreetly circulating among various major sections. In the realm of alchemy, being referred to as a Grandmaster implies that one has the ability to concoct at least semi-immortal pills, and a master's expertise goes above and beyond this. Upon hearing this news, alchemy masters within the various immortal sects cherished the desire to visit him. However, with the outside world in disarray and travel deemed extremely perilous, such visits must temporarily be put on hold while sending their soul condensation realm monks to investigate the situation in Emerald Light City first. For a time, Emerald Light City became busier, with the figures of great cultivators often seen coming in and out of the city's south side. In front of a mansion in the southern city, the scene was bustling with activity. A number of soul condensation realm great cultivators stood guard outside, their divine sense sweeping around ardently, eyes vigilant. Alchemists were considered treasures in various factions, whose importance spoke for itself. It was crucial that nothing go awry. The alchemists who, having heard the news, came seeking guidance, generally brought escorts. Alchemists hardly had any time to study killing spells, nor had much experience in combating others. Compared to cultivators of the same realm, they were significantly weaker. Coupled with the chaotic external situations, a slight carelessness could lead to fatal risks. In the inner courtyard of the mansion, there was a pond with an elderly man sitting by it. His hair and beard were all white, his face marked with the channels of age. He wore a white robe, embodying an immortal's aura. There was no fluctuation of cultivation emanating from the old man, but a single glance was enough to know he was no ordinary person. Not far from the old man stood a middle-aged man, almost 50, who approached respectfully with a few elixirs in his hands. I followed every step in the pill recipe, yet I still cannot complete the pill. I seek the master's wisdom to resolve my confusion. Zheng gently stroked his beard and casually accepted the few waste elixirs the middle-aged man handed him. Instantly, a prompt appeared in his mind. Soul solidifying pill, third order / incomplete a spirit pill to stabilize the divine soul and speed up the gathering of the soul. An error in the amount of soul gathering grass slightly reduced its potency, making it nearly a waste product. Reparable, 0/8. After examining the waste elixirs for a moment, Zheng said gravely, "There's an issue with the amount of soul-gathering grass, hence the pill formation failed. Go back and reconsider the dosage." Zheng did not clarify further, instead leaving room for thought. After all, he was merely quoting what the prompt provided, barely understanding the properties and contraindications of the spiritual medicines, let alone alchemy. In these days, after interacting with these alchemists, Zheng noticed something fascinating. Sometimes, he only needed to make a vague comment, and these alchemists would act as though they had received significant insight, leaving profusely thankful before departing. Although he was unclear about their realizations, with generous gifts and high-grade elixirs offered, he naturally welcomed all. Alchemists had substantial resources, often generous in their dealings, which even surprised the already affluent Zheng. Soul-gathering grass. Hearing what Zheng said, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought. After a while, his eyes brightened, and he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Before the words had settled, he produced a storage bag, bowing as he placed it beside Zheng. Zheng didn't look at the storage bag but casually pocketed the waste elixirs and nodded. "Keep these waste elixirs with me. Once you've refined new ones, bring them for me to see. You show good comprehension, your future is boundless." "Thank you, Senior." Upon hearing this, joy overflowed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he bowed again. Such guidance from a high expert was not something ordinary individuals could receive. Sometimes a few words could save them years or even decades of hard work, and greatly enhance their prowess in alchemy. Junior takes his leave. Watching the middle-aged man depart, Zheng flicked his sleeves and discreetly picked up the storage bag, glancing inside. It contained a few third-order spiritual medicines and 5,000 middle-quality spirit stones, a generous offer indeed. Besides these items, there was also a long box in the storage bag, made of sky-fire wood. Upon seeing this long box, Zheng let out a soft exclamation, flipped his hand to open it. A deep purple fire seed gently pulsed within. Blazing purple spiritual flame, third order, a relatively rare type of fire seed, mostly preserved from ancient times, born from inside purple spirit jade, has suffered considerable loss. Reparable, 0/20, nowadays, the cost of seeing Zheng was not low. Requiring at least a third-order spiritual object as a gift for the meeting. Stay in the adventure with Freeweb novel. During these days, many had brought spiritual objects, magic treasures, spiritual medicines, and spirit stones. This was the first time someone had brought a fire seed. Apparently, the person couldn't produce a spiritual object at the moment and had to make do with this fire seed. After examining it for a moment, Zheng temporarily stored the fire seed and pulled up the panel. Name, Zheng, Cultivation, Qi Refinement, Mid-Stage of Jade Bone Realm, Immortal Path, Pinnacle of Spirit Spring Realm, Cultivation Techniques, Taixuan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 6th Order/Incomplete, Heavenly Star Body Refining Technique, 5th Order, Divine Skills, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Xian Tian Seal 3rd Form, 5th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Riding the Clouds and Driving the Mist, 2nd Order. Heavenly Divination Technique, 2nd Order, Object Control, 2nd Order, Transmute Stone to Gold, 2nd Order, Invisibility Technique, 2nd Order, Repair Master, 3rd Order, 580/1000, remaining repair attempts for the day, 0, currently available for repair, lower volume of Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 350/2000, Phantom Spirit Technique, 0/7000, under the relentless nourishment of the 5 elements shaping pill, Zheng's Qi Refinement's cultivation was in a period of rapid progress. In just a few months, his Qi Refinement's cultivation had advanced another step, entering the mid-stage of the Jade Bone Realm. As his cultivation increased, mana and yuan qi gradually became somewhat crowded in his dantian. After all, his cultivation was limited, and his dantian had not been fully developed. Besides practicing 2 paths concurrently, such a situation was only to be expected. Zheng had anticipated this, and in recent days, he had already been attempting to open his middle dantian. In the Qi refining arts, there are 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower. The middle dantian, beneath the heart at the Golden Palace, is the middle dantian. The middle dantian, a treasury of Qi, was originally to be opened during the Dao embryo stage, serving as a reserve for storing yuan qi in preparation for condensing the golden core. Now, Zheng needed to open it ahead of schedule to alleviate the pressure on the lower dantian. As for the external chaos, he had heard of it but simply could not be bothered with it. At the very least, he would wait until he had condensed his Dao embryo and forged his celestial foundation before he would compete in life and death with those in the soul-condensing realm. Before his strength sufficed, he needed to calmly cultivate for a period. The cultivators recently recruited by Taixuan Holy Land, no matter how much effort they expended in finding him, Zheng would not risk making contact with these people. In these days, the changes in the Hidden Dragon list did not go unnoticed by him. Watching the geniuses of the great Holy Lands fall, he was not in a hurry. Unseen fortuitous destiny did not dissipate but converged onto the remaining geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list. Recently, he had noticed a significant increase in his own invisible fortuitous destiny, and the speed of his chi refining had accelerated, amounting to reaping the benefits of others' efforts. Regarding his own celestial foundation, Zheng also had some ideas. Constructing a celestial foundation, there is no rule that states there can be only one. He wanted to try to construct 5 celestial foundations according to the cycle of creation and restraint of the 5 elements, connecting them into a self-sustaining cycle. In doing so, his foundation would naturally surpass that of ordinary cultivators significantly. Even if he had fewer layers, he could still prevail through quantity. This was just an attempt. If it ended fruitlessly, he could always rebuild his celestial foundation from scratch, merely wasting some time. Currently, his reliance was chi refining. The immortal path was just an alternative for when chi refining reached an impasse. The only trouble was the massively increased number of spiritual objects required, which were hard to gather all at once. Originally, Zheng had come to Immortal Emerald Continent following the aura of a fragment of the Shantian martial barrier. After finding that fragment, troubled by the cumbersome search for spiritual objects, he pondered and then ended up in the current situation. Initially, he only intended to deceive some spiritual objects and leave, but these pill masters were overly generous. The rare and various spiritual objects of the world came into his hands without him even searching for them. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Zheng could gather the 5 element spiritual objects and begin his attempt to build the foundation. The temptation was indeed too great, and it was worth taking some risks for Zheng now. Knock, knock. As Zheng was lost in thought, the courtyard door was knocked on once again. Enter. Zheng took a deep breath and sat up straight. The person with the highest level of cultivation he had ever met was Gung Yang. These days, he had been mimicking the demeanor of that old fellow during their first meeting, remaining calm and composed amidst turmoil, as stable as an angler calmly fishing amidst a storm. It proved to be somewhat effective. A figure slowly walked into the courtyard, appearing to be a woman in her late 20s. As she approached Zheng, her features gradually changed. In a blink of an eye, she transformed into a young woman around 17 or 18, with a beautiful face and a radiant gaze. Taixuan Holy Land True Transmission, Miao Luan, greets the senior. Taixuan True Disciple. Gazing at the woman before him, Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. Discover more content on Freeweb novel. He was well aware of his burgeoning reputation in the surrounding areas, but he had never anticipated that he would so quickly catch the attention of a Holy Land True Transmission. Miao Luan. The fluctuations of aura around Miao Luan had already surpassed the entry Dao realm, marking her as a great cultivator of the soul-condensing realm. Early soul-condensing realm cultivators, capable of ranking among the top 400 on the Hidden Dragon list, are all exceptional beings with high-quality celestial foundations, and have the potential for the 9 transformations of the Divine Infant. Such individuals, numbering less than 100 within the major Holy Lands, belong to the first tier of prodigies. Seeing Zheng remaining silent, Miao Luan spoke again. The outside situation is chaotic, necessitating the concealment of my true appearance. I hope the elder understands. What brings you here? Zheng averted his gaze and closed his eyelids. He did not wish to disrupt his current situation. He still lacked many resources for his foundation building and did not want to add unnecessary trouble. Taixuan Holy Land is missing a person of your caliber. I am here on behalf of the Holy Land, hoping that you will join our Taixuan Holy Land. Miao Luan was straightforward and got straight to the point, then proceeded to make an offer. If you join our Taixuan Holy Land, you will be revered as a supreme elder, your status within the sect second only to the Holy Master. In your pursuit of alchemy, all necessary spiritual medicines and pill recipes will be procured by Taixuan Holy Land for you. The cultivation techniques of Taixuan are aligned with the water element and are not skilled in alchemy or artifact refining. Thus, most alchemists and artifact refiners within the Holy Land are recruited from the outside. Naturally, with the sudden emergence of such a grandmaster of alchemy, they are somewhat eager. Time is nearly up. Zheng did not open his eyes but spoke softly, "If there is nothing else, leave the spiritual object and go." Joining the Taixuan Holy Land was naturally out of the question. Although Miao was not here to seek answers about alchemy, Zheng would still collect what should be collected. That was the rule. Miao's visit did indeed allow Zheng to breathe a bit easier, at least indicating that the current major Holy Lands still had no means of tracking him. Hearing this, Miao's brows furrowed slightly, wanting to persuade further but also somewhat worried about provoking the unfathomable old monster before her. Eventually, she only spoke softly, "If you have any other demands that fall within our capability, Taixuan will comply with them all. I hope you might reconsider." After saying those words, she no longer spoke, turned over her hand to take out a storage bag, placed it next to Zheng, and slowly exited the courtyard. Zheng glanced at the tightly shut gate, pulled out the Hidden Dragon list, and quickly came across Miao's information. Hidden Dragon list rank 346, Taixuan Holy Land, Miao, Bone Age 86, Early Soul Condensing Realm. Among the young prodigies of the Early Soul Condensing Realm, Miao ranked relatively high. This proved her strength and that she was not far from advancing to the Mid-Soul Condensing Realm. There were further opportunities before the official commencement of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Currently, Zheng stood no chance in a head-on confrontation, but with a 9 Thunder Jade Talisman for a sneak attack, he might be able to kill. After pondering for a while, Zheng reached out and took the storage bag into his hand. The storage bag was rather empty, containing only a jade box with a blood-red pill the size of a dragon's eye inside it, covered with blood vessel-like threads. Dragon Blood Bone Fish Inner Pill, 4th Order, contains the true dragon bloodline of an alien species, can greatly enhance water element affinity, contains a strange chi for tracking and locating. The dragon bonefish's inner pill had been tampered with. Taixuan Holy Land could use it to determine Zheng's location. Obviously, Taixuan Holy Land was not planning to give up easily. Zheng took the inner pill into his hand, a rich water-type essence rushed toward him. Although it had ulterior motives, being a true transmission of a Holy Land, their generosity was undeniable. A 4th Order spiritual object was more than sufficient to forge a celestial foundation. This reminder of the true dragon bloodline made Zheng recall another item he had obtained earlier. He flipped his palm and took a jade bottle into his hand. True Dragon Blood Pill, 4th Order / incomplete, crafted with true dragon blood as the main ingredient. This treasure pill can greatly enhance one's root bone and vitality, and increase blood chi. Having been consumed and refined, a fragment remains, reparable, 0/100. This was what Zheng had acquired on the battlefield between the Phantom Spirit Sect and the Night Light Pavilion. With further advancement in the level of the Repair Master, the number of repairs required had greatly reduced. Extracting the true dragon blood essence from it could further spur the function of the dragon blood bone fish inner pill. The visitors seeking advice were mainly alchemists, and the spiritual objects they provided were primarily botanical and of the fire element. With the inner pill provided by Miao, Zheng had finally gathered the spiritual objects required for the water, fire, and wood celestial foundations. He only lacked those of the earth and metal elements. In some time, he could attempt to start constructing the 5 elements celestial foundation. Outside the courtyard, Miao waited for a moment and, seeing no disturbance, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that this Grandmaster of Alchemy had not noticed the issue with the inner pill. As long as she kept track of his whereabouts, there might still be a chance to invite him to the Holy Land in the future. Lost in thought, Miao sensed several gazes sweeping over her, and her expression changed slightly. She was not used to concealing her traces when outside, and having focused all her attention on the movements within the courtyard just now, she had forgotten to change her appearance again. For a moment, Miao felt absurdly cautious, needing to be so careful even though she was a true disciple of a prominent Holy Land. With rising anger, Miao Luan coldly scanned her surroundings and, no longer hiding her features, walked directly toward the city's outskirts. She wanted to see just how capable these loose cultivators, who were at most in the soul condensation realm, really were. Seeing Miao Luan leave, a few soul condensation realm cultivators exchanged glances and silently followed her. As dusk fell and the moon rose into the branches, Zheng closed the door and stopped receiving visitors. Several soul condensation realm cultivators had already spontaneously helped him guard the door. Occasionally offering a third-order spirit pill, plenty of soul condensation cultivators were willing to be at his behest. Such was the status of an alchemist. However, Zheng had no intention of learning alchemy himself. It was too draining on his energy. Keeping a group of alchemists at hand was the best choice. Zheng had harbored this idea long ago, but implementing it brought many issues, ultimately due to inadequate strength. Capturing a few low-grade alchemists was pointless as they would lose their utility before long. The growth of alchemical skills required time and a huge amount of spiritual medicine. Zheng wasn't lacking spirit stones, but he didn't have the time to collect spiritual medicine around the world, nor to wait for these alchemists. The idea of building a force had already begun to sprout in his mind. Glancing at the silver moon above, Zheng took a deep breath and pulled out 2 stone tablets. Xiantian Martial Barrier, 6th Order / Incomplete Insights of a Martial God, containing the Xiantian Scriptures cultivation methods and 14 martial Dao divine abilities, imbued with immortal path Qi, personally shattered by a true immortal into 6 pieces. You now possess 2, reparable, 0/2000. This fragment was significantly larger than the one from Great Zhou, nearly double the size, with a more comprehensive diagram of the cultivation path recorded on it. Zheng had excavated this fragment from deep within a mountain range, buried several meters underground, untouched by any marks. Clearly, after the martial barrier was shattered, this fragment had spanned 1,000,000 miles to appear here. The power of a true immortal was evident. Zheng had always been interested in the martial Dao divine abilities recorded on the martial barrier. He had already experienced the effects of the Xiantian seal. The divine secret skills of a Qi cultivator were accessible according to one's cultivation. Most major divine abilities required the use of natural forces. Besides major divine abilities like the 5 Thunder Righteous Law, smaller divine skills like the invisibility technique would grow more powerful with Zheng's increasing cultivation level. Most minor divine abilities were branches of major ones. For instance, transmute stone to gold originated from the major divine ability Heaven and Earth Creation. This was a genuine creation technique. The Great Circulatory Qi Guideline only mentioned it briefly, without detailing any cultivation methods. This type of creation technique, when cultivated to a profound level, could use spiritual energy to spontaneously transform spiritual medicine, immortal gold, or even create living beings. The martial Dao divine abilities were more akin to the development of the body's latent potential, possessing unique and formidable aspects. Atop the Xiantian martial barrier, the Xiantian scriptures cultivation methods were recorded, along with the 14 martial arts supernatural powers, of which the Xiantian seal was merely one. The fragment discovered in the Immortal Emerald Continent was significantly larger than the one in Great Zhou, nearly twice as big. The engraved patterns on it were even clearer. Having obtained this fragment and combining it with the previous stone barrier's rubbings, Zheng had already acquired nearly half of the cultivation route map, naturally triggering a response from the interface. Xiantian Scripture, 6th Order, Incomplete, a comprehensive martial cultivation method, when cultivated to perfection, connects martial path to divine communication, initial repairs completed, reparable, 0/1000. The preliminary repairs of the Xiantian scripture only needed 10 days. The moment it reached his hands, Zheng began the repairs. A few days prior, he had already obtained the complete introduction of the Xiantian scripture. The introduction contained the cultivation methods for the 5 bodies realm, Qi condensing realm, Yuan aura realm, and the grasping aura into pill technique. Due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the martial path in this world had decayed to its weakest state. According to the description in the Shantian scripture, the embracing pill realm was supposed to be equivalent to the immortal path's soul condensing. Song Ling Xue, who was currently at the Yuan aura level, should correspond to the entry Dao realm level of cultivation. Yet now, she was merely equivalent to a cultivator at the spirit spring realm, a difference of dozens of times indeed. It was foreseeable that, were she to leave the Songyun realm, Song Lingshua's strength would undoubtedly undergo a tremendous transformation due to the change in the heavenly and earthly environment. As for the Shantian scripture, Chu Jing had no intention of practicing it because he truly had no dantian to harbor the martial qi. Currently practicing dual cultivation systems, he was already forced to open his middle dantian prematurely. The upper dantian is the place of nurturing the spirit. Whether in the immortal path or the qi refining lineage, the ultimate energy would converge there, and it should not be lightly disturbed. Besides, the martial path in the Songyun realm was a very challenging one. It wasn't just the lack of cultivation methods, there was also suppression between heaven and earth. Chu Jing's path of qi refining was the same, and yet it was different. Having survived a major calamity, the recognition he received from heaven and earth had elevated to a considerably high degree. Moreover, in the current Songyun realm, apart from Chu Jing, there was no second qi cultivator, so the heavenly fate allotted to the qi refining path was now being enjoyed solely by him. The disparity was enormous. After initially repairing the Shantian scripture, Chu Jing had Song Yin start from scratch with martial practice from the five bodies realm. As for Bai Nian, he had no such inclination himself. He was very aware of his own capabilities, his talent in martial arts was truly poor, unable to make any achievements, so he decided not to waste too much energy on it. Aside from his fixed daily practices, Bai Nian spent the rest of his time reading. The books and scrolls gathered by Chu Jing during his free time were mostly stacked in the small world, enough for him to pass the time. Bai Nian's father, whose life or death was still unknown, was the next step planned by Chu Jing after collecting the Shantian martial barrier fragments, to look for the remaining assistant swords of the incomplete heavenly aura sword array. Even if only a small part of the heavenly aura sword array could be assembled, for Chu Jing at his current state, it would still become his greatest trump card. Without the divine infant coming out, there would be no one who could threaten him. As time passed, the reputation of Chu Jing, Grandmaster of Alchemy Dao, spread far and wide. People from the four great sacred lands, excluding Taixuan, successively visited to pay respects. They were equally generous, far surpassing those pill masters. A saint heir from Jinli Holy Land personally brought a golden sword herb, a type of spirit object grown in spirit mines, inherently wooden yet brimming with metallic essence, quite rare, of fourth-order quality. A true disciple from primordial spirit Holy Land brought an earth elemental spirit embryo, a top-grade spiritual object among those of the earth attribute. With these two spiritual objects to supplement, aided by the medicinal power of the five elements shaping pill, Chu Jing was ready to begin attempting to condense his celestial foundation. To avoid external disturbances, Chu Jing released news that he would leave Emerald Light City for a period, with an uncertain return date. Then he closed his doors and directly entered his small world to begin a closed-door cultivation session. Several days later, after adjusting his state to optimal, Chu Jing commenced his first attempt. Sitting cross-legged on the somewhat barren land, Chu Jing breathed steadily. Suddenly raising his hand, he popped a fire seed into his mouth, and then took out a gourd of red magma that he had previously obtained and drank it in one gulp. His own cultivation was of the Taixuan divine fire scripture, and coupled with the high-grade fire seed within his body, it was most fitting to start with a fire element celestial foundation. The scorching temperature rose within his body, warming every limb and bone. The abundant fire element spiritual energy surged within his body, and the speed at which the five elements shaping pill breathed in spiritual energy suddenly accelerated, further refined by Chu Jing. A crimson mana circulated to his dantian, and under Chu Jing's deliberate control, it gradually compressed on one side beneath the five elements shaping pill, starting to take shape. A hazy Dao foundation appeared intermittently and only stabilized completely several hours later. The moment the Tao foundation formed, Zheng's aura changed as he stepped into the initial stage of the entry Tao realm. The fiery red Tao foundation was divided into 6 layers, better than what Zheng had anticipated in advance. Off to a good start, Zheng steadied his mind and immediately began shaping the other celestial foundations. Under the heavenly fire, all things turn to ashes, therefore fire gives rise to earth. The second step, starting with an earth element celestial foundation, was most fitting. Zheng took out the earth elemental spirit embryo, directly refined it into his body, and began attempting to shape the second Tao foundation. The grayish-yellow earth element mana circulated to his dantian. He repeated the earlier method, and began condensing the Tao foundation again. Crack, the grayish-yellow Tao foundation had just formed when it suddenly exploded, causing Zheng's body to react as well, tearing open a foot-long wound, from which blood gushed like a fountain, soaking his clothes. Zheng was slightly startled inside. Quickly calming down, he pulled up the repair interface, restoring his own injuries, and began attempting again. After more than 10 attempts, the second Tao foundation still showed no progress. Zheng temporarily ceased his cultivation and fell into contemplation. The inability to form the Tao foundation was likely due to the difficulty in balancing the power of the 5 elements. Fire can produce earth, but earth cannot reciprocate, making it difficult to mutually generate. After pondering for a long while, he closed his eyes again and began to try another method. This time, he didn't prioritize and swallowed the remaining types of spiritual objects, beginning to shape 4 Tao foundations simultaneously. Just as Zheng had guessed, the reaction in the dantian wasn't as intense as at the beginning. Because the 5 elements were complete, it instead became somewhat more stable. However, when it came to condensing the Tao foundations, Zheng still faced numerous obstacles, and the foundations were continuously difficult to form. After repeated failures, Zheng finally figured out some key issues. It related to the method of cultivation. The method of condensing celestial foundation in the Taixuan divine fire scripture was not applicable to the other foundations. Not all celestial foundations could be condensed using the same method. A slight deviation could lead to greater errors. This distinction was even more evident on the path of cultivation and required Zheng to explore on his own. In the process of condensing, Zheng's dantian exploded multiple times, almost completely ruining his cultivation. If it weren't for innate repair abilities, his own fire element foundation would have been affected and could even have directly collapsed. Zheng repeatedly tried, maintaining the balance between the 5 elements foundations through continuously activating the medicinal power of the 5 elements shaping pill. After endless attempts, Zheng finally managed to forcefully establish the other 4 foundations. However, apart from the fire element, the other 4 foundations were uneven, merely 1 or 2 layers thick and seemingly on the verge of collapse. This was related to the lack of methods to condense the foundations. But now, this was the best Zheng could do. Stay with the story on FreeWeb novel. With the fire element dominating within the dantian, Zheng could only try, by means of qi refining techniques, to heavily extract the fire element qi to barely maintain the balance of the 5 elements. This extracted fire element qi, a part of it merged with the fire seed of the heavenly star flame, while the other part, Zheng used to nurture the heavenly aura broken sword and the town Immortal Mace. Only then did the situation within the dantian gradually stabilize. But this was just a temporary measure. Once the medicinal power of the 5 elements shaping pill was exhausted, the current balance would still collapse. Before that happened, Zheng needed to find a new method to strengthen the other foundations. After the 5 elements foundations were formed, they also gave Zheng a great surprise. At the center of the 5 elements foundations, the yin-yang dual qi had subtly begun to emerge. In the future, when deploying the thunder method, he could save a lot of effort and directly control the thunder through the foundations. Moreover, once the 5 elements foundations reached perfection, he could even directly use the yin-yang dual qi to condense the soul, having the chance to advance further and nurture a divine infant in the soul-condensing realm ahead of schedule. Above the vast sky, fierce winds howled, and the air filled with dense clouds, hinting at an impending storm. A figure cut through the sky, its escape light conspicuous, Miao Luan's robe soaked with blood, her divine sense scanning all directions, her expression extremely unsightly. During this period, 5 soul-condensing monks had died at her hands, but these loose cultivators hadn't given up in the slightest, relentlessly pursuing her with endless tricks. Moreover, these people clearly had many informants constantly tracking her movements, continually trapping her within the immortal Emerald Continent, and not giving her a chance to seek help. At this step, Miao Luan had to admit that she had severely underestimated the difficulty of these cultivators. The only good news was that with the combat power of these cultivators, they still couldn't detain her, at least she was safe for now. All of a sudden, several streaks of escape light appeared ahead, Miao Luan's expression tightened, and she immediately became extremely cautious. A few breaths later, as the escape light approached, a female cultivator appeared in the lead, her body covered in wounds, nearly naked, with 2 soul-condensing monks chasing her, the situation dire. After a brief hesitation, Miao Luan grit her teeth, a faint blue light flashing in her hand, she slashed out several sword lights. The blossoms of sword lights streaked across the sky, interrupting the actions of the 2 soul-condensing monks, aiding the woman out of the dangerous situation. Even though she was in danger herself, she still extended a helping hand, as she also needed assistance at this moment. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." The woman came to Miao Luan's side, adjusted her torn robe covering her chest, her face filled with gratitude. "No need." Miao Luan shook her head slightly, her gaze vigilantly sweeping around. If there were others apart from these 2 soul-condensing monks, her situation could become extremely perilous. In her tense state of mind, she did not notice that the nearly naked female cultivator was now less than 3 feet away from her. When the distance closed to within 2 feet, the female cultivator suddenly looked up, her eyes chillingly cold. A black short dagger, over 3 inches long, suddenly appeared in her previously empty palm. Shik, the next instant, the black dagger was deeply plunged into Miao Luan's dantian, then swiftly sliced upward, nearly splitting her open completely. Miao Luan's expression drastically changed, murderous intent surging in her eyes, her palm flipped, releasing a faint blue water light from her sleeve. The gentle droplets, yet as heavy as 1,000 June, exploded with a piercing screech in the void. Miao Luan's counterattack was so fierce it was frightening. The female cultivator hadn't even reacted when her upper body exploded like a splash of water, scattering a bloody aureole, instantly dying on the spot. Kaboom! A flash of lightning streaked through the sky, several bolts tearing the heavens, and in an instant, a heavy rain poured down. In a blink, Miao Luan was surrounded by a faint blue light, her figure blending into the rain like a droplet, and she vanished in an instant. A barely perceptible glow broke through the void, heading straight for the direction of Emerald Light City. This place was too far from Taixuan Holy Land, but if she could make it back to Emerald Light City, she still had a chance of survival. Being a grandmaster of alchemy in terms of cultivation achievement, her level wasn't merely that of divine transformation, but at least that of a great saint. That senior, whose depth was unknown, might not lend a hand to help her, but should at least give her a chance to catch her breath and seek help. Above the azure sky, it seemed like a crack had formed from which torrents of rain cascaded through the clouds, splattering into countless water droplets upon hitting the puddles below. A faint blue light tore through the curtain of rain and crashed into the heart of Emerald Light City, like a meteorite plunging straight into a courtyard. In the blink of an eye, courtyard walls collapsed and rainwater surged into ponds, forming little streams. The pitter-patter of the rain became increasingly dense, shattering the silence. Miao Luan struggled to prop herself up, taking in the familiar surroundings of the courtyard with a slight ease of spirit. Her head began to feel involuntarily dizzy, and the wound on her abdomen continued to ooze blood. The poisoned dagger in the hands of that female cultivator was lethal. The fact that Miao Luan had managed to make it this far was no small feat, and overwhelming drowsiness surged over her, and just before losing consciousness, Miao Luan faintly discerned a blurry figure approaching. Zheng slightly furrowed his brows as he watched Miao Luan, who had fallen from the sky before him, and then looked upwards. 4 figures stood in midair not too far from there, displaying expressions of panic upon seeing Zheng. Zheng's reputation was at its peak, and even among these 4 people, two had once received spirit pills from Zheng and had guarded his door for a while. Just as the group was about to defend themselves, their expressions suddenly turned quite strange. Zheng had just made a breakthrough not long ago, his aura fluctuating and hard to disguise, especially noticeable to a crowd of great cultivators of the soul condensation realm. As such, his early-stage cultivation of the Tao entry realm was laid bare for all to see. Upon recognizing the fluctuations in Zheng's cultivation, all four displayed interesting reactions, as no one had anticipated that a grandmaster with such profound expertise in the alchemy Tao was merely an early-stage Tao entry realm cultivator. Seeing this, Zheng's eyebrows knit slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Once his cultivation level was exposed, he knew he couldn't stay here any longer. For a Tao entry realm cultivator, these sex-loose cultivators wouldn't have as many scruples in their actions, and were very likely to force him into compliance. Zheng gave them a glance and then looked towards Miao, who was not far away, his expression shifting. "Did you few accept a bounty from Taixuan Holy Land?" Reporting to the master, that is indeed the case, one of the soul-condensing monks who had once received a spirit pill from Zheng stepped forward, his speech lacking the previous respect and not even offering a salute. With the cultivation of the entry Tao realm, even if one's alchemy skills are strong, they are significantly limited, and such cultivation isn't enough to command high-grade divine fire. "Master, please move aside and let us take this woman's head first, and then we will invite the master over to our residence for a chat." Obviously, they intended to coerce Zheng into leaving with them by force. Miao, after all, was a true disciple of the Holy Land, and besides them, no others were allowed to know of this incident. Otherwise, if Taixuan Holy Land were to take action in retaliation, they would all suffer the consequences. Zheng remained silent for a while, then revealed his true nature. "You are Zheng?" The soul-condensing monks all displayed expressions of shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Today, Zheng's portrait had already spread throughout the southern region, and any cultivator slightly keen on current affairs would have seen it. "Since you all have accepted a bounty from Taixuan, we are essentially on the same path," Zheng spoke calmly. "There's no need to spoil our rapport." After all, he had no enmity with these soul condensation realm cultivators and saw no need for violence. Moreover, Zheng didn't want to openly conflict with Taixuan Holy Land. Join the adventure. On Freeweb novel No Matter What, Song Lingxue was currently in Taixuan Holy Land, and he was, after all, the chief disciple under the direct lineage of Taixuan. No one responded to him, and the gazes of the soul condensation realm cultivators simultaneously turned towards a middle-aged man standing among them. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build, his features sharply defined, dressed in a black robe with red patterns, exuding an extraordinary presence. The cultivator's cultivation was the highest among the four, already in the mid-stage of the soul condensation realm, and it was clear that the others regarded him as the leader. Zheng. The middle-aged man glanced at Zheng, withdrew his gaze, looked at the other three, and spoke in a deep voice, "Kill them together, and I'll take Zheng's head to claim the reward later. You take Miao head to Taixuan." In an instant, the void was filled with murderous intent, and the cold rain was like knives, chilling to the bone. The middle-aged man's action was nothing if not bold, taking on two bounties at the same time, which was undoubtedly the best choice for the four of them. They would get spirit stones and magic treasures, and could present themselves to both holy lands at the same time, ensuring at least one way out, no matter which holy land ultimately benefited. Zheng stood below, quietly listening, with not a hint of surprise in his expression. If it were him, standing in their position, he would likely make the same choice. An entry Tao realm cultivator, for four soul condensation realm cultivators, was as easy to kill as cutting Miao head off, not even taking much more effort. "Since I came to Emerald Light City, today is the first time it has rained." Raising his head and looking at the tumbling thunder above the clouds, Zheng sighed lightly. "It seems, it is your fate to face this calamity." Once the thunder was born, even if the heavens and earth were unwilling to lend their power, it was already too late. Zheng's figure disappeared on the spot, the rain falling in the courtyard came to a standstill, then was swept up by a powerful gust, reversing its course, rolling back up into the canopy of the sky. The next instant, his figure had already appeared amidst the layers of thunderclouds, with blinding thunder light surging in his palm, the might of heaven permeating. This was different from Zheng himself using the thunder method to invoke the divine thunder of the nine heavens. With thunderclouds backing him, even a soul condensation realm cultivator at great perfection would only meet death. The terrifying aura tumbled through the void, and the four soul condensation realm cultivators standing in midair all changed their expressions dramatically, their body hair standing on end as they sensed the imminent threat of death. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned and fled in different directions. Zheng had no intention of giving them that chance. He poured all his mana into the condensing space bracelet and activated the space condensing art. Even though his cultivation was only at the early stage of the entry Tao realm, and his five elements foundation was not yet perfected, Zheng's mana was still many times more vigorous than that of cultivators of the same realm. Exerting all his strength to activate the space condensing art, even the great cultivators of the soul condensation realm were significantly affected, their movements as if mired in mud, drastically slowing down, making it difficult for them to escape in time. Rumble, blinding thunder light filled the firmament, and the thunder within the clouds was emptied by Zheng in an instant. For that moment, he seemed like a true god wielding the power to punish from the heavens. Boom! Boom! Several explosions sounded one after another, and the soul condensation realm cultivators stood no chance of resistance. Not even their corpses were preserved, and along with their vestment robes, they turned to ash in an instant. Their storage bags were reduced to flying ash, leaving not a trace behind. Zheng swept a glance with slight regret, then returned to the courtyard, landing beside Miao Luan. Miao Luan, third order, a true disciple of the Taixuan Holy Land, severely poisoned, the Dantian seriously damaged, nearly dying, can be repaired, 0/20, looking at the information provided on the panel. Zheng pondered for a while, estimated Miao Luan's injuries, and used the repair function twice to barely bring back Miao Luan's consciousness. After all, she was a true disciple, and perhaps there was more valuable information to be uncovered. Zheng bent down, pulled out the town Immortal Mace, and pressed it against Miao Luan's cheek. Just as Miao Luan regained consciousness, she suddenly felt a chill on her cheek, and heard a question beside her ear. "Do you have something valuable to save your life?" Drip-dropuyuro, the cold rain beat against her face as Miao Luan's thoughts gradually became clear. Struggling to raise her head, she looked at the boy in front of her who appeared to be no more than 14 or 15 years old, and quickly recognized him. "You are Zheng? What are you doing here?" A moment later, her expression slightly stunned as she sensed the aura emanating from Zheng's body, her eyes suddenly flashing a trace of disbelief. "You've entered the path?" Before the words had finished, she curled up in agony due to the severe pain coming from her dantian, gasping for breath, with cold sweat mixing with the rainwater and seeping into the muddy puddles beneath her. But the pain coursing through her body was nothing compared to the shock rising in her heart. Information about Zheng had long been relayed to her by the Taixuan Holy Land, and the person before her, having stepped onto the immortal path for barely a year, had already entered the path. This was too inconceivable. Searching through the entire existing history of the Taixuan realm, one would not find such a person. A superior immortal bone definitely did not possess such speed. Zheng must have some special physique unknown to others, or he might even be a celestial lord reincarnated to cultivate anew. Otherwise, Zheng's abnormal cultivation speed was simply inexplicable. If you have nothing to exchange for your life, you can start preparing for your next one already. Zheng's tone was flat as the town Immortal Mace slowly rose, pressing against Miao Luan's forehead. With a swing of his mace, he could make Miao Luan completely disappear from this world, annihilating both her form and spirit. "What do you want?" Miao Luan tried her best to maintain a calm demeanor, speaking slowly. "Spirit stones? Elixirs? Or magic treasures and divine weapons? Everything I have can be given to you. Right now, you have nothing." Zheng shook his head, denying Miao Luan's words, and directly reached out to take the silver bracelet off her wrist. Flowing light jade ring, third order, a space magic treasure, containing a minute universe within, crafted with delicate techniques, engraved with 2 arrays, possessing the effects of gathering spirit and dust avoidance. Zheng extended his divine sense to sweep over it. As a cultivator with the Holy Land true transmission, Miao Luan's assets did not seem very rich. In fact, they seemed rather meager. 1 high-quality magic treasure, 2 middle-quality magic treasures, a few elixirs, and the sum of spirit stones barely amounted to about 100,000 lower-quality spirit stones, which, when converted to high quality, amounted to less than 1,000. Unsurprisingly, Zheng did not find any traces of martial arts and secret techniques. Obviously, the sect-defending secret scripture of the Taixuan Holy Land, being an immortal ascension method like the Taixuan divine fire scripture, required the transmission through a jade token. Miao Luan keenly noticed the flicker of disappointment that crossed Zheng's face, chilling her heart. After a brief inventory, Zheng looked at Miao Luan again and reminded her, "The things you have on you are now my spoils of war, including the clothes you are wearing, they belong to me too. What I want now is something from your mind." Today, Miao Luan had caused quite a bit of trouble for Zheng. Had it not rained, facing so many soul-condensing monks, he would have had to use quite a few techniques to escape, not to mention counter-killing. He, at least, wanted to find a way to recoup his losses. "You want the Great Void Scripture?" Miao Luan's face changed slightly, instantly grasping Zheng's intention. The most valuable thing in her mind was undoubtedly the sect-defending secret scripture of the Taixuan Holy Land. Upon realizing this, she couldn't help but wonder, "You already have the Taixuan divine fire scripture, what use would you have for the Great Void Scripture? Recite it so I may listen." Zheng was not inclined to explain to Miao Luan, taking out a jade talisman, ready to start recording. He wasn't worried about Miao Luan lying, the truth or falsehood would naturally be revealed by the tablet. Seeing this, Miao Luan did not resist and immediately began to recite the opening mantra of the Great Void Scripture. The Great Void, its energy flows through the universe, elusive and unfixed. Among all things in this world, only water has no constant form. Cultivation should be like flowing downstream, finding strength and softness, like the vast and surging clouds, braving the rapids with courage. If she didn't heal her injuries quickly, even if Zheng didn't kill her, she would die from the severity of her wounds. Even if she didn't die, it would leave hidden dangers for her future cultivation. She didn't want to die here. Her path to becoming an immortal had just begun. If she were to be buried here, she would die with regrets. Miao Luan took a deep breath and chanted for a moment before finally stopping. Great Void Scripture, 8th Order/incomplete sect-defending secret scripture of Taixuan Holy Land, extremely suitable for cultivators associated with water. When cultivated to the pinnacle, one can become a true immortal. With your current ability, it cannot be repaired. That's it? Looking at the prompt on the panel, Zheng slightly frowned. The cultivation technique Miao Luan reported only went up to the Taixuan secret realm. She hadn't revealed even a bit of the next 2 levels of the Immortal Ascension method. The part 1 have access to only goes up to this point. All true transmissions are like this. Miao Luan nodded with some difficulty, her pale face seeking confirmation. "Is this enough to trade for my life?" Hearing this, Zheng fell into contemplation. For the purpose of repairing the panel, the 7th Order seemed to be a threshold that blocked many things. This was true for the Great Void Scripture, and it was the same with the damaged immortal bone found in that ancient battlefield. Once the quality surpassed the 7th Order, the repair seemed entirely different, with significant limitations. After a long moment of contemplation, Zheng came back to his senses, put away the jade token in his hand, and nodded, "This is enough to trade for your life." Before joy could appear on Miao Luan's face, Zheng spoke again, "You owe me 3 lives in total. This only buys you 1. You still owe me 2 lives. Miao Luan's expression froze, her voice trembling a bit. "How do I owe you so much?" Zheng had always been a reasonable person, his words were not meant to bully Miao Luan in her dire situation. He immediately stretched out his hand, counted on his fingers, and began to straighten out Miao Luan's thoughts. "You were supposed to die at the hands of those cultivators today. I saved you, that's 1 life. Secondly, you brought trouble to me. I repaid your malice with kindness, not only saving you but also killing those cultivators for you. That's the second life. Thirdly. Chu Zheng's eyes turned cold as he spoke. Some time ago, you tampered with that inner alchemy. I didn't kill you for that, and that is the third life. Miao Luan listened, dazed. As she came to her senses and looked around at the courtyard reduced to ruins, the expression on her face became even more splendid. Before passing out, her consciousness was already somewhat unclear, and only now did she realize that Chu Zheng and the Grandmaster of Alchemy were the same person. With such formidable cultivation and profound accomplishments in the alchemy Tao, Miao Luan was growing increasingly suspicious that the man before her was an old monster who had lived for who knows how long. Your adventure awaits on Freeweb novel. After a long silence, Miao Luan spoke in a deep voice. Now that I am all alone, with only this broken body left, if you ask for compensation, I am already married, and furthermore. Before Miao Luan could finish, Chu Zheng shook his head again and then sized up Miao Luan for a while before saying softly, do you think I would be up for anything? As these words reached her ears, Miao Luan's palm tightened, and her fingertips dug deep into the earth, her teeth clenching tightly with a grating sound. She tried her best to calm her thoughts and took deep breaths for a while before falling into contemplation again. A moment later, Miao Luan spoke again. Apart from the Great Void Scripture, the only thing I have left to pass on to you is the Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance. Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance? Upon hearing this name, Chu Zheng's gaze suddenly sharpened. The name Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance was not unfamiliar to Chu Zheng. Previously, the Demon King of the Netherwolf tribe, the former owner of the condensing space bracelet, Yu Ziyun, was suspected to have died at the hands of the Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance. Continue your journey on Freeweb novel. As Miao Luan recited the incantation, Chu Zheng's mind quickly resonated with a prompt. Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance, 8th Order Immortal Path Divine Ability, Water Element Sword Technique, originating from a Sword Tao True Immortal. The cultivation requirements are extremely demanding, with high talent prerequisites. One with high-quality immortal bone may grasp its form, only those with superior immortal bone may comprehend its essence. The Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance is not a cultivation technique but a sword technique, complementary to the Great Void Scripture and similar to divine skills, with immense power. For a cultivator like Miao Luan, at the soul-condensing initial stage, even if she only understood a fraction of it, common monks at the mid-soul condensation realm would struggle to threaten her, and in a one-on-one encounter, could even be slain by her. An 8th order technique is already a significant progression in the immortal path, with the sword technique naturally carrying a powerful immortal path chi. The prerequisites for talent are particularly stringent. High-quality immortal bone is merely the threshold to cultivate this sword technique. After sensing for a moment, Chu Zheng quickly came to a conclusion. His cultivation was already considerable, with numerous divine skills with him, and having seen 2 authentic immortal scriptures, he knew at a glance whether he could cultivate a divine ability. For him, cultivating the Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance was currently an impossible task. He lacked an immortal bone, and that alone barred him from entering. Chu Zheng felt no regret about this, for there is no perfection in the world. Having obtained the Great Void Scripture was already more than enough. With your talent, you should find it easy to cultivate this sword technique, Miao Luan said, forcing herself to speak, her voice soft. Is this enough to exchange for my life? It's sufficient, Chu Zheng replied. Although he could not cultivate the Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance himself, Chu Zheng did not question its value. It was more than enough to exchange for the life of a soul-condensing monk. Has the Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance always been the exclusive sword technique of Taisu Holy Land? Chu Zheng regained his composure, his eyebrows slightly raised. He seemed to have discovered some secrets not known to others. The death of Yu Ziyun might be connected to Taisu Holy Land. It has always been so since ancient times, Miao Luan answered, her voice trembling slightly as the intense pain from her dantian grew stronger. Despite her resilience, it was becoming unbearable. Hearing this, a hint of understanding flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes as he calmly said, there's still one last life remaining. He was somewhat expectant of whether Miao Luan could offer him any more surprises. The immortal scriptures I practice are only these two, the rest are minor tricks, not worth mentioning. Miao Luan took a deep breath after a long while, then abruptly propped herself up with effort and said deliberately, "This life, I shall owe to you. In the future, I will repay you twofold. If you are unwilling to loan, you may take my head now, and end it quickly." She looked directly at Zheng, her eyes resolute. Regardless of the outcome, she wanted to retain her dignity before death. "I can put it on the tab," Zheng stated seriously, "but we need collateral for an empty promise." "What will you pledge?" He did not wish to kill Miao Luan. As a true disciple of the Taixuan Holy Land, she was more valuable alive than a corpse, perhaps very useful in the future. Having leaked the Great Void Scripture, even as a true disciple, death is the only path left for me, and my life is already in your hands, Miao Luan said. Her spirit brightening at the glimpse of a chance to live, her voice gaining some strength. "What do you want?" From Deng Yang's attitude, Zheng had already discerned the significance of immortal scriptures to these holy lands. One leak, and Miao Luan would surely die. But that alone was far from enough. After pondering for a moment, Zheng nodded and said, "Hand over your life soul, and your life will temporarily be recorded in my account." The life soul is something that monks above the soul condensation realm can cultivate, representing the essence of the divine soul. For a cultivator, the life soul is extremely important, almost as vital as the immortal bone. If destroyed, they risk death, and even if they survive, they suffer a sharp decline in mental acuity and their entire cultivation could dissipate, reducing them to dust. Miao Luan hesitated for a moment but did not overly deliberate, nodding in agreement. A point of spiritual light emerged from her brow. The moment the spiritual light appeared, it began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy at a vast rate. In a few breaths, it gradually took shape, turning into a jade sliver as long as a finger, thin as a cicada's wing, pale green in color, with a layer of shimmering water light. With her life soul departing her body, Miao Luan's form sagged once again, devoid of strength, as her consciousness plunged back into darkness. The power of the thunder in the air was exhausted, and the clouds and rain quickly dispersed. The sunshine of the great day tore through the thousands of miles of cloud layers, shining into the courtyard. Bathed in warm sunshine, Zheng surveyed his surroundings. The disturbance had attracted the attention of some cultivators, but due to the earlier display of thunderous might and the special nature of this place, they dared not approach to investigate just yet. Looking at Miao Luan on the ground, Zheng took out a spirit pill, placed it in her mouth, and used up the remaining repair opportunities. Then he picked her up and stepped out, leaving Emerald Light City. His transformation technique had not yet been mastered, and concealing his aura was imperfect. Moreover, his 5 elements foundation was imbalanced, which made it easier for his traces to be discovered. Even if Miao Luan hadn't come, his identity as a grandmaster of alchemy would not have held up much longer. Half a day later, Zheng had left the immortal Emerald Continent and entered a verdant mountain range. He casually found a cave to settle down in, and after placing Miao Luan's life soul in his dantian to monitor it, he immediately began to attempt to improve his water attribute Tao foundation. The crafting of the celestial foundation in the Great Void Scripture is starkly different from that in the Taixuan Divine Fire Scripture, with many variations, yet in terms of their profundity, they're equally matched. In Miao Luan's storage bag, there were numerous spirit pills, a considerable part of which were used to enhance her own cultivation. Their nature was of the water attribute, perfectly suitable as a supplement for the celestial foundation. Due to the fact that in her previously, the fire attribute Tao foundation was the most potent, the water element Qi within Zheng's body was the most suppressed. The Tao foundation had barely condensed, but it was only a pitiful single layer. Now, having switched to a different foundational method, the effect was immediately noticeable. Under the nourishment of the spirit pills, the initially shaky water attribute Tao foundation stabilized in the blink of an eye. A few days later, the spirit pills were quickly consumed, elevating the original 1-layer Tao foundation by 2 layers. For ordinary cultivators, increasing the layers of a Tao foundation is an extremely arduous task, especially after the Tao foundation has been established, where each elevation requires rare spiritual objects. Although the spirit pills on Miao Luan were precious, they were far from the level of spiritual objects and should not have had such miraculous effects. The problem lay within Zheng himself, who did not have these limitations. The enhancement of his Tao foundation did not require much effort, as natural as water flowing into a channel. Although the water attribute Tao foundation was now stable, compared to the 6-layer high fire attribute Tao foundation, it still seemed quite weak and had ample room for improvement. But Zheng had already used up the water attribute spiritual objects he had. Just at this moment, a fluctuation emanated from the life soul in the Dantian, indicating signs of Miao Luan waking up. Over these few days, Zheng had mostly healed her injuries. Her awakening was expected. Zheng slowly ended his cultivation and then promptly knocked Miao Luan unconscious again with a raise of his hand. His gaze fell on Miao Luan, and his eyes suddenly flickered with joy. Miao Luan practiced the Great Void Scripture, and her mana inherently carried a strong water element chi which, for the current Zheng, was precisely the right supplement. Forcing the absorption of others' mana was seen as impossible by ordinary cultivators due to the resistance from the Tao foundation, making integration completely unfeasible. Forced integration would result in only one outcome: irreparable flaws in the Tao foundation, utterly destroying the immortal path. However, Zheng had no such concerns. He directly reached out towards Miao Luan, forcibly extracting the mana from her Dantian. Afterward, he operated his qi refining technique, directly refining the water element qi from Miao Luan's mana, drawing it into his Dantian. This was the most fundamental energy between heaven and earth. All impurities had been stripped away, creating no rejection with the Tao foundation. The previously stagnant Tao foundation began growing again. Just after elevating by one layer, Miao Luan's Dantian was already dry. Zheng immediately pulled up the panel, repaired her condition, and replenished her mana. Thumpayuro Miao Luan's eyelids trembled lightly, barely about to awaken when she was once again knocked unconscious by Zheng. Repeated several times, until the 6th layer of the water attribute Tao foundation was established, Zheng finally noticed the existence of a bottleneck. The 6th layer was the limit. Higher levels required even rarer spiritual objects for elevation. This clearly correlated with his fire attribute Tao foundation, which also had only 6 layers. This undoubtedly informed Zheng of good news. The enhancement of the remaining 3 celestial foundations would face little obstruction before reaching the 6th level. The moment the water attribute foundation stabilized, Zheng immediately felt a strange change. The yin-yang dual qi nurtured at the center of the 5 Tao foundations abruptly grew much stronger. Fire and water, essentially opposing elements within the 5 elements, one yin and one yang, now together and complementing each other, caused Zheng's cultivation to surge fiercely, completely stabilizing at the initial stage of the Tao entry realm. This phenomenon flashed a spark of enlightenment in Zheng's mind, and he thought of Zhao Tingxian. He knew little about Zhao Tingxian, only that he had high-quality immortal bone and was endowed with a fire spirit body. By a twist of fate, he entered the Taixuan Holy Land. The nature of the Great Void Scripture being water, was supposed to counteract Zhao Tingxian's fire spirit body. Logically, he should not have grown so rapidly, yet he had already stepped into the true immortal realm. Perhaps, Zhao Tingxian had already deciphered the secrets of yin and yang, finding the balance between his body's nature and the Great Void Scripture, thus entering the immortal sect. Thinking of this, Zheng was somewhat moved. His numerous ideas were entirely due to the enlightenment from the qi refining technique and the numerous trial and error opportunities afforded by the repair panel, which made implementation possible. Lacking any of those elements, the 5 Tao foundations currently in his Dantian would not exist. Stay informed via FreeWeb novel. If he had been in Zhao Tingxian's situation, with his physical constitution and cultivation technique in conflict, he would most likely have chosen to take a different path. This person possesses extraordinary talent, which has nothing to do with the immortal bone. Choosing the right path is difficult. If it weren't for the lack of an immortal bone within him, Zheng might not have chosen the path of a qi cultivator. His current predicament, where he is caught between 2 difficulties, is largely due to the existence of the qi refining technique. Zheng pondered for a moment, looking at Miao Luan, who was lying unconscious on the ground, with a slight frown between his brows. knowing his future path would become increasingly difficult. On the surface, without the persistent pressure from Taixuan Holy Land, Phantom Spirit Sect wouldn't have considered taking risky strategies, Song Lingqing wouldn't have become a discarded pawn, and the Song family wouldn't have faced such great disasters. Nor would Zheng have entered the Phantom Spirit Sect through Fu Quanliang, nor would he have gotten involved with Taixuan Holy Land due to the Taixuan Divine Fire scripture, triggering a series of troubles thereafter. But ultimately, after encountering Ling Qi, the series of events were the result of differences in Taoist orthodoxy. In this world, practicing the qi refining technique as a cultivator of the immortal path meant he was marked for death. For heretic cultivators, practicing in this realm is extremely difficult. Taixuan Holy Land played the role of merely an instigator. Zheng had once thought about changing this world through the qi refining technique, thereby leaving his name renowned through the ages, but as his horizons broadened, his initial idea undoubtedly seemed somewhat ludicrous. This present world, in the entirety of the universe, is simply insignificant, and perhaps one day, the entire Zhongyun realm will cease to exist. Even if Zheng practiced the great circulatory qi guideline to its utter pinnacle, achieving refining spirit Tao integration, it would still merely be the pinnacle of humanly attainable paths, while immortals would remain above. He knew that his path ahead was fraught with thorns. At this thought, Zheng cut through the chaos in his mind, stood up straight, and his expression regained its calmness. A path is made by walking. To hesitate or stop due to thorns is merely a wasteful way to spend time, idly passing the years. When Miao Wan woke up again, only dark mossy cliff faces surrounded her, emitting a stale and rotting smell. From not seeing the sun for too long, which was nauseating to smell. The cool sensation on her skin made Miao Wan instinctively lower her head, and then her expression slightly changed as she was suddenly taken aback and clenched her teeth. Zheng. Only at this moment did she realize that the words Zheng had previously said were not a joke. He had truly taken her vestment robe as his own. The original vestment robe on her body had disappeared without a trace, leaving only her undergarments barely covering her body, revealing her graceful figure and delicate bones underneath. Her abdomen was flawless. The ferocious wound at the dantian had healed as if new, without leaving any traces behind, except for the absence of the life-soul within her body, and a faint sense of unease lurking deep within her soul. There were no other abnormalities. Regaining her composure, Miao Wan clenched her fists, her expression somewhat dazed. She was unsure whether to feel joy or anger, experiencing a sense of being a survivor of a catastrophe from another lifetime. After a while, she gathered her thoughts, circulated her mana, and waved her hand gently towards the mouth of the cave. Countless fallen leaves rushed into the cave, crushed by mana, woven into brocade, mixing with the streams pouring out from the void, and in a few moments, they transformed into a long green water-patterned dress. It could only cover her body, with no protective effect. While manipulating her mana, Miao Wan was somewhat surprised to find that her mana had seemingly increased slightly, as if she had undergone several exhaustive heavyweight battles. Miao Wan donned the dress, decided not to think further, and slowly walked out of the cave. Days later, Miao Wan found a sect under Taixuan Holy Land and made contact with Taixuan Holy Land. Only then did she learn that during the time she was missing, several major holy lands had once again experienced upheaval. On the hidden dragon list, Zheng's ranking had once again leaped forward, crossing over 1,000 places to break into the top 500, ranking alongside the pride of other holy lands in the early soul condensing realm, with his cultivation in the early Tao entry realm. To be ranked among the top 500 on the hidden dragon list, one had to be at least at the early soul condensing realm. These people were generally either the true disciples of major holy lands or some highly skilled loose cultivators, meticulously nurtured and honed like precious jades. Such individuals usually possessed high-grade immortal techniques and secret techniques, capable of defeating enemies from higher realms. Ordinary monks in the mid-stage soul-condensing realm would be swiftly swept aside by them. With Zheng being in the early entry Tao realm, ranking among the top 500 meant that he possessed the strength to defeat enemies from significantly higher realms. This was something unprecedented. Soul-condensing realm would already qualify one as a great cultivator, with a divine soul formed. Their capabilities were not comparable to that of an entry Dao realm cultivator. Moving against the current in such a manner was exceedingly unbelievable. No one doubted the fairness of the hidden dragon list, which had never made a mistake throughout thousands of years. Upon learning this news, Miaoluan was greatly shocked. When Zheng struck, she had already fainted and was completely unaware of what had happened. She thought that those soul-condensing monks had taken on a bounty from Taixuan and hence did not confront Zheng. She never considered it could be due to Zheng's own strength. Such monstrous talent had already caught the attention of the Immortal Alliance. Having digested this news, Miaoluan concealed her tracks all the way and quickly returned to the sect gate of Taixu Holy Land. The first thing she did after returning to the sect gate was to find her mentor and admit her fault. In the somewhat vacant hall, Miaoluan, dressed back in the vestments of a true disciple, knelt on the ground, her breathing heavy and distinctly audible. Sitting cross-legged about 2 yards in front of her was a figure clad in blue, her posture graceful with a veiled face, making her features unclear, her eyes shimmering with a hint of spiritual light. The peak of 9 transformations of Divine Infant, from Taixu Holy Land, Yuling True Monarch, Zhuelingji. Miaoluan felt a surge of nervousness, having lost all her magic treasures, which was no trivial matter. A single high-quality magic treasure could exchange for a country. Even ordinary Divine Infant cultivators typically had only one such treasure with them. If not for her exceptional talent and her master's favoritism, she would not have been entrusted with such treasure. Who was responsible? Zhuelingji's voice was calm, betraying neither joy nor anger. Disciple is incompetent. Unable to recognize the assailant, I was knocked unconscious, and upon waking, Miaoluan dared not lift her head, fearing that her expression might betray even a hint of abnormality. That is indeed strange. Zhuelingji's eyes flickered slightly. Your person, in Taixuan, is quite valuable. To rob you yet spare your life, is this person friend or foe? The cultivators who commit robbery seldom show mercy. Not only was Miaoluan's life spared, but even her yuan remained intact, which was rather peculiar. This disciple truly does not know. Miaoluan felt bewildered. Her master's demeanor was far different from what she had anticipated. She had braced herself for punishment before arriving. Regardless, being spared your life is fortunate. I see that your divine soul is unstable, likely from the shock. Here is a bottle of calm spirit pill, take it and heal yourself in seclusion. Zhuelingji sighed softly, taking out a jade bottle and passing it through the air to Miaoluan. This? Master, I am unworthy of this. Miaoluan was somewhat overwhelmed by such favor. Losing a high-quality magic treasure was indeed a significant error, and not being punished was fortunate enough. In recent days, 13 of our Taixu true transmission have perished, so be extra cautious for a while. Zhuelingji's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Previously, she might have been inclined to blame, but now, simply having her student return safely was a relief. 13 people. Miaoluan's heart jolted. Her ordeal was not an isolated case, the other true disciples had not been as fortunate as she. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel somewhat fortunate, at least she was still alive. Now, the losses of the 4 great sacred lands are significant. They are recalling their true disciples to avoid further calamities. Zhuelingji shook her head, observing the current situation. In the first round of conflict with Taixuan, the 4 great sacred lands were completely defeated. The true disciples who had fallen from various lands added up to several dozen, not to mention the many elders who had died protecting these disciples. And that chief disciple from Taixuan Holy Land had been extremely active and was even making significant ranking advances on the hidden dragon list. Thinking this, Zhuelingji casually asked, during your time outside, did you hear any news about that Zheng? Miaoluan was slightly surprised but kept her voice steady, not at all. That Zheng has now caught the attention of the Immortal Alliance. Unless something unexpected happens, he should soon be picked by the Alliance, like Zhao Tingxian was before, and go to the minor immortal realm to cultivate. Zhuelingji's gaze turned grave. This person will indeed be a remarkable individual in the future. Find exclusive tales at Freeweb Novel. Does Master hold Zheng in such high regard? Miao Wan couldn't help but stir inwardly. Whether I regard him highly is no longer relevant. The bounties from the 4 great sacred lands couldn't kill him, and now he is only one step away from transforming into a dragon. Given the talent Zheng had shown, stepping into the soul-condensing realm before the start of the great tournament of 10,000 sects was a certainty. Being in the early entry Dao realm, he could already rival great cultivators in the soul-condensing realm. Once Zheng entered the soul-condensing realm, it seemed unlikely anyone besides Zhang Zuling could threaten him. After the bounty was issued, everyone in the Taixuan Holy Land believed Zheng wouldn't survive. Many inner sect disciples even thought they could easily take Zheng's life. Now, such talk was no longer heard. In just a few months, the gap had become unbelievably wide. Zheng's growth rate was terrifying, truly extraordinary. Zhuelingji remained silent for a long time, and the hall fell into quiet. After a while, Miao Wan quietly looked up at her mentor, who was lost in thought, and bowed deeply. Master, I shall take my leave first. Zhuelingji slightly nodded, closing her eyelids. Miao Wan stepped out of the great hall at a leisurely pace, her mind slightly relaxed. The stronger Zheng was, the safer her life soul would be. The only thing she worried about now was how she could repay Zheng double for this life in the future. Zheng had a large appetite, and was insatiably greedy, definitely not someone easy to satisfy. In the past, he did not even want to leave her a vestment robe. From this, one could see his character. In Giant Marsh Country, on Wild Goose Wing Island, at the Song residence. In the main hall of the mansion, a few scattered silhouettes stood, Song Tongxian, Song Tonghai, and the siblings Song Lingfeng and Lingping, all were present. At the moment, several people were looking at a young man standing not far away, all with somewhat solemn expressions. Clothed in black, the man appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, very young, but his cultivation was not to be underestimated, having already reached soul condensing. This one, how should we address you? Song Tongshuan's complexion was slightly flushed, seemingly somewhat excited. Song Li. The man spoke indifferently, his gaze lingering on the bodies of Song Lingfeng and his sister for a moment. His expression became gentler. We are all closely related by blood, there is no need to be overly formal. True immortal noble family, is it a mistake? Song Tonghai spoke with a hesitant tone, starkly different from the reaction of Song Tongxian next to him. Accustomed to caution, the sudden arrival of this person led to his first reaction being one of doubt about the truth of his claims. He had also heard some details about Ling Qing and Ling Xua's current situations from Zheng and was worried that this person's intentions were not as simple as seeking kin. After all, he had never heard from his parents or elders about the supposed Song family's main lineage. Tonghai, no need to worry excessively. With the cultivation of this, fellow clan superior immortal, how could there be a mistake? Song Tongxian waved his hand, his eyes betraying undeniable excitement. When I was young, I heard father mention that the Song family had produced an immortal before. Over the years, I didn't give it much thought, assuming it was an immortal seedling, but to think it is actually a true immortal. True immortal noble family, what a glorious status. He had spent so much effort over the years, just to make connection with a branch sect of Qianglu. However, compared to a true immortal noble family, even the main sect of Qianglu could not hold a candle. The difference was self-evident. Hearing this, Song Tonghai's eyes flickered slightly, and he said no more. Less said, less mistake, it was better to quietly observe. This Song Li, the current Song family could not afford to provoke. I will not make a mistake, the blood purity of those two is very high, ancestral return has already occurred, they are undoubtedly of the Song family bloodline. Song Li pointed towards Song Lingfeng and his sister, and said slowly, returning to the clan, through the sacred secret techniques of our ancestors, their aptitudes can be further improved. At these words, both Song Lingfeng and Lingping took a deep breath. Further improvement in aptitude determined the ultimate height of one's path to immortality. No cultivator could remain calm in the face of this. At the words, Song Tongshuan's joy deepened, and he tentatively asked, then, when can we return to the main lineage? No rush. Song Li gave a slight shake of his head, then took out a piece of silk cloth, on which there was a section of blood jade wall divided into 6 parts. I am here in the southern region for a task. Have you seen anything similar to this jade wall in your home? It should be a piece of remnant jade. This. Song Tongxian carefully examined it for a long while, speaking uncertainly. There seems to be a trace of memory, like I have seen it. Where? Song Li's eyes narrowed, the tranquility in his demeanor showing a slight ripple. Seeing this, Song Tonghai next to him couldn't help but have a thought. Perhaps this person's true purpose was for this jade and not to seek kin. I can't quite recall at the moment. Song Tongxian furrowed his brow in deep thought, then after a long pause shook his head and sighed lightly. Over the years, we've been displaced and lost many things. Even if I have seen it, I don't know if it's still there now. Is this object very important? Family heritage blood jade, naturally it is important. Song Li frowned slightly, then spoke again. Think about it carefully again. If you can find this piece of remnant jade, their status in the Song family will change considerably, and their path to cultivation will benefit from it, gaining substantial support within the clan. Just as Song Tongxian was becoming anxious, Ling Ping, who had been staring at the silk cloth, suddenly spoke. I have seen it in the mansion's treasury. Enjoy reading it. Freeweb novel. Song Tongxuan's face brightened slightly. Is that true? Song Li's reaction was even more direct, as he asked plainly, where is the mansion's treasury? Follow me. Song Tongxian did not dare to delay and immediately turned to lead the way. The group soon arrived in front of the mansion's treasury. Song Li circulated his mana and took out all the items inside the treasury to examine them one by one. After a while, he withdrew his hand, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Not here. Song Tongxian also felt a bit downhearted, turning to look at Song Ling Ping. Ling Ping, could it be that you remembered wrong? Impossible. Song Ling Ping shook her head vigorously. My memory isn't that poor. The year before last, when I was looking for spiritual medicine in the mansion's treasury, I saw it. I couldn't have mistaken it. A cultivator would not have such a poor memory. Bring the treasury's transaction records. Song Tongxian immediately turned back and called for the steward. The steward hurried over and presented the detailed accounts of the mansion's treasury. The treasuries of large noble families all have stringent record-keeping. Each transaction is detailed. Furthermore, every year the treasury is tallied by a dedicated person to ensure there is no discrepancy, not even by a single silver coin. Song Tongxian flipped through last year's accounts, comparing them to the items in the treasury, and soon made a discovery. There is indeed one piece of jade missing that doesn't match any withdrawal record. Upon hearing this, Song Li's gaze narrowed slightly. Has anyone outside been in the treasury during this time? No. Song Tongxian replied subconsciously, then his expression changed. Only Chu the Immortal, but he didn't take anything. A cultivator? Song Li's gaze instantly grew sharp. Where is this person now? If it was a cultivator, it was indeed possible that he had noticed the uniqueness of the blood jade, since it was the key to opening the secret realm, and the jade itself was a spirit jade. He left some time ago. Song Tongxian responded and looked towards Song Tonghai, frowning slightly. Tonghai, did that Chu the Immortal tell you where he was going? This. Song Tonghai felt a chill in his heart but managed to show a troubled expression. I am not acquainted with this superior immortal. We met by chance and journeyed together. However, I believe he would not commit such theft. Song Li, clearly not intending to dwell on this matter, looked at Song Tongxian and spoke plainly. Do you have a portrait of this person? A portrait. Song Tongxuan's expression changed and he immediately said, I will find an artist now. There's no need, I have one. Song Lingfeng took out a portrait with a slight sigh. This person has already been pursued with a bounty for his crime. It seems he was not of good repute to begin with. Previously, out of consideration for my uncle, I didn't make it difficult for him and let him go. At this moment, he felt a hint of regret. If he had known that Chu Zheng's relationship with his uncle was ordinary, he would have gathered some fellow disciples that day to keep the man behind. Upon seeing the portrait, Song Li momentarily exclaimed in shock, Chu Zheng? he had access to information channels that were far broader than those of the Song family. Recently, Song Xian from the clan, while searching for Song clan blood relations in Great Zhou, encountered Zheng from Taixuan Holy Land impeding his progress. This had already spread within the Song family. Zheng's encounter with the bounty and the involvement in the dispute over the Holy Lands were also known to Songli. Do you know of this man? Song Lingfeng was somewhat surprised. In the past few days, because of the spirit pill given by his uncle, he had been in closed-door cultivation, unaware of the outside world's changes, and still unknowing of Zheng's true identity. This person is the chief disciple of Taixuan Holy Land's true transmission. After calming down, Song Li's gaze flickered. Again, Taixuan Holy Land. It seemed that now, they must ask the clan elders to make a trip. Zheng, as the chief disciple of one of the Holy Lands, was somehow involved with the Song family of the southern region, a family not well known. Aside from that secret realm, Song Li could think of no other motive. This man had survived so far despite being bounty hunted by several Holy Lands together. Certainly, he was no benevolent character, and his own strength was far from sufficient. Is this person a Holy Land true transmission? Upon hearing Song Li's words, Song Tongxian was slightly startled. Having dealt with the Immortal sect for over 20 years, he was very clear about the status of the Holy Land in the southern region, which was akin to the sky above the region. After recovering from his surprise, Song Tongxian quickly realized the importance of that piece of blood jade. An object of great use even to true immortal noble families was definitely out of the ordinary. The true reason behind Song Li's sudden visit was probably connected to it. This jade matter is of great significance. I must report back to the clan first. Regarding the matter of returning to the main branch, please rest assured and wait for the news. During the conversation, Song Li took out a communication jade talisman and handed it to Song Tongxian. If there is any news about that Zheng, or if assistance is needed, you can directly contact me. From today onward, you and I are family. In addition to searching for the blood jade on this trip back to the southern region, replenishing fresh blood for the clan was equally a top priority. Song Tongxian had some doubts in his heart but showed none on his face as he escorted Song Li out of the estate. Big brother, I feel that we should consider this matter more carefully. As soon as Song Li had left, Song Tonghai immediately spoke, pondering for a few moments before slowly stating, if it's beneficial for the two children's future, then going there shouldn't be a problem. I have a plan in mind. Song Tongxian nodded and then said, since this person was able to find us, it won't be difficult to locate Ling Xue and Ling Qing either. Perhaps you'll soon have your family reunited. Maybe. Song Tonghai's mouth twitched slightly as he was very aware of his daughter's situations. With several Holy Lands involved, even a true immortal noble family might not have a say in front of him. After all, the Song clan was far in the eastern region, beyond the reach of their influence. In the southern region, a myriad of sects stood tall, and the number of mortal kingdoms was vast, like a boundless sea, countless in both large and small sizes. To the east of Immortal Emerald Continent, over 2 million li away, there was a kingdom named Blue Pearl. In its territory grew a peculiar variety of clam, which produced pearls that were as brilliantly blue as the boundless azure sky and incredibly splendid. A 1,000-year-old clam demon, with its pearls possessing the power to avert water and calm rivers, often attracted cultivators from other lands to hunt for clams and obtain their pearls for refining magic treasures. Over time, this place gradually developed into an immortal marketplace. The scorching sun hung at its zenith, shedding its blazing brilliance, causing the jade tiles at the end of the street to glow with a dazzling golden light. At noon, the streets were bustling with people, mostly cultivators, with a few mortals in sight. These mortals were clearly of extraordinary status, each accompanied closely by cultivator bodyguards. Immortal bone heavenly grant, when cultivators have children, there's also a certain chance they will be mortals, enjoying no more than 100 years of glory, with each passing day another day less of life. The sight of white-haired people sending off the black-haired is all too common in the Zhongyun realm. Therefore, aside from cultivator families, the lineage of loose cultivators is often sparse, and once they have progeny with immortal bone blood descending into the world, they usually opt not to continue proliferating offspring. The pain of personally saying farewell to one's flesh and blood is a heavy blow even for cultivators seasoned by the storms of life. Zheng, having altered his appearance, assumed the form of a young cultivator in his early 20s and strolled through the marketplace. As he looked at the array of shops teeming with a variety of goods and heard the hustle and bustle around him, his mood inexplicably improved. And the yuan qi within him grew more vibrant. His experiences up to now were but a speck in the vastness of the world. Although his cultivation had risen sharply these days, the change in his mind cultivation was relatively slow. Without the ordeal of real-world experiences, secluded cultivation, after all, can hardly reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Zheng slowed down his pace, walking leisurely, and after a while, he stopped in front of a small stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged cultivator with slightly dark skin and mid-spirit spring realm cultivation, coarser-looking than the average cultivation community. "Fellow Taoist, take a look, there might be something suitable for you." Seeing Zheng looking over, the stall owner immediately smiled, displaying the many treasures on his stall. A few magic artifacts, several low-level demon cores, some jewelry made from clam pearls, and various scattered blue clam pearls. A necklace strung with blue pearls was very pretty. The clam pearls had aged, giving off spiritual energy and could be considered a magic artifact. After a brief hesitation, Zheng purchased 2 of them, thinking of giving them as gifts later on. Along the way, Zheng bought many miscellaneous items. The level of this marketplace wasn't high, and items beneficial to his current level of cultivation were rare. In the entry Dao realm, one would already be at the level of an elder within a large sect, and could even establish their own faction outside. In the entire marketplace, those with higher cultivation than Zheng could be counted on one's fingers, and none could surpass him in actual combat strength. After a while, Zheng traversed most of the marketplace and stopped in front of a 5-story pavilion. Locking Immortal Pavilion. Looking at the inscription above, Zheng's forehead creased slightly. He had heard of this power, it spanned hundreds of nations. Legend had it that a Taixuan pseudo-immortal presided over it, engaging in nothing but underhanded businesses. Zheng held no disdain for dual cultivation. The path of yin and yang dual cultivation was also a legitimate cultivation route. However, locking Immortal Pavilion was only concerned with one-sided exploitation, which went against the harmony of heaven. After pondering for a moment, Zheng once again activated the heavenly divination technique to sense the aura of the martial path remnant wall. After some time, he confirmed that indeed, a fragment of the martial barrier was inside. Discover more adventures with Freeweb novel. Hearing the sounds of mirth and laughter from within the pavilion, Zheng found a corner and cast the invisibility technique, walking straight in. Entering locking Immortal Pavilion required paying with spirit stones, and each stone should be treasured for its hard-earned value. It was best to save where one could. Stepping inside, the scenery dramatically shifted. Zheng glanced around, unmoved, merely feeling that the variety compared to his former life was still somewhat lacking. Zheng followed his senses through doors and halls, quickly entering a narrow courtyard. Inside the courtyard stood a 3-zhang-tall ancient tree, lush and verdant with its canopy like a shade, casting large mottled shadows. Beneath the tree, there was a stone table and stone benches. Next to one of the benches, a black stone was casually placed, half buried in the soil, with footprints faintly visible on it, obviously used as a footrest. Zheng crouched down, dug out the stone barrier, and slowly wiped the dust off of it. Xiantian Martial Barrier, 6th Order / incomplete. A martial god's lifelong enlightenment, shattered into 6 pieces. You have already obtained over half, reparable, 0/1500. Zheng explored the patterns above, and suddenly his eyes brightened. A divine skill was on top of the broken barrier, almost entirely intact, missing only a corner. Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, 6th Order / incomplete. A martial Dao divine ability, consumes demon beasts' flesh and blood, accumulates blood fiend for body refinement. Reaching great achievement allows one to capture dragons single-handedly, reparable, 0/100. As Zheng recorded the divine skill, the panel immediately provided a prompt. It was quite similar to the method of qi absorption among qi refining techniques, the only difference being the need for demon beasts' flesh and blood. Martial Dao divine abilities generally focus on slaughtering and refining the physical body, almost the opposite of immortal path cultivation. Including Xiantian scripture, during cultivation, one would yearn for battle frenzy, eager to fight enemies and show off one's abilities. Even those with a timid and weak nature would gain an added fierceness from cultivating the martial Dao. From the perspective of a Qi cultivator, this was a sign of rising yang Qi, already affecting one's temperament. If disregarding magic artifacts and other external objects, a martial cultivator who cultivates Xiantian scripture tends to be stronger than an immortal path cultivator who practices the immortal ascension method, under the same realm. The paths of their cultivation are different. Regaining his composure, Zheng stored the barrier and was about to leave when he faintly heard cries from within the courtyard. The aura inside was quite chaotic. Zheng concentrated and sensed for a moment, and his brow suddenly twitched. He walked slowly forward and pushed open the inner courtyard door. The room inside was spacious, scattered with more than 10 iron cages, each only 3 to 4 feet wide and high. Even a semi-grown youth could only crouch curled up inside. The people imprisoned in the cages were both male and female, of various ages, the oldest being over 20 and the youngest around 12 or 13. Above each cage hung a paper tag detailing some information about these people, along with a price. Some of them obviously possessed not weak cultivation levels, their danchans had been opened, nurturing spiritual springs, but now their mana was restricted, and their expressions were visibly wilted. 2 spirit spring realm cultivators guarded the room. Hearing the door, they turned their heads, only to see emptiness, which filled them with confusion. Zheng passed by the cages, his fingertips brushing over each cage, and his mind quickly received a series of prompts from the panel. He Xiaoxing, First Order Middle Quality Immortal Bone, former inner sect disciple of Moon Shadow Lodge, captured after the sect's destruction, cultivation locked, reparable. Feng Wenfu, First Order Middle Quality Immortal Bone, former true disciple of Green Islet Valley, sect destroyed in internal strife, later sold by fellow disciples into the locking Immortal Pavilion, cultivation locked, reparable. Yan Shui, Zeroth Order Lower Quality Immortal Bone, loose cultivator, sold into locking Immortal Pavilion after being plundered, cultivation locked, reparable. Most of these imprisoned youths had some backgrounds. Moments later, Zheng stopped in front of one of the cages. Zhangxi, Second Order Middle Quality Immortal Bone, Outer Sect Elder of the Golden Cauldron Sect, captured severely wounded during a main sect battle, later sold into locking Immortal Pavilion, cultivation locked, reparable. Zheng entered because of this person. This person's body had an astonishing concentration of gold element qi, and the cultivation technique he practiced was of not a low grade and belonged to the gold element series, which was greatly useful to him. With a plan in mind, Zheng immediately knocked out the 2 guarding cultivators and revealed his form. The sudden change instantly awakened everyone in the cages. No one made a sound, they leaned against the edges of their cages, eyes wide with hope, watching Zheng. Zheng's gaze flickered as he looked at Zhangxi not far away and got straight to the point. Taoist Zheng, hand over the cultivation technique you practiced to me, and I will help you escape. How about it? The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned Zhangxi. After coming to his senses, he said with a bitter expression, "The sect is no longer, it's just a cultivation technique, take it if you want, but as for escaping." As he spoke, Zhangxi shook his head. "All of us have been branded by the locking Immortal Pavilion, even if we escape now, we will still be caught and sent back, it's merely a waste of effort." As his voice faded, he directly recited the mantra of the cultivation technique. A moment later, a prompt emerged from the panel. Golden Cauldron Mantra, 5th Order, the sect defending secret scripture of the Golden Cauldron sect, capable of cultivating to the Taixuan level. I hope Taoist friend can find someone to pass down the technique, so my Golden Cauldron sect will have successors and not sever the lineage, he said. Regarding his escape, Zhangxi clearly harbored little hope and appeared somewhat disheartened. Zheng remained silent for a moment before turning around and leaving. The young boys and girls locked in the cage all had dim eyes and curled back up, not uttering a word. The hope that had just arisen was crushed once again, which was indeed difficult to bear. A few steps later, Zheng had already reached the exterior of the locking Immortal Pavilion. He casually tossed down 2 spirit stones, entered the gate, and found the manager of this locking Immortal Pavilion. Everyone in the locking Immortal Pavilion had a price, merely differing in amount. After some haggling, Zheng spent 3,000 high-quality spirit stones to buy Zhang and the others. This price was naturally somewhat inflated, but Zheng did not hesitate. Some things, if he deemed them worth it, then they were worth it. Moreover, this price was still influenced by the fact that these people had no powerful backing, and they lacked immortal bone of high quality. Otherwise, the price could have been 10 times higher, and they still could not have taken them away. The variables with high-quality immortal bone are too many. Having hopes of reaching Taixuan, even the locking Immortal Pavilion could scarcely control it. And for middle-quality immortal bone, even with many adventures and special physiques, the highest they could reach was the first or second transformation of Divine Infant. In front of an enormous entity like the locking Immortal Pavilion, they were not a threat at all. Even if one disdained the locking Immortal Pavilion, its threat could not be ignored, and Zheng had no intention of making enemies, especially when saving everyone thoroughly. Saving them directly now could indeed ensure their safety temporarily, but Zheng could not protect them forever. Eventually, if they were captured by the locking Immortal Pavilion again, only more terrible fates would await them. Since he was going to act, he wouldn't leave any loose ends. A swift decision was best to resolve the matter completely. Zheng now had enough formidable enemies, and there was no need to add the locking Immortal Pavilion to the list. After all, this place was merely a business venue. Zhang and the others had not been captured by the locking Immortal Pavilion either. Not until he walked out of the great doors of the locking Immortal Pavilion did Zhang's expression still seem dazed. He turned his head to look back at the locking Immortal Pavilion, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Originally, his fate was to be harvested day and night by a group of female cultivators until death, his bone marrow extracted. Now, however, he had a chance for a new life. From ancient times to the present, few people had walked out of the locking Immortal Pavilion, and those willing to spend a large amount of spirit stones for redemption were even fewer. This Taoist friend. Zhang's voice trembled slightly, suppressing his inner excitement, hesitating to speak. May I ask how many spirit stones were spent for our redemption? I shall repay the amount in the future. I merely bought a cultivation technique. There is no connection between you and me, and these people were just incidental. There will be no further association in the future. Let us part here, he replied. Zheng shook his head, clearly distancing himself, and disappeared at the end of the long street after a few steps. Find endless stories on Freeweb novel. The more entanglements one has, the more troubles one has. Zheng already had enough troubles of his own to attend to. Taixuan Holy Land. A pathway opened from the void, and several figures slowly emerged. Each person wore a jade pendant at their waist, inscribed with the character song in a bold and flowing script, seemingly imbued with immortal majesty, extremely eye-catching. The leader, nearly 50 years old, tall with a purple dragon robe and a golden silk jade belt, his temples slightly gray and his expression solemn, radiated an aura of authority without anger. Surveying the continuous volcanoes in the distance, he spoke in a deep voice. Is this place Taixuan? He asked. Over the desolate mountain range, crimson clouds tumbled in the sky, resembling eternal flood dragons intertwining and lying across the 9 heavens. Everywhere, one could see fiery magma flowing slowly, sending up waves of golden flames. The mountain and river veins spread like divine birds spreading their wings, and invisible formation patterns sealed the void, covering hundreds of thousands of miles. The man in purple robes leading the group stepped forward slowly, his hair fluttering in the breeze, radiating the aura of the Taixuan secret realm unmistakably. He slowly raised his hand and sent out a beam of spiritual light, triggering the grand formation surrounding the Taixuan Holy Land. In the blink of an eye, 2 great mysterious elders appeared before the group, both dressed in red robes and appearing to be over 60 years of age. Both had attained the pinnacle of the 9 transformations of Divine Infant, only a step away from the Taixuan secret realm. Sensing the fluctuations in the aura of the man in purple, one of the elders narrowed his eyes and demanded in a stern voice, who goes there? Eastern Territory Song Clan, Song Xingming, here to pay respects to the Taixuan Holy Master, said the man in purple. No sooner had he spoken than a fiery red stairway emerged from the depths of the Holy Land, bridging the distance and reaching across the sky. Song Xingming's eyes shifted slightly as he stepped forward, ready to ascend the stairway. His followers tried to keep up but were held back by an invisible barrier, its meaning clear without words. "Wait here for me," he said offhandedly. Just as Song Xingming was about to leave, an urgent message suddenly came from behind. "Third Elder, within Taixuan Holy Land lies someone of our Song clan bloodline, with a purity of blood that rivals our direct lineage." What? His face changing slightly, Song Xingming knew it was common for people with Song clan bloodline to enter Taixuan, given its ubiquity. But the timing was too coincidental. If Taixuan Holy Land truly had designs on the ancestral lands of the Song family, this person would be the most dangerous unknown factor. He no longer hesitated, ascended the stairway, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared along with the stairway. A moment later, the stairway had carried Song Xingming across more than 100,000 miles, bringing him to the belly of a volcano. Heat waves surged, and not far away, the intense magma tumbled, occasionally emitting a dragon-like roar. The flickering firelight illuminated heaven and earth. Song Xingming surveyed his surroundings, his eyes reflecting a trace of gravity. To transport someone over 100,000 miles in an instant, such skill was beyond his reach. After a while, a figure slowly emerged from the magma lake sea. Clad in gray robes, bent with age, he walked slowly and with difficulty, and his cheeks were covered with dragon scales that gradually faded away. "Visit us at Freeweb. Forgive my delay," Gung Yang spoke slowly, exhaling a breath of divine fire that extended several yards before it gradually dissipated. "The Holy Master is too kind. It was I who arrived without notice, and I hope you will overlook my intrusion," Song Xingming said, stepping forward without bowing and clasped his hands. "I am Song Xingming of the Eastern Territory Song clan. I have come to see the Taixuan Holy Master." "Spare the formalities. Tell me why you're here." Gung Yang coughed softly, seating himself on a volcanic rock, looking extremely frail, as if death was but a step away. "Lately, our clan intends to retrieve some kin from the southern region, along with our family treasure. During this time, there seems to have been some misunderstanding between Zheng, a disciple of your holy land, and our Song clan." Song Xingming spoke gravely. "Is Taixuan Holy Land aware of this matter?" At that, Gung Yang's gaze flickered. Merely from these two sentences, he understood that this youngster had once again stirred considerable trouble. After a moment of silence, instead of answering Song Xingming's question, he changed the subject. "No need for beating around the bush. State your purpose directly." "Although the Song clan is not as it once was, our family treasure must not remain lost," Song Xingming replied forthrightly, his expression serious. "I would like to ask Zheng to return our family treasure. The issue, I presume, is but a misunderstanding between Zheng and our Song clan and should be irrelevant to Taixuan Holy Land. I hope the Holy Master will judge fairly." "And if it is not returned?" A trace of amusement flickered in Gung Yang's eyes. Hearing this, Song Xingming's heart sank. This was what he had feared the most. Taixuan Holy Land might truly be interested in the ancestral lands of the Song family. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Even in decline, the Song clan remains a true immortal noble family, and you, Holy Master, are more aware of Taixuan's current predicament than I am. Why make an enemy? True immortal noble family?" Gung Yang glanced at Song Xingming and let out an ambiguous chuckle. Heh. Observing Gung Yang's strange expression, Song Xingming's brows furrowed slightly. "If the Holy Master has something to say, please speak plainly." "Making enemies? A true immortal noble family that maintains face with only an incomplete immortal treasure dares to make such bold statements?" Gung Yang emphasized the words, "true immortal," his smile growing more playful. "Even if I had been unaware of this matter, if Zheng truly desired your Song clan's so-called family treasure, then Taixuan would help him obtain it. Presently, he is the chief disciple of Taixuan Holy Land and the Taixuan Holy Sun as well. His actions are the stance of Taixuan Holy Land. Song Xingming watched Gung Yang, his expression flashing, speechless for a long time. He hadn't expected Taixuan Holy Land to be so blunt. The importance of choosing to Taixuan must be far greater than he had imagined. After a while, he spoke softly, "If that's so, let's discuss this matter further another time." Without the Song clan bloodline, even with a complete blood jade, it would be impossible to unlock the secret realm. The initiative ultimately lay with the Song clan. There was no need to rush into conflict. "There's no need for further discussion," Gung Yang said, and then slowly closed his eyes. "If there's nothing else, Holy Master will take no further notice. There is one more matter. The Song clan is returning to the southern region, seeking to retrieve kin of our bloodline," Song Xingming added. Song Xingming spoke again, his gaze firmly fixed on Gung Yang's tree-like face, carefully observing his changes in expression. "To my knowledge, there is currently a member of the Song clan within Taixuan, and I hope the Holy Master will do me the favor of letting them leave with me, to acknowledge their ancestors and return to the clan." This statement was also a test. He wanted to know whether this Gung Yang was truly unaware of the Song clan's bloodline being able to unlock the secret realm or if he was feigning ignorance. "Oh?" Gung Yang opened his eyes, and a sudden brilliance spilled forth from his murky ones. "That person is of the Song family bloodline?" At that moment, Gung Yang was truly surprised. In the small world of Great Zhou, many outstanding individuals had indeed emerged over the years. Heretic path geniuses, those with a fire spirit body, descendants of true immortal noble families, and monsters like Zheng. Coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "I would like to hand over this person to you, but I'm afraid you wouldn't dare accept." "Please speak clearly, Holy Master." Song Xingming's brows furrowed slightly. The recent disturbance in the heavenly Tao, and the decree from the Immortal Alliance, was to find this heretic cultivator. "He's the one." Gung Yang rolled up his sleeve, revealing his bony, skinny arm, and chuckled. "Is the Song clan intending to defy the Immortal Alliance and protect a heretic cultivator?" A killing intent spread through the void, and the next sentence could determine Song Xingming's life or death. "This?" Song Xingming's face changed dramatically, and he waved his hands in quick succession. "Absolutely not. Defying the Immortal Alliance meant death even for a true immortal, let alone the now declining Song clan." Song Xingming unconsciously clenched his fist, cold sweat seeped from his back. He bowed and, without another word, turned and left. After a few steps, he returned to the front of the grand formation. Seeing Song Xingming emerge, several cultivators of the Song clan gathered around, silent, waiting for him to speak. "For now, leave Zheng be. Deploy all of the clan's elite forces to find the other fragments as soon as possible." Calming the fluctuations in his emotions, Song Xingming whispered, "Taixuan Holy Land should be unaware of the secret realm, so there's no need to panic. Once the fragments are collected, I will visit the other Holy Lands, join forces to pressure Taixuan, and have Zheng personally deal with this matter." If Zheng truly knew about that secret realm, they could simply share some resources with him. How greedy could a cultivator in the entry Dao realm be? As long as Taixuan Holy Land had no interest in it, there was still room for maneuver. Thinking thus, Song Xingming looked back at Taixuan Holy Land, his eyes complex. He had not expected a heretic prodigy to emerge from his own Song family. It was a pity, such heretic blooms outshone even those with superior immortal bone and were exceedingly rare. This should have been a stroke of great fortune. If the true immortal of the clan were still around, he would have definitely been able to find a way out for him in the world beyond, and under the dome of stars, he would have written a new chapter for the Song clan's bloodline. But now, how fate plays with us. Night descended, moonlight fell, and the world was draped in a layer of silver gauze. Under the starlit sky, a majestic spirit peak stood in the midst of the vast great desert, its summit enshrouded in clouds and mist, gathering the radiance of the stars to illuminate the night for miles around. Zheng sat cross-legged at the peak, all the pores on his body open, absorbing the starlight, refining his physique. The heavenly star body refining technique, his pace in cultivating was only normal. Compared to the speed at which he increased his mana and cultivated chi refining, it was even slower. In the realm of body refinement, Zheng had little natural talent. he was not one born with exceptional root bone and could only progress step by step. The slaughter blood descending dragon technique he had already begun to practice. Any method that could increase his strength, he would not miss out on. The only pity was that in the southern region, where sects stood in great numbers, magical beasts that grew in the wild were uncommon, making it difficult to find resources to supplement his strength. Approaching midnight, Zheng slowly ceased cultivating and took out 2 magic treasures, placing them in front of him. He activated the method of qi absorption and slowly drew out the gold element qi contained within. Finding gold element spiritual objects was not an easy task, and Zheng could only resort to this method to supplement his gold element Tao foundation. After their essence had been drained, these magic treasures would instantly turn to ash. Not even the repair panel could reverse their fate, undeniably a great loss. This was different from mere damage. To be more precise, these treasures hadn't disappeared but had become a part of him. Zheng's eyes were tightly closed as he concentrated and operated the golden cauldron mantra, constructing the celestial foundation within his body. In his dantian, nourished by the gold element qi, his Tao foundation began to ascend gradually. At the break of dawn, his gold element Tao foundation reached the 6th layer, hitting a bottleneck. His mana surged once more, and he was not far from reaching the mid-entry Tao realm. After reaching the 6th layer of the gold element Tao foundation, Zheng did not cease his efforts, taking out a bottle of spirit pills instead. Abundant wood element qi poured into his body instantly. Subsequently, a jade token appeared in Zheng's palm, and streams of information entered his mind. Ancient Pine True Technique, 6th Order / Incomplete. The sect defending secret scripture of the Ancient Pine Sect. After the destruction of the sect, it was sold along with some of the ancient pine cultivators to the locking Immortal Pavilion. You have only mastered the first 3 levels, restoration required, 0/3000. This cultivation technique was also obtained from the locking Immortal Pavilion. After purchasing Zhang and others, Zheng visited several more locking Immortal Pavilions, searching for disciples of major sects of the past, hoping to find a few more cultivation techniques to construct his own celestial foundation. After a few interactions, he learned that the locking Immortal Pavilion's business was far from limited to flesh trade. They dabbled in cultivation techniques, elixirs, magic treasures, and divine weapons, though they were not very well known and their prices were marked up significantly. As for the price, Zheng was not too concerned, using spirit stones as necessary. To save some spirit stones, he only purchased the first 3 levels of the technique. As long as it included the method for constructing a celestial foundation, it was sufficient for his current stage. Besides the ancient pine tree technique, Zheng also purchased another cultivation technique with a bias towards the earth element, named the Earth Spirit Technique, also of the 6th Order, and it included a side branch of divine skills such as spirit seeking and meridian stabilizing. With this, he possessed a complete set of 5-element cultivation techniques. Although their grades varied, he finally had methods for foundation construction. As he encountered more cultivation techniques, Zheng developed a new doubt. Immortal bones do not differentiate in properties, but the constitutions of people do differ among the 5 elements, which is why cultivation techniques gradually became diverse. Stay tuned with Freeweb novel constitutions like the fire spirit body, within the immortal path, do not seem to have a special standard for assessment. In Zheng's view, even if having the same fire spirit body, different individuals should have varying affinities towards the fire attribute, it could not be completely identical. Just like those with lower quality immortal bones, some cultivators' ultimate achievements far surpass the average limit of the lower quality immortal bone. There will always be some exceptional cases. The concept of the immortal bone heavenly grant always seemed somewhat flawed to Zheng, just like with Song Lingqing. Before she had appeared, no one expected that she was a descendant of a true immortal noble family. Now, those cultivators born in ordinary families yet possessing immortal bones, perhaps had ancestors who had been cultivators. Over time, the transmission of information within the clans broke down, leading them to fall into the mundane world. In a certain generation, their bloodline reawakened, and they underwent ancestral return, giving rise to immortal bones, which seemed like a much more likely possibility. Rather than being innate, it was more akin to a hereditary bloodline. The immortal path, perhaps, is not limited to just the immortal bone as the sole path. There might be another path of cultivation. Utilizing these two techniques, along with the spirit pills he had collected before, Zheng smoothened the process of Tao Foundation advancement. After staying at the summit of the spirit peak for a full half-month, when the last earth element celestial foundation reached the 6th layer, Zheng's dantian suddenly trembled, and the bottleneck shattered. His cultivation naturally progressed further, reaching the mid-entry Tao realm. By now, his immortal path cultivation was on par with his Qi refinement's cultivation. Before Zheng could gather his senses, the mana formed from the balance of the 5 elements surged to the back of his head, causing a slight change in his body. At the location of his immortal bone, towards the back of his head, a tender bud started to sprout. The prompt from the panel rang out instantly. Flawed spiritual root, a spiritual root condensed from the 5 elements Qi, capable of absorbing 5 elements spiritual energy into the body. Due to flaws in the celestial foundation, it is incomplete but can be restored. Flawed spiritual root? Zheng's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he immediately chose to repair. Crack, behind his head, a searing heat suddenly flared up, the newly grown bone buds rapidly expanded, creating an opening and revealing what had been a tightly sealed part of his occiput. A surge of extremely overwhelming spiritual energy rushed in instantly, taking the place of the medicative power of the 5 elements shaping pill and began to nourish the 5 Tao foundations. In a moment, Zheng involuntarily straightened his body, stretched his limbs, and exhaled deeply, as if shedding a layer of shackles, feeling immensely liberated. He quickly noticed the odd changes happening within his body. Initially, when he practiced immortal law, he had to forcibly pull spiritual energy into his body to cultivate. After refining the fire seed, Zheng's cultivation speed on the immortal path greatly accelerated. The fire seed replaced the immortal bone and became his medium to connect with the heavens and the earth. Now, when this opening appeared at the back of his head, his cultivation speed on the immortal path once again underwent a startling change, increasing more than tenfold. The efficiency of converting spiritual energy had improved manifold, and the speed of mana recovery had increased dramatically. When two cultivators clash, if their cultivation levels are close, unless the battle is decided in a flash, the gap caused by the immortal bone will widen indefinitely over time. The speed at which lower-quality immortal bone recovers mana is more than tens of times slower than that of a high-quality immortal bone, and a superior quality one is hundreds of times faster. For Zheng, what's more important is that now, without the need for the medium of the divine fire's fire seed, he could still practice cultivation. The panel conveyed another change. Zheng slowly ceased his practice and pulled up the panel. Name, Zheng, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Mid-Stage Jade Bone Realm, Immortal Path, Mid-Entry Tao Realm, Root Bone, 5 Elements Celestial Foundation, Superior Quality. Read more on Freeweb Novel, Cultivation Technique, Taixuan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Void Scripture, 8th Order/Incomplete, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 6th Order/Incomplete, Ancient Pine True Technique, 6th Order/Incomplete, Earth Spirit Technique, 6th Order/Incomplete, Golden Cauldron. Mantra, 5th Order, Heavenly Star Body Refining Technique, 5th Order, Divine Skills, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, 6th Order, Xian Tian Seal 3rd Form, 5th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Riding the Clouds and Driving the Mist, 2nd Order, Heavenly Divination Technique, 2nd Order, Object Control, 2nd Order, Transmute Stone to Gold, 2nd Order, Invisibility Technique, 2nd Order, Repair. Master, 3rd Order, 1000/1000, Remaining Repairs for the Day, 5, Currently Reparable, Later Chapters of Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 730/2000, Ancient Pine True Technique, 0/3000, Earth Spirit Technique, 0/3000. The experience points for a 3rd Order Repair Master had long been filled, just like before when Zheng was still at the Spirit Transformation realm, restricted by his own cultivation levels. He would have to wait until he cast a Tao embryo or achieved soul condensing before he had a chance to reach the 4th Order. Looking at the panel before him, Zheng's gaze lingered on the newly added root bone category, his breathing slightly tense. Superior immortal bone. The additional piece of bone at the back of his head confirmed one of Zheng's earlier conjectures. Immortal bone can be cultivated acquiredly. All along, the information he received had put the cart before the horse. It was not because of the immortal bone that there were cultivators, but rather, it was the cultivators who brought about the existence of immortal bone. Just as the first person to practice immortal path wasn't naturally capable of drawing in spiritual energy into their body, but instead came to understand cultivation later. A path is ultimately carved out by people themselves. No matter which cultivation path one takes, whether it's pursuing immortality or striving for power that covers the stellar rivers, the ultimate goal is to seek the evolutionary leap in one's own life level, different paths leading to the same destination. The immortal bone path is merely a trail left by someone who has walked it before, and that's why there were followers. With a readily available path, expending a significant amount of effort to explore a new path becomes meaningless, and as time goes on, in this world, immortal bone has become the stepping stone to the immortal path. Without the existence of the repair panel, as Zheng's cultivation level soared, the immortal bone at the back of his head would also have grown to completion gradually. The panel simply expedited this result. The first person who possessed an immortal bone must have gone through a lengthy evolution to reach today's rudimentary form. Zheng looked up at the sky, where the stars shone brilliantly against the thick night. He stepped forth, rising high into the ninth heaven, thunder rippling from his palm, 5 elements transforming into yin and yang, once again attempting to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Boom, in an instant, dark clouds gathered, and lightning swirled like a flood dragon. The blinding lightning burst forth from Zheng's palm, brilliantly tearing through the 1,000 miles of sky. This time, heaven and earth did not refuse him, lending him a vast amount of spiritual energy, which was transformed through the 5 elements' celestial foundation into world-ending lightning. Before Zheng could rejoice, his spiritual perception suddenly sent out a warning. The tribulation chi around his body skyrocketed, swirling violently. In that moment, a chill went down his spine, as if a harbinger of death was imminent. In haste, he was unable to locate the source of the crisis, but unwilling to doubt his intuition, he immediately opened a spatial channel and entered the small world. A few moments after the spatial channel closed, the heavens churned with thunderclouds, opening a pair of giant eyes dusty from travel, scanning in all directions. After a while, the dark clouds above slowly dissipated, leaving no trace. Out of caution, Zheng spent several days in the small world before tentatively opening the channel and returning to the Zhongyun realm. The outside world showed no abnormalities, as if the earlier warning of tribulation chi was merely an illusion. Clouds of doubt filled Zheng's mind, but he couldn't find any clues for the time being. Reflecting on his actions, he couldn't help but wonder if it was his borrowing of the power of heaven and earth that had triggered some terrifying event. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.